Knocked his ass out and kissed him on the cheek. He fucked up just by thinking I was sweet. I run the city mag, I thought I was some cliques. You never heard someone like this upon the beat. Tutti fruity, the booty duty is jury duty. Moody foodies, jacuzzis is filled with bougie booties. All of this money, don't know how to count it, man. I think I need a computer. I can't live in deep, man. I live at the funeral. I got no need for a shooter. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Do you wanna reconsider? Lost control of a killer. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. The whole label, drug dealers, If you build it, homie, they will come. If you turning up to save me some. Drop down to get your ego on. I don't care for boring people. I think you're lame. I only politic with goons while out the frame. Better take another shot, bitch. It's not a game. I'll beat it out the frame. Baraka, waka, flocka, flame. I am a legend, and you know that I have a problem with acting a fool. I don't talk to police. I know nothing. I swear to God that shit is not true. I'm a barbarian, hopping adrenaline, looking for something to do. I'm remarkable. I'm on a roll. If you need education, I'll take you to school. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Do you wanna reconsider? Lost control of a killer. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Wake up, brush off, get clean, look good. Put on 2 chains, flexing, but what's up? So fly, 2C, be you, look good. I win, you lose, fuck you, what's up? I don't care for boring people. I think you're lame. I only politic with goons while out the frame. Better take another shot, bitch. It's not a game. I'll beat it out the frame. Baraka, waka, flocka, flame. Yeah, I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit. Now I think I will go catch your body. Fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch, fuck your bitch. And then I will go take a potty. No teriyaki, I rock Kawasaki. If you're gonna you can hop in the shotty. She poppin' the molly, we'll cop in the squatty. Oh, cookie, loving the body. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Do you wanna reconsider? Lost control of a killer. I'm getting bigger, getting bigger. Sing this. 1 time. 2 time. 3 time. Hey.
Get ready to dive into a new role of online shopping with the Finn's Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Finn's Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
New seasons, new gear. New seasons, new...
What's going on, man? Everybody, hope y'all having a good day. What's up, everybody? What's going on, Crypto? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Shake Money.
What's up, everybody?
What's going
Do I have any
on?
sound?
Yeah, I got
What's
you.
going on,
Can
man?
you
How
hear
you
me?
doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be having my computer tomorrow night, so this is my last day on my phone.
Oh,
So
cool. Good deal.
yeah, let me give a few
Oh,
shout
yeah.
outs to people in the building real quick. We got Cat for Life in the building for sure. Raphael Courtwright first in the building. Flavor Jay, John Featherline. You got Cat for Life, of course. Raphael Courtwright, Michael K, Adam Sadowski, my favorite dude, Dolphinier. What's going on, Dolphinier? Mark, what's going on? And my favorite dude, Q. What's going on, my brother? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. And we're having some technical difficulties and Froggy PMV. So what's going on, man? What S Harris, what's going on, brother? So what do you think of this whole Dalvin Cook situation? Crypto.
Well, Shake, I'm gonna have to start announcing the date of whatever day goes by. He's not in our uniform. Um, it's getting dicey about a minute. It's getting dicey about a nanosecond. So I don't know, man. It's you want to talk about limbo?
Yeah.
It's just limbo right now because every so-called cutoff date has come and gone.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that they uh, put out and want us fans to believe
Yeah, for
that's
sure.
set in stone. So it's kind of like, you know, I've said this before, Shake Money. It's like
Mhm.
looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, "Today will
Yeah.
be the day that I die." One day, that's going to be a true statement.
And by the way, real
You
quickly,
say it enough, it's eventually going to come to pass.
by the way, let me welcome this next guest. I'm gonna open up the gate for everybody. I gave a few people the stream, and this one, he's the homie. I met him at the draft party in person at the draft party. Man, he is a pillar of this Dolphins community and now the Twitter community. The homie Cap for Life. What's going on, my brother? Welcome to the program.
What's up,
Good to have
Cap?
you on.
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Don't say that too loud, man. I don't want them to know I'll be on Twitter, man.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
thought
man.
Oh,
you
it
didn't
ain't no
want
secret
I
now.
thought you I thought you didn't want people to know that you're a pillar of the community.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. And no, man, it's you, man. Because when I first started coming around, you were already setting the foundation, man. So this is all on you, man. And I'm just humbled to be a part of to see the growth the growth full
For sure.
force. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. But no, man,
Crypto, what's good, brother?
not
Hey,
much.
what's going on, man?
So you're the one who sent me the information. So what do you think of this situation? You sent it to my text. So
I
what do
mean,
you
for
think?
me, man, it's just the timing sucks. I mean, let's just be real here. The timing sucks. And it's for me. Oh man, like I said, I don't want to get too involved in stuff because it's a touchy subject. But I mean, it's just the timing really sucks, man. Like a lot of people are just like, for me, when just visiting Twitter and people just being numb to all this stuff and acting like it didn't happen,
Yeah,
or it's not happening, and it's just like, I don't know, man. It's just, you can't really argue court deficit papers, man. It's not like this stuff is made up. And people are just like, nah, it's okay. But when Deshaun Watson did his stuff and he ended up being innocent, it's like people were quick to crucify him. It's just weird how the Dolphin fans react, man.
Yeah, Cap.
by the way, shout out to the homie Michael K with the $5 donation. and it says, Mark.
Michael K. Josh Allen will be out of the league in 5 years. He will be out of the league. He will be at the YMCA coaching youth football.
Why with the village people?
With the village people.
Yeah, Steven was about to rip his head off. I've never heard Steven like that before.
Now you obviously have time. What high schools and junior college did you coach? I will look up the pictures in the yearbook.
But yeah, man, your thoughts, man. I mean, like I said, I don't want to get too into it because it seems like people don't really want to talk about it. But I mean, what do you guys think about it?
No, you know what I think is funny though? And tell me, what do you think of this, guys? Oh, and let's welcome one of the homies that I am happy to call my FinMily, Mr. Polk. What's going on?
What's up, Mr. Polk?
Mr. Polk.
Thanks for having me on the show, Shake Money. What's up, Crypto? Cap for life. Cap, I'm gonna tell you something. You were one of the first person that greeted me when I started getting on the Dolphins YouTube. So shout out to you, my brother.
Hey man, likewise, brother, man. And thank you for posting everything. Well, how's Parrish doing?
He's doing okay. I talked with him a few hours ago. He was on. He had just pulled up in his front yard. He's doing okay. I told him that everybody's been asking about him, and I also told him that if he don't start getting some rest, he's going to see me physically coming to his house to make sure.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
Yeah. So, all right. So, fellas, what's going on?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. All right. Check it out. Fellas, everybody in the panel, what do you think of this? I'm about to say it. I'm about to drop a truth bomb that might piss people off. All right. It is what it is. Where is it? So let me ask you this. All right. Like you said, they're when stuff came up about Tyreek Hill, which I didn't think it was a big deal. Right? That was, and I didn't because we didn't get all the facts. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. People, it's no big deal. But the second Deshaun Elliott.
Deshaun was you cut off Shake Money. I didn't hear the last part.
No, he's talking about Deshaun Elliott when he brought up Lamar Jackson, how people were ready to crucify him too.
Exactly. That's pretty much what I was getting at. I'm like,
oh, okay.
But yeah, that just for trying to bring Lamar Jackson, that's the unforgivable sin.
Right, unforgivable. But yeah, he was like trying to recruit Lamar Jackson. Right. Yep. Yeah, he got lambasted for that. I remember that period. All right, damn. All right.
Yeah, man.
He just got on the team, fellas. He just got on the team.
My point is, and this is just, I'm getting to my point. I mean, it's just like, when is enough for this team? Like, when do we want to get involved in a situation where, yeah, we got everything going on now. We've been investigated 4 times in the past 2 years. Our players are getting in trouble off and on the field, but you know what I mean? Like, let's just keep investing in the same pattern going forward. And it's like, how the hell are you going to do that when, the rules have changed in the NFL? Like, are we really going to take that gamble moving forward, especially now that Melvin Gordon signed for a cheaper price with Baltimore? It's like, is the risk worth the reward right now moving forward?
And by the way, I'm not advocating for anybody to crucify any of Dalvin Cook or Tyreek Hill, but
yeah, exactly. This is all allegedly. Everything's allegedly. We're not making accusations, but you got to understand this has been put out there.
I didn't want people to I wasn't going to crucify Deshaun Elliott either.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't his place to try to recruit Dalvin Cook, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, man. It's just like, everything now is allegedly, but yeah, it's just, why is it that whenever you hear anything about allegedly and court issues, it's just like, why do the Dolphins have to be involved in that conversation when we're trying to move forward?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's real. Because really everything right now is just still speculation until proven otherwise. Can y'all hear me real good?
No, yeah, and you're absolutely right. But it's just, why is it that we always have to be involved in that type of conversation with those athletes? It's like, man, it's like, why do we always have to be involved in drama?
Yeah, I can understand that, Cap. Because to tell you the truth, and I know it's going kind of far back. Even with the Richie Incognito situation, him and what's that guy from USC? That scandal that was in the locker room. I mean, it's like when there's enough is enough. Because it does hinder you.
It's like our fan base picks and choose what's okay to give a free pass to and what's not, and it's just like, that's weird. I find that weird, man.
Yeah. But one thing I will say is that it's the NFL, and even with the other 31 teams, you're going even with them, you got controversy pretty much with all the teams. So it's just that, unfortunately, with the Miami Dolphins, I'm gonna say this, and I can be wrong for saying, because there's bias sometimes with the Miami Dolphins, we'll put in the spotlight every time something goes wrong. Then when things are right, it's like, okay, we're not going to talk too much about the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't want to get involved in it too much, but obviously it's the talk of the town right now, and it's pretty much, it has nothing to do with the Dolphins, but in a sense it does. You know what I mean? Like, we have nothing to do with this, but now it's like, we're getting involved in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to get pulled into it, even though we're not really attached to the individual. We're going to get pulled into it because we showed interest in the individual, and we made offer to that person. So yeah, we're going to get pulled into it, but hopefully it will it will die down, because even with the Tyreek situation, the last few days has really died down. There hasn't been that much talk about that.
Well, apparently from everything that I've been reading, so far.
Apparently,
sorry, go ahead.
Apparently, it says it happened in 2021. And
yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Apparently, this happened a long time ago, but the problem is, like, all the deficit paperwork, I guess it's being done with a time frame of this week, which happens to be the problem. Like, all this stuff is having to be coming out now, even though it's been hush hush for a while. And that's what I'm just trying to say. Like, the timing for us does not help us, especially when those are court deficits that are they're not false. They're not made up.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a cap.
Yeah.
And I just don't like everything that happened with Tyreek with the $200. Like I said, it'll work itself out later. But it's just like the same thing. Now you're going to have a situation where somebody's saying they offered me almost $800 to $1 million to cover up something that shouldn't be a big issue, but it's an issue. Yeah, I didn't put that issue out there. You know what I mean? So don't shoot the messenger.
Right.
And by the way, if you're out there, if you're listening in, I sent you the link to your Twitter so we could talk about it before I open up the floodgates. Because I rather talk to you now, because you have a different viewpoint on it than when I open up the floodgate. Because once we open up the floodgate, ain't nobody getting a fucking word in. You know that.
Right.
No, but it should be that time of year where we should start learning.
Take money. That. I'll take bribes for 200. Bribes for 200.
Bribes for 200. Okay.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think we should be able to have an articulate conversation moving forward. Like, everybody loves to have articulate conversations in a sense where everybody can be heard. So I'm always dying to have that type of talk. It just, people don't like to have articulate conversation when things don't, work in their benefit, and it's just not right.
I mean, this is a serious issue. It's an issue that the NFL has zero tolerance to, because there was a former running back with the Baltimore Ravens that had a similar situation, and we've seen what happened to that person. So it's a thing that's zero tolerance in the NFL, and pretty much in the community as well. And I personally,
Yeah.
it's a zero tolerance thing with me because it's not necessary. It's a thing called walking away and what have you. But we don't know all the details of the situation, and until we do, we have to just assume that we just have to wait and
Okay,
see
Ennis,
how
I'll send it
everything
again.
come out. Yeah. We can talk about it briefly. Then we need to go ahead and move on to the team issues.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What do you guys think though, moving forward? Are you still interested?
I mean, if like I said, I'm not the person to rush to judgment. So, I mean,
I have to see.
we haven't heard the full story. All we heard is the one side. You know what I mean?
Right. We have to, like I said, we have to hear more.
Do you think this is like a Laramie Tunsil type of like bong mask situation where the Dolphins are getting ready to make a move and somebody's trying to put bad dirt on us to try to backpedal away from the deal?
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, it could be. That's why I said we have to kind of wait and see how the chips fall into place. See what happens. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, we should be knowing something sometime next week from what I've heard.
All I know is training camp is next week, and I'm excited for that.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Have you guys heard anything from camp? I know that they had rookies, but we haven't heard anything.
So the rookies are supposed to be in camp now, and then if I'm not mistaken, it's what, the 25th or 28th or something like that. That's when the veterans are supposed to come in.
So let me hold on. Before we get started, let me welcome the one, the only OG in this camp. What's going on, OG? What's going on, my brother? So what do you got on, man? This?
Hey, how's it going, Enos?
What's up with it?
So what information do you have?
What's good in it?
To impart?
You talking about me? Talking to me?
Yeah.
So we did some research and we found out that this happened in 2021. And if you look into it, the chick grabbed him by his hair and wouldn't let him leave the house and threatened him with a gun. She's in the military. So people are jumping the gun of what they seen from the tweet, but didn't realize what was going on in the story.
No, I get you. There's two sides to every story, and you're completely right. But why would you offer money if things are working in your favor?
I think what he's saying is that we don't know the whole story. Well, I mean, I understand what
No, you're absolutely right. But the court deficit papers show that there was money offered, not once, but twice.
Right. Because I heard the same thing too. In fact, I heard about it just a few hours ago from a resource on YouTube.
Well,
hey, somebody give me Shake Money a quick synopsis because I got blindsided by the gist of everything.
Before I do go, I want to say at one point this out there that a lot of times the reason why people offer money, settlement, whatever, even though they know they're innocent, is because they rather pay $1 million, which is chump change to him now, than spend the next 6-8 months with distractions and court things, even though he's not innocent.
Right,
it's
tied
cheaper.
up in courts, yeah.
That's why they're called money grabs. Because there's been times, I'm sure, where the man was innocent, but he's like, you know what? It'll be cheaper for me just to give him this money to go away.
I don't know, man. If I'm innocent, I'm not wasting $1 million. If I'm truly innocent, I'm not wasting any of my money. I'm going to clear my name.
But yeah, Cap, people do that though.
But going to court,
if you got enough,
cost more than that.
No, I understand. I get that.
Yeah,
I get that. It's just, at this point in time, it just, you're fighting for $2 million extra with all this stuff going on in the running back situation. I don't think you can afford to give up $1 million in court.
Bro, that was over in 2021. That's not.
I get you, Dennis. I understand that.
That's not
I get
now. That. So what does the
I know, but it's coming out now, which sucks.
Now have to do with back then?
No, I'm just saying that the timing of everything sucks. Like it's coming out now in order to get a money grab. Yeah, fine. Granted, whatever you think, that's great. But it was turned down twice. It's just, either you're coming for more money or you're just going to settle and just forget everything, which I hope that happens. But usually the amount of times people are looking for more money.
That's why I say again, we have to wait and see what happens because we don't know we don't know we don't know the whole picture of the situation. And so for us, because we don't know the whole picture of the situation, all we can do is speculate,
Yeah.
and we have to be careful speculating because we just don't.
Yeah, I think it's like a
don't know.
Laramie Tunsil thing. I think they're trying to distract us from closing the deal. You never know.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Yep. Oh man, but what are you looking for? You hear anything coming out of training camp, Ennis?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
Oh man, what are you
Yeah,
guys
Taylor.
looking forward to seeing in training camp this year?
I'm gonna say something that's kind of off the wall. I want to see a player that we an undrafted player that we have on that we have make a big all of a sudden like make a big have a very good training camp
Yeah.
and translate it to the field. It's like I'm looking for that dark horse.
It's going to be Bennett Williams. Remember that name,
Who you said English?
Bennett Williams,
Bennett Williams. Let me see what that is.
the safety from
That
Oregon.
oh okay. Oh man, I wouldn't be surprised because he probably played with what's the guy name?
Holland.
Who?
No, it was McKinley, right? They played with
No,
Yeah, but he
it's
also played with
McKinley.
Holland.
No, McKinley
That's
and
Holland.
boy from Oregon.
Oregon. Yeah.
You talking about Holland?
Bennett
Yeah.
Williams was there. I don't know if he played that year Holland was there, but he played with McKinley like the year before.
Mm.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because remember Holland was he opted out that his last year for COVID, so he didn't play 1 year, and then he came out.
When it comes to the DBs, man, we are really stacked, and I'm happy to see that
Mm-hmm.
we are stacked as far as safeties and cornerbacks go.
What about linebackers?
That's kind of a question mark because if I don't know if they're gonna go through with this, but they're gonna expect with Van Ginkel on the inside, and then we still have Long. We don't know what's going to happen with Channing Tindall, so I don't know. I mean, outside linebackers, I'm not really too concerned about that. It's more the inside linebacker.
So, Ennis, let me ask you a question. If, let's say, for instance, Cook doesn't go through, is there a plan B you have in mind for the running back room?
Kareem Hunt.
Kareem Hunt?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we got to start having, if we really want to go move forward and focus on the running back now, I mean, it is what it is at this point. You got a whole bunch of value out there.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt, Leonard Fournette, but I'll put Kareem Hunt in front of Leonard Fournette. He probably fit the scheme more better than Leonard Fournette.
Because you want Fournette would be more of I think a power back, right?
He'll be more of like a red zone third down running back because if I'm not mistaken, he doesn't really fit McDonald's offensive scheme. And then Kareem Hunt, I'm not too sure about him, but he probably will fit the scheme better than Leonard Fournette.
Hey, I'm gonna drop the link in about 10 minutes, Q. Don't worry.
I'm surprised the Patriots let Fournette leave that building without a contract. I mean, I heard Henderson went there too for a trial. They're looking for a power back by the people they're bringing in, personnel.
But Leonard Fournette really wants to come down here because he's mentioned it on a couple of occasions, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good team he has here.
Ennis, let me ask you a question, man. I mean, I just and Lewis is starting to get more and more, on point with this narrative, but I just don't understand how you can have production come in fantasy football wise the first 5 picks overall in the first round. The majority of those picks are usually running backs, right?
No.
And
What are you
fantasy,
talking about as far as fantasy? And
Well,
fantasy
yeah,
draft?
fantasy
wide
wise.
receivers,
Oh,
running backs, but wide receivers
yeah.
in the first round mostly.
Wide receivers and running backs, yeah.
But you usually get let's say like Jonathan Taylor, Eckler, CMC. They're usually like the first 3 out of the 5 selected, right? Like last season.
Yeah. Last year I picked the
Depends.
quarterback
Not to
first.
mention,
My
I mean,
first
Derrick
pick.
Henry fell, but my point is, if the production's there, I just don't understand how they're getting lowballed.
Yeah.
Good. It's hitting. They show hitting the internet now. Anyway,
But anyway, hey, I'm about to drop the link. Any you guys have anything you guys want to
The
get?
reason,
Yeah.
the reason they're being the value because no top 5 running back has made the Super Bowl in the last 10 years.
And that's probably gonna be a continuing trend. Because of the usage rate.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
so let's see.
But at the same time, it still stopped the run, right? First defenses. But
You get what I'm saying? Like it contradicts
But they
itself,
doing
man.
that
It's
with
just,
they doing with front fours though. Decent defensive linemen. They're not necessarily stacking the boxes.
but it's just like, yeah, we'll stack it to stop you, and then the running back will catch the ball. It's like, all right, well, you're gonna stop him from running, but he's gonna catch him in the backfield. It's like Derrick Henry didn't get that much rushing production, but he had his best year catching the ball.
mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
But what you have to understand when there wasn't that many quarterbacks like it is now that's getting paid like they are. So they can afford to pay running backs. Somebody's going to take a hit when all these quarterbacks are getting over 30, 40 mil. It's just economics. Like,
Yeah, because
somebody's
it's
going to
like
be
the new
dumb
trend
on the
now.
tight
Right.
end. And the
I
tight
think
ends
it's the
ain't
new
that
trend
good.
now. It's what quarterback and defensive end are getting the bag now, right? More or less. And receivers
Tight
get
ends,
it.
pass rushers.
Wide receivers, pass rushers. Yep. QBs, wide receivers, pass rushers. That's pretty much the top of the list.
Yeah, QBs are getting 40, receivers are getting almost 15, pass rushers
They're
are getting
taking up
almost
more than
20.
30% of the salary.
Quentin Williams
Them
got
three
21.
positions.
Oh, yeah, the D tackle position. Don't even wait for that number to start affecting. Guys wanting to hold out too.
But hey, I'm gonna open up the link. Anybody have something else on their mind before I open up the floodgates? That way, if y'all have something to say, I want y'all to get it off.
What was Patrick Mahomes' cap hit last year? What was his cap hit last year, Mahomes?
I think that was his last year of his. I think right of the big one. I think the big contract kicked in last year or this year. Or I think it kicked in last year.
I thought it was last year.
I think
Right.
the big sum kicked in last year, and then the little gets it fluctuates throughout the next 2. It goes up and down.
Yeah, because that's why they had
because
to
he
get
had to
rid
have
of
gotten
Tyreek Hill.
paid first, right? So I think he started collecting last year. It was his first time on that big contract.
Yeah. Like Deshaun Watson taking $1 million last year, and Aaron Rodgers helping him out this year.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then this year he'll take $35 million.
He started last year. He got 34 last year.
That's crazy.
Right. So that's the first time his
really
quarterback took a large
really
chunk of this team salary without losing a whole bunch. He lost one piece, but not a lot of pieces.
Mm-hmm. I think Kadarius Toney he's not gonna be he's gonna be like a poor man's Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, that's what he is. That's pretty much what they got him for, Jake Money. They become that.
I seen him
that breakaway ability.
I seen him I played at Florida, and he's the reason why him and
Right.
what was the guy
Kyle
from
Pitts.
Atlanta? Kyle Pitts,
Kyle Pitts. Yep.
is the reason why they make Kyle Trask a freaking Heisman finalist.
Right. Yep.
They can't get
Kyle
off his
Pitts and
contract
Coney.
until 2026.
Good grief. That's a good ways off.
Mahomes contract. Who contract?
He signed a 10-year. He signed a 10-year deal, right?
Yeah, it was like a $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
Good grief.
Like a 10-year deal for $500 million. But they can restructure it at the tail end.
Yeah, that
They'll
reminds
give
me
it
of
to
the
them
joke.
all. I'm surprised they didn't guarantee the whole damn thing.
No,
But
they're gonna restructure it at 27 because it's a $62 million hit that year.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why
They'll just bring it down to like 50 or 40 something.
The year
And
before
redo
that, if they cut it, it'd only be 44.8 dead. So that's why they're gonna restructure it.
What was his
26.
draft pick when Kansas City picked him?
So I think he was 10th. Because the
And
Bears went up and got Trubisky in front of him.
And he was picked in the first round.
Trubisky's supposed to have been a better prospect, I suppose.
Yeah, it was first round.
Oh,
that's still biting him in the butt. The Bears said, "Nope, we'll have Trubisky, please. Give us Trubisky."
Yeah, man. Trubisky, first overall pick too.
That sucked when you leapfrog in front to pick somebody ahead of a generational talent.
Mm-hmm. But to be honest with you, I mean,
because that's the first round. Nobody's mad about not picking Tom Brady because he was the very last pick of the draft. Nobody saw that one coming, so they can excuse themselves for not picking Brady. You know what I'm saying? But you can't excuse yourself for missing on Mahomes.
Well, here's the thing. I think Patrick Mahomes would have been a good quarterback in Chicago, but I don't think he'll have the 2 championships that he has right now in Chicago. At least under especially under Matt Nagy.
It was kind of a perfect.
He was the head coach when he got drafted, Matt Nagy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then again, who knows?
He might be. You never know. Yeah, who they would have gotten? Because Khalil Mack was still there, right?
Khalil Mack,
they still had defense. Yeah, Fangio was there. So the defense would have been intact. So he could have, they could have just got him some weapons afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody has an NFL,
who knows? The balance of power will be in the NFC if that's the case.
Mm-hmm. Then the Walrus would have lost his job already.
Yep, the Walrus would have lost his job.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, he probably still would have been able to hold on though, because he worked magic with McNabb and Alex Smith. Just couldn't get over the hump.
Oh yeah, and shit, he won 3 games. He won a couple of games with Matt Moore. Well, then again,
Moore.
What y'all think about Matt Moore? You talking about the quarterback we had, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What y'all really think about him?
I think he is what you want. He is the ideal backup quarterback, in my opinion.
Yep.
The ideal.
Okay, so you don't think he's more talented than that?
Nah, I don't think he's a starter.
I mean, he can show flashes, but Shake Money, you don't want him as your backup quarterback if you're trying to get the number 1 pick, a la Peyton Manning or not Peyton Manning or somebody like that or Andrew Luck.
Yeah,
he kept us. He's the reason why Andrew Luck is not playing football.
No. What I'm trying to say is, do y'all think he could have be a starting quarterback if he went to another team?
Probably. I don't think he would have had success.
Well, he was starting at one point, wasn't he, when he was with Carolina, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
When he just started for a year?
Yeah. What's going on, Lewis?
What's up, Lewis?
The troublemakers here. The troublemakers here. What's going on, fellas? What's good?
What's going on, man? Your absence, man. We was wondering what happened if you got kidnapped or something. Maybe you went to the Durham Snipe football camp or something.
Stop, man. Stop. Look, I'm going.
Hey, listen, he's got to report to his boss. And I'm not talking about the job. I'm talking about his boss at home.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Shout out to my beautiful wife. It's her birthday tomorrow, so we'll be leaving
Okay.
later tonight to Siesta Key. I'm down here waiting to get my hair cut, get right. But I seen all y'all up here, man. What's good? What's good? What's going on? What we talking about?
Oh, boy.
What's
We
on your
talking-
mind, man?
We talking Dalvin? We talking Dalvin Cook right now?
No, we
Yeah,
finished
man.
talking but you could go ahead and bring it up if you want to. Apparently, according to Ennis, it was something that happened back in 2021. So
I don't know. Listen, I don't know when it happened. Right? Let me start off by saying, and this is why I wanted to be on camera. This is what I be talking about. And shout out to everybody on the panel, by the way, and everybody in chat. Salute to all y'all. This is the problem that I have with this fan base. And I don't want it to come off as me talking stuff, like talking shit, right, about Dalvin Cook. It's allegations at this point. And I know that woman, that video has come out, the surface of what happened in the house, and I get all that, right? I'm not saying the woman's at fault. I'm not even saying Dalvin's at fault. This is the problem, though, that I have with this community, right? This is what it is. The first time we heard about Deshaun Watson and any allegation, it doesn't matter how many women came out. It doesn't matter about none of that. The first allegation, Deshaun Watson was the R word, which is rapist. This is the last time I'm going to say it. He was a rapist, right? He was male chauvinist pick. What all the narratives you want to throw at Deshaun Watson, right? And the only reason we did that, right, or certain people did that, it was because Deshaun Watson was coming for Tua Tagovailoa's job. We all know it. Now we're dealing with allegations, the same things we were dealing with Dalvin or with Deshaun Watson. Allegations, right? We were quick to blame Deshaun Watson. Now absolgations have surfaced about Dalvin Cook. You see all the excuses we're making, and again, I'm not. It could be right. Dalvin could be absolved of everything he's been accused of, and it is what it is. What I'm asking for is that same energy from everybody else, because I ain't gonna lie. It looks to me, when I'm listening around wherever I've been today, right? It sounds like a lot of excuses making. I'm just gonna be real. That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like we were, well, this and this and this. Where's all that energy at? You see, it's
man,
funny to me.
it's weird, man. It's very weird.
Because when you want a player, you can look past whatever, right? You can look past allegations at this point. But when Watson it wasn't what's it called. I'm just saying, bro, it doesn't look good in the community like that. And that everybody knows me already. I've been calling out the hypocrisy in this fan base for months already. And I agree, Ace for Faith. You can say what you want. We can talk about the woman. The woman might be crazy. I get it. I'm not blaming Dalvin Cook one bit. And I know there's certain people that said they don't want Dalvin. I'm not even saying I don't want him. I would still take Dalvin Cook. All I'm asking for, again, is for the hypocrisy in the fan base to stop. Because if you're going to kill one man, right, then we should do it for everybody that has allegations. And it just, to me, to Capitalize point, it just seems a little fishy. That's all I'm saying, bro. It is what it is.
Can I push back a little bit? Nah, he's right as far as the fan base. But I be at spaces, Louis, with other fan bases, and during that time, it wasn't just our fan base. That's all I'm saying. Like, I am not excusing or making excuses for ours, because you're right. And from a person that's been lied on and went through that, but not on that level, because I'm nobody just having to deal with that in my neighborhood, being accused of something until I had to go to court and prove my innocence. So I'm the first one agreeing with you as far as the Watson thing. When that was going on, I'm gonna tell you, I never passed judgment saying he was guilty. I said the optics, because I've been through that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But I wasn't a player that everybody was dependent on. It was just people in my neighborhood was looking at me crazy because I got arrested for it. And when I got out, it was like I was guilty till I went to court and proved that she lied or whatever. I'm not saying comparing it to Tyreek or Cook's situation or Watson's. I'm just saying, like, I've been lied on as far as that aspect. So that's what I was telling my people earlier when it first came out. Like, we need to stop. Until you know everything, you cannot pass judgment on nobody. Because if it was you being lied on, and you would not like the looks of people looking at you like, man, that's that dude whispering as you walk by, and or just putting on Facebook, yeah, that nigga guilty, man. That nigga, you're not gonna like
Mm-hmm.
that. Trust me, I've
Right.
been in them shoes. So I agree with you on that point, Lewis. But I'll just say it wasn't only our fan base doing it at that time. That's all I'm adding, and that's not cool from fans or anything. Period. Regular
Well,
life.
and I get that. And again, that's why I preface. I don't, I'm not choosing any sides here, right? And to your point, and I'm not saying it was only Dolphin
No,
fans.
I
It's
said
what
that. I said that. Like, it ain't just us, but I agree with you. You're right. Our fan base
right.
too.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. See, at the end of the day, I get it. It wasn't only our fan base, but at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about any other fan base.
No,
I
I
only
know.
care. I only worry about what our Dolphins are doing. And I'm just saying, I think it's real funny. And this is when the subject comes up, right? And we talk about it all the time. Get out of your feelings about a certain player. I just think from our fan base perspective, right? We killed Deshaun Watson because, in my opinion, and let me say, what I'm saying it has nothing to do with the Finch tailgate. It has nothing to do with any man up here. I'm just giving my opinion. I felt the Dolphin fan base killed Deshaun Watson over Tua Tagovailoa because if Watson came here, that means Tua was out the door, right? And that's why they killed that man. And now all of a sudden, I'm not saying that Dalvin Cook has done anything. I'm just going by the pure allegations. And now all of a sudden, because we're clamoring for Dalvin Cook, and everybody says, "Oh my God, we need Dalvin Cook, and it's a player we like." Now we'll come up with every excuse for him. We'll blame the girl. We have no problems, right, doing that for Dalvin Cook. But when there was a lot of people, again, saying that same shit about Watson, well, it just seems fishy. It seems like the girls are trying to play him for money. It seems like, right? When we used to do that front and
Actually,
back,
Lewis, I was
and,
the one on that limb
and,
that when I said they was all
well,
gold
but
diggers
that
from day
and
one.
that's what I'm saying, Crypto. And how much pushback did you get from the fan base for saying that? How much
A whole
pushback?
bunch. Yeah,
And
I
that's
went out
what
on that limb and said that from
that's
the
Yeah,
what I'm
very
bro.
saying.
start.
Hey, a
They
lot of
had
That's what I'm
friendships
saying.
were
235 million reasons to do what they did.
a lot of friendships were broken because of that, man. A
But
lot of
but
people got
but
into a
it's
lot of heat because of that. But now all of a
It's
but
the
sudden
like
it's
hypocrisy, bro. It's the
but
yeah,
like
it's
hypocrisy.
Lewis,
just
Hey, hey,
Lewis,
Louis.
like you said,
eh,
it's people that the feelings involved. The people that didn't want Watson were doing that, and now the people that don't want Cook are on the opposite side of doing what they did to Watson. Like you saying, the people that's sticking up
I
for
agree. I agree with
Cook
that
are
one,
making excuses. I can say the same people that wanted Watson were making
and I
excuses.
agree. And see,
So
Ennis, and that's
No,
where we and
I
again,
was only doing that innocent because I know that they are gold diggers out there, and the judge backed me up
and,
with that whole statement that she made of all the women that were doing that verbatim,
right.
basically
and
calling them gold
Can I
and
diggers.
you
add
see
something?
it.
Can I add something to crypto? What crypto was saying? Like you remember crypto? Like what was the biggest thing you and I were fighting against when that narrative was going on? We weren't excusing the man. What we were saying is the biggest thing that peeved me was these people that would come out. And I'm sorry if somebody takes offense to this that was out there doing it, but yeah, this is meant for you if you were doing this. People that were out there saying, well, I've got a daughter and blah, 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 and this and that. Like, first of all,
Yeah,
what the fuck does your
it's
daughter have
using the
anything to
daughter
do with
thing,
whoever Deshaun
right?
Watson had involvement with? Secondly, the man has not even been proven to be guilty of nothing. And you're talking about being self-righteous about, well, if a man did this to my daughter and I've got daughters. Yeah, well, what about the son that you might have that's been
That's
falsely
being
accused? What
accused,
about him?
right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are somebody's sons
And
that's
so
being
Yeah, it's a
that's
slippery
what
slope.
peeved
on the
me
other end
back
of the
at the whole
ledger.
thing was these people that would come out and be like, oh, I've got 4 daughters and blah. Like, okay, so you take your sanctimonious bullshit somewhere else because you break the law too and you've got 4 daughters. So what's that mean? You know what I mean? Like, how does that make a
Yeah,
person an authority on something? Because, oh, this guy was accused of doing something to a female. So because I've got 4 daughters, I'm supposed to take extra offense to an accusation? It's still just an accusation. And what about the mother of Deshaun Watson? You don't think she's out there going, I've got 2 sons or whatever when they're being falsely accused?
Right.
Like, what the hell's the difference? People just need to
Exactly.
keep their mouth shut when they don't know the facts. Like Ennis keeps saying, you don't. Nobody knows nothing. If you don't know the facts, hey, give your opinion, but don't get all self-righteous. Like, well, if this was my daughter and blah blah blah. You don't even know if it was his daughter. You don't even know if anybody's daughter got hurt in any way because it's just an accusation.
See, I got twin girls and I got a son. So I see it from Dalvin's point and I see it from the
Exactly.
female's point. Like, but I don't
Exactly,
know the
Ennis.
facts.
So
I'm
are
not
you
gonna
going to be
pass
out there and
judgment.
be like,
If it's only
yo,
one. Right. Exactly.
based on what somebody randomly accused Deshaun Watson of, I'm going to be extra hateful towards the man because you've got 3 daughters? Like, that don't add up to me.
Every situation is different.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Because
when I was
none
saying
of
mine,
them 22 women were any of your daughters, you know?
that's why I said my
Yeah.
situation was different. Every case is different, but they put it
Case
out
by
there
case.
like it's just bland and it's cut dry.
It's just people
it's not
trying to
cut
be
dry.
self-righteous, and it's people trying to jump
Yeah.
the shark and be self-righteous before everybody else. See, I was the one saying he's a piece of shit before everybody else. That's what they're after,
Right.
bro.
So they could be first to the Exactly.
And same on the other side. See, I told you he's an innocent little angel before anybody else did. It's the same on both sides.
Yeah.
I just suggest people, reserve their opinion until it can be an educated one.
Exactly. Let's just wait and
Judge
see
actually
what
says one way or another.
You don't have to. We got First Amendment. You don't have to. I'm just saying, as an older man in this world, who has made it his way down the bottom end of the Dunning-Kruger slope, I would just highly suggest people reserve their opinion until they know more.
And as another old man on this panel, I would suggest the same thing because we don't know all the information and the facts and whatever. So we just gotta wait and see. And until then, just like they say in the court, he's innocent until proven guilty. Innocent till proven guilty. Just remember those words: innocent till proven guilty. To speculate, come up with your own opinion does not really matter until we get the facts.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Absolutely, and that's all I'm saying, Mr. Paul. See,
Hey, and then there was people of color. And if you don't have no daughters, you couldn't know. Well, why couldn't I know?
I don't have no children at all. But I still feel the same way. He's innocent until proven guilty. It's not just, and it's just not a Dalvin Cook thing. I said for any other player that is being accused of something. Until we know the facts, and that's the word, facts.
I mean,
There's a
look.
difference between facts and speculation. Until we know the facts, the man is innocent till proven guilty.
I mean, right. The burden of proof is on the accuser. Just like the person that's accusing Tua of being a good quarterback, the burden of proof is on them. We don't know yet.
Again, I get everybody's point. All I was trying to say when I came up here is I want that damn same energy. That's all I'm looking for. If you did it for Deshaun Watson and we accuse that man for allegations, then hell no, I don't give a fuck what else has come out. I don't give a fuck about none of that. There's allegations against Dalvin Cook. Where's that same energy from our fan base? Because, again, this is why people go so hard and they want to talk about, the divide. Well, this is why there's a divide. Because when I'm positive about the team now. I love Tua being the quarterback. I think he's going to succeed. I've always been down the middle. The fucking problem is there are people in this fan base that will never be down the middle. They're one-sided. They're always talking about there's a bias. Yeah, from people that want to always it's making the excuses. All I want is people to be 10 toes down no matter what. If you say something, stand on it. Believe it. Don't go back. Don't make these excuses. And it's just funny to me. And again, that's why I'm going to call it out. It just felt like Deshaun Watson, he was guilty with the first allegation because he was coming for Tua's job. And now since Tua has nothing to do with this running back story, oh, we can make every excuse in the world for Dalvin Cook. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he should be at least me. I'm not going to kill Dalvin. I'm just saying for the guys that killed Deshaun Watson.
No, I'm not.
Where's the same pressure for Dalvin Cook? That's what I want. Where's the same pressure? Keep the same energy. Because what they're dealing with now with Dalvin Cook, allegations, is the same shit y'all killed Deshaun Watson for, was allegations.
And by the way, Lewis, I brought it up earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but they also killed Deshaun Elliott just for saying something about who's that guy?
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. I'm like, damn, bro, you act
Absolutely.
like he fucking murdered 2 puppies or something.
Bro, it's not only that. Again, people want to talk about the divide, right? I'll give you more scenarios. Fuck a player. Anybody in the mainstream media, right, that has a job, like Josina Anderson, right? Josina Anderson don't have to be a fan of Tua Tagovailoa, right? But these people will come out and kill Josina Anderson and find 5 stories where she was wrong. Well, show me the motherfucker in this world that has been perfect on everything they've written about. Find me the person that every time they speak is Billy the fucking gospel. They don't fucking exist.
Lewis. You know, Lewis. You remember?
Hold on, Color.
Sure.
Because Josina Anderson has a negative take on Tua, they'll discredit her. They'll tell her she's not credible. She doesn't know nothing. Right? It's bullshit, bro.
It's like what we were taught in customer service, though, Lewis. You know, it's the you can get 50 positive surveys, but it's that one negative survey that the whole entire company's talking about and having your coaching session on you for. You know what I mean? Like they only hear the negative one, man.
The negative story.
All I want, again, is just the same energy for everybody. Because, again, Tua is more polarizing. I get it. And I'm not even trying to shit on Tua. Everybody knows I'm positive on Tua this season. The problem is just the excuse making and the narratives that will go to the length and the extremes that will go to protect Tua. We don't do that shit for Austin Jackson. We don't do that shit for Liam Eichenberg.
Or Noah, or Durham Smythe, or our tight end one, or our tight end one, you know.
Absolutely. We don't do that shit for Durham Smythe.
That's a fact.
How many times have you heard me, when I've argued with Lewis about Durham Smythe, how many times have you heard me throw in his face, well, he's tight end 1, deal with it.
Absolutely.
How many times have I said that to Lewis in our debate about Durham Smythe? 0. Because I don't need to tell Lewis who tight end 1 is. That's such patronizing bullshit. It's unreal.
Well,
he's QB1, Color. Get over it. He's QB1. What do I have to get over if he's a great quarterback? Why should I have to get over anything if he's great?
Well, no,
I should be happy.
But this is the thing right here. Before I go, I'm gonna go get my hair cut now, so I'm gonna be bowing out. But this is the difference, right? Me and Color, or me and Ennis, or me or whoever can have a conversation with Durham Smythe. Ennis has never told me I'm not credible. Color never comes at my family. I don't go at them like that. We have a healthy debate, and whether they're right or I'm right or whoever's wrong, we keep it pushing, right? But if that conversation let's turned out to a conversation, addresses will need to be dropped, right? Well, it's this and why? Because
or at the very least, you're getting a patronizing, condescending attitude, like, well, he's QB1, deal with it. Like, that's not an argument. We know he's QB1. We're trying to tell you the organization is stupid at that time for making him QB1. We're not arguing whether who's QB1.
Everybody always tells me.
Now, obviously, I'm talking about previous arguments. I'm not talking about how I feel about the man now. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I ain't never thrown, well, Durham's tight end 1, Lewis, so your arguments are all shit.
Everybody always tells me, and this is the last thing I'll say on it, right? That we have to believe in the Dolphins, right? If they're donning a Dolphin helmet and uniform, we have to give them grace and we have to praise them, right? No, we might as well just change that and say we only do that for Tua. Me included, because I killed Durham Smythe, right? Everybody kills Liam Eichenberg. We weren't talking about Liam Eichenberg today for 2 hours today, killing him, saying how trash he was. I know there's other people that heard that same conversation, and I'm not saying it's wrong.
I
What I'm
wasn't in there at
saying
time.
is, what I'm saying is, if we're gonna do that, then don't tell me when we start having a conversation about Tua, well, we have to build them up because they're Dolphin players. We only do that for a certain player, and that's all I'm saying. If you're one of those people that want to be like that, hey, congratulations, you can do that. I
Nah, they
just
do
know
that
for
for
me,
Christian Wilkins.
I'm not. Well, again, there you go.
Building
There's people
Christian
that do
Wilkins
that for
up.
Christian Wilkins.
Now
Absolutely.
Bro, we've
Ennis,
been
he's the
trashing
leader in the
Gaskin
locker
for
room.
We've been trashing Gaskin for 2 straight off seasons, and the guy keeps making the team, bro.
I've been crashing them for 3. So.
Right. Fair enough. It is
Absolutely.
fair
Absolutely.
enough.
Like,
But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's still on the team.
Still on the team.
He still
Yeah.
makes the team every year.
but Lewis is right.
He made it through 2 administrations, Color 2.
And I used to say the same shit. Like, we do the shit for players we like. We fight for the players we like, and the players we don't like, we bash. If certain people have certain players that they stronger about, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people
Yeah, they have a
and
bias towards.
Needham and Trill, like, they are really fighting for it. Because I don't think they make the roster, and people are calling me crazy. I'm like, oh, all right, just because you see higher in those players, that doesn't mean I have to. I'm not forcing you. Like, me and Lewis can debate about Smite, but I'm not forcing him to take my opinion about how I feel about Smite. He has a
1000%.
Do you
different
guys
view.
do you guys feel?
Than I do. That's it.
I don't want to talk out of term here, but do you guys feel like the force feed narrative with Perform players is because Perform is local and they have players that play for Miami and we want them to excel, but like we try to force feed players from that camp with the Dolphins?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Because Christian Wilkins is not a Perform player, but they go hard in the paint for Christian Wilkins. So
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like Tua, Mostert, Cook, they're all from Perform also.
No,
it's like
no, because I'll give Ennis credit. Ennis don't believe in Raheem Mostert, and he has every right to feel that way. But Raheem Mostert is working out with Nick Hicks and Perform. And Ennis,
that's what I just said.
Worked out with Superman. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So no, I don't believe it has nothing to do with Nick and Perform. I don't believe that. Again, Tua is just, there's guys that love him and there's guys that hate him, and then there's guys that are neutral and have always been neutral, right? And that's, bro, whether it's Tua, the point I'm trying to say is, whoever it is, Liam Eichenberg, Austin Jackson, Jerome Baker, get the same energy for him. It don't have to be you go hard in the paint for Tua and then everybody else can get killed, or praise Christian Wilkins and then kill everybody else. Bro, it don't have to be like that. If everybody is preaching the same thing, we're all Dolphin fans and we want what's best for the Dolphins. And what everybody tells me is, as long as they're donning aqua and orange, we got to be behind them. Well, let's do it. Me included. I know y'all have heard me kill Durham Smythe. I'm telling you, I'm wrong for doing it. But, bro, we always talking about, again, the divide and this, how we going to come over it. We got to be better as a fucking community then. We got to start preaching what we say. And it just seems to me, again, with certain players, I don't want it just to be about Tua, because I've seen the same shit with Christian Wilkins. Get out of y'all's feelings about a certain player. Be 10 toes down on the football team. That's all I want. The same energy for everybody. Am I wrong for wanting that?
No, because I feel the same way about Connor Williams. But go ahead, Mr. Park. I'm sorry.
No, because just like I said, I was attached to, if y'all remember, Gerald Dokes a couple of years, 1 or 2 years back. And the thing I learned is that you cannot get attached to these players because we don't know what the front office are going to do, with the players being on the roster. If they're not contributing the way that the office and the coaches want, we have no say-so if they decide to move on from that play. We just don't have no say-so. So the thing I learned from Daryl Dokes is to be neutral with every player that wears the Miami Dolphin helmet, to be neutral. And then, like I said, if they contribute to us being a champion team, so be it. But if not, we have to learn to let go and move on from that player. And it's not our decision to make anyway. They're going to make these decisions whether we like that player or not. But I understand what Lou is saying because I've been neutral with Tua and other players, and then when I go to some now I'm not calling no names out. When I go to certain platforms and I say something, okay, well you're a Tua hater or you're a Tua lover. No, I'm neutral, and I've always been neutral. But like I said, it's sad because if you if you say your opinion about a player because you see something that you don't like, okay, you label a hater or you label a lover, and that's why I say you have to be neutral. You can't just get attached to these players because you don't know if they're going to be on the team or not. So
yeah, I'm gonna say I actually watched that evolution from Mr. Polk with Jared Dokes because because Mr. Polk's been following what I've been saying. He's been following along with me with Myles Gaskin, and it's like, how many times does Jared Dokes have to get relegated to the practice squad? Myles Gaskin make the team before we decide maybe they're not just hiding this guy. Maybe he just can't get on the field. You know what I mean? At some point, you got to be like, yo, if everybody thinks Myles Gaskin is such garbage, which I'm not going to say he's a world beater, but if that's the case, then why can't Jared Dokes get on the field? We can't be hiding a guy for 4 years. You know what I mean? At some point, you got to be like, I might have liked the guy. I might have had high aspirations for him, but obviously the team don't. Feeling the same way about Cameron Good. I don't understand why the man hasn't seen the field based on what I've seen from his tape. But obviously, they're in the mix. They are with him every day. They see what's going on at practice, and they know. So I can't really say much about it. If Cameron Good don't ever get on the field, I'm going to stop thinking that about him. You know what I mean?
Same with Channing Tindall. Because I feel the same way you do with Cam Good with Channing Tindall. But the thing I have to realize is that if Channing Tindall doesn't get the playbook or he doesn't perform the way that he should, then we're going to move on from him. So I can't get too attached to Channing Tindall. So, you have to, just like what Lewis said, you have to have, all feet on the ground, and you have to be neutral when it comes down to these players. You can't just get too attached to them and your feelings, because the front office and the coaches are not going. They're not going to listen. They're not going to go by what your heart says and what you feel about that player. They're going to go by, hey, we got to get the people. We got to get the roster so that we can make it to the championship and make it to the Super Bowl. Even if have to move on from a player.
Right. Another great example is Lynn Bowden. Does everybody remember not a year and a half ago when Lynn Bowden was Tua's best friend in the planet?
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't say nothing you couldn't throw no shade on Lynn Bowden. The dude never even made the team. And I think the Patriots just cut him like last season. Where's the guy at now?
Yeah, he just got cut. And
oh, we're going to do all this and that with him. Oh, they got big plans. They're hiding him. He's Tua's best friend. Blah, blah, blah. Dude ain't even in the league hardly anymore.
Right, he just got cut. I don't know where he at now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him all the offseason.
That wasn't even a year ago. We're talking about Lynn Bowden's Tua's best friend.
Yeah, they were training during the offseason.
It's offseason, exactly. They even had a video of that.
You see Barrios and training with him also, and you see Craycraft, makes you think.
Right, and I'm bringing up something. When I say this now, it's going to start some controversy with Eazy-E. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Wes Welker was one of the ones urging to get Eazy-E, but now we got to see if Eazy-E going to make the team or not. I can't say if he going to or not. You just got to wait and see. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, look at the praise we heap onto Wes Welker. Oh, he's a former Dolphin. We got him back, even though he whooped our ass for 21 years or 15 years. Okay, whatever. We got him back. Oh, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread as a wide receiver coach. Then why is our star wide receiver dropping footballs in a playoff game? Why is our star receiver lacking certain fundamentals, or having lapses, I should say, of fundamentals when we've got Wes Welker as our wide receiver coach? You don't think in his daily duties, Wes Welker could find the time to remind the squad to keep their eyes on the ball? That's the most important thing? Or is he just there for the show? Is he just there for the face? And the blue eyes?
And that's coming from somebody who was a wide receiver with this color. So he knows.
You give me 1 weekend with Jalen Waddle, that man will never drop a football again that touches his hands.
Are you gonna glue them on there?
I don't need to be I don't need to be Wes Welker to tell the man what he needs to know.
Yeah.
Technically, he don't need me to tell him what he needs to know because he knows what I'm saying. He just needs to be reminded. That's what coaching is.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Retrain.
Hey, but anyway, I know people are chomping at the bit to come on the panel, so I'm gonna drop with no further ado.
I thought you already dropped it. I'm all chopping away like it's open panel time.
Open the floodgates, shake. Open the floodgates.
It's kind of like running of the bulls in Spain. He just opened up that gate and all the bulls came running in.
Oh, it's gonna be one
and if you can you post it to the top of the chat? Hear me? Can you post it to the color? Can you?
Yeah. Yep, I got you.
Thank you.
That's one thing I never understood. Those people in Spain out there, just chomping at the bit to get run down by a freaking angry bull, man. I just never understood that. That's just nonsense. That's pure insanity.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Actually, what's even more insanity? There's men who pay women to kick them in the balls. So.
Right. Right.
I heard you thinking about it.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Some jobs, some occupations is just not worthwhile.
No, but
I applaud it, but hell, shit, it's not worth it.
You right on that run with the Bulls thing, man. I've seen that a couple of times. I said, "Oh my goodness! If you ain't gonna if you ain't get the horns, you're gonna get trampled.
You're gonna get trampled, right? Well, it's like pick your poison: the horn or that you get run over by it.
Exactly. Mm-mm.
Here we go. And speaking of guys who get paid to get kicked, I think he kicks. He pays to kick people in the balls. It's Michael K. What's going on, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Michael K?
I got my new name. I got my new avatar. I'm anti-condescending douche.
Okay.
Anti-condescending douche.
If you don't know who that is, that's a picture. That's a picture of Mark Krajewski.
That's not Eber.
What's that?
That's not Eber.
No, that's him. He's the one that thinks he's constantly always on the up and up and not making.
Oh yeah.
He's not saying anything aggravating.
I thought that was Ebert from Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah,
it could be. It could be. His latest thing was he's put together so many rosters because he's coached high school and junior colleges, but he won't give up any names.
Okay.
You got to go to your local library and search it.
No, my buddy's sister she pays for that, so you can go to any yearbook and get any photo out of that yearbook from that school from that year. So it's easily proven to be a lie or proven to be accurate, but he won't give up the names.
Oh shit! Can you get my yearbook from Carroll City High?
Yeah, give me the year and stuff. I'll have her look it up.
All right, cool. I'll text it to you.
Yeah.
As long as
whatever you
long
do,
as it's not anybody going to the Florida Gators.
Whatever you do, Michael K., do not look up Lake Worth High School junior ROTC program from the early 90s. Whatever you do.
I got to go over there. I got to gear up because I almost.
Yeah, I want to look up near North Korea Metropolitan High School from '89 to 93.
How's it going, Papa Paul?
Good, good. How are y'all doing?
Hey, by the way, how's the missus?
She's doing good. She's doing good.
Hey, by the way, one of the reasons I can't make it to the training camp is the only day my mechanic could see me is on the 4th.
Hey, no problem. Like I said, I can transfer you some tickets for other days and stuff if you want to go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. I put 30,000 miles on my car, and I can't neglect my car.
Huh.
Hey,
30,000. That's
Yeah.
that you barely riding, Shake, with 30,000 miles.
Oh, I'll do that a year.
Oh,
that ain't
year?
nothing.
Oh man, that's brutal. Did you
That
driving
ain't
a
nothing.
truck?
No, it's my car, my personal car.
They don't. What do they give you for mileage? Like 53 cents?
No, they give me a car allowance.
Oh, you don't get paid by the mile?
No, I get a car allowance and a gas card.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so well that works out then because then
Yeah,
you can
that
put
works out.
gas in whenever you need it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. As long as you're getting that old trusty fuel card, you good to go.
Shit, my brother, my brother puts like over almost 60 in his a year.
What, 60,000?
Yeah.
Man. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to trade it in after 3 years. You know,
Well,
man.
I had a truck, Shake, that I put 76,000 on it in 1 year.
Damn. I know my area manager did that too because he goes from Tampa to Florida to Miami to Tampa to Miami. He's constantly doing those big drives.
But I only left the state of Florida one time in that truck.
Oh yeah.
In 3 years, I actually had over 200,000 miles on it.
Damn.
Man, that's a lot of
Just in the state of Florida?
Just in the state.
Just in the state of Florida.
Wow.
One time I went to New Orleans with it.
Mm-hmm.
New Orleans?
What's that, like a 7-hour drive from Miami or something like that?
No, not New Orleans. No. Tallahassee.
New Orleans is more of about a 12 to 14-hour drive.
Yeah.
Really? Is that
8
long?
hours.
That's
yeah, you
That's why I was thinking it was going to be. Okay.
You got to go through You got to go through Alabama and Mississippi before you get to Louisiana.
Well, yeah, but that's a short section of those two states, though.
Well, Mississippi, Alabama's long, isn't it?
Well, Alabama.
No, you're going through the, you're going through the panhandle.
Mississippi, but not a whole lot.
Right. It's a real small section of the state.
Yeah, you talking about really I-10
But just going
from
from the Tampa area up to the Panama is like 8 hours.
Yeah, and
just to get to Panama City? And Pensacola?
Panama City's about 6 hours to Panama City. Pensacola, which is farther down,
I went to school in
8 to
Pensacola.
9 hours in Pensacola.
Holy cow! I didn't even realize it was that long, that far away from Pensacola to Tampa. I thought it was only like 4 or 5 hours.
We used to go up to Destin every summer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Pensacola's on the border.
State.
Yeah, Pensacola's on the border of Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right there on the border there. Yep. And you probably were like maybe 3 hours away from New Orleans. Once you get there, once you're in Pensacola.
No. I'm trying to think. Well, 3 to 4.
I forget because I went there, because I drove through there to go back up north.
It also depends on how fast you drive, whether you want to get pulled over or not.
Just don't speed in Mississippi. That's a dangerous thing.
Don't speed.
I got lucky. I didn't get pulled over in Mississippi.
Well,
I did 90 through the entire state.
I remember years ago, you couldn't do 90 on I-10 going through Mississippi. It was rough as hell.
Yeah. It's pretty much straight shot now, going through the bayous. No
Oh,
gas
it went through
stations
the
for like
bayous,
90
but it was
miles.
just it went through the bayous. It was just rough as hell. It wasn't a smooth ride.
Oh yeah.
They finally repaired the road.
It's like no gas stations for like a mile. They'll tell you to fill up before you hit them. Cause
Oh
it's
hell,
like
that ain't
I-10.
no
nothing.
miles.
Take
I think you talking about
I-10.
I-10.
Take I-10 through Texas. Once you pass San Antonio, it's like desolate.
Yeah, that's how San Antonio. Yeah.
You leaving Tallahassee on I-10 heading west. Yeah, you're gonna start seeing less gas stations. So
I
Tallahassee.
mean,
yeah, leaving Tallahassee, going west on I-10. Well, really, I-10. When you get on I-10, period, you're gonna start seeing less gas stations and like those places you pull off to go to the bathroom. Whatever. You're not gonna see as much of that
yeah.
like you would on 75 or 95. But see,
Yeah, you got
I-10
much
runs
more on
east,
95.
I went
east west.
I went from Daytona Beach all the way to Tucson, Arizona by myself.
Wow.
That's a haul. It's a whole long haul.
But I mean,
So
I
like
used
1,600 mile drive. That's a
more
long
than
haul.
that. It's over 2,000.
Okay.
It's over 700 miles just to go across the state of Texas.
Yeah, that's the longest stretch. Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest things they did that was good was to change the speed limit from 55. It used to be 50, 55, and then now they had increased it up. That was one of the best moves they made doing that.
Once you pass San Antonio on I-10, it's 80 or 85.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And then most of the troopers don't pull you over unless you're doing at least 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. So you're doing 90, 95.
You're doing you're in the 90s when you're getting pulled over by them. Sometimes in open road they won't even touch you.
Yeah, there were some of
Or
them
they
out
just
there
turn it
in
off.
Texas that they said, they didn't say their name or anything because they were on the radio, but they said a person's got to be doing at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit for them to pull over.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think a couple of those states had no speed limits, and then they start dialing back because people was abusing it, like in Montana.
you don't
Like,
even want
no
want me to
speed
get
limit.
talking about speed limits. I don't know why we have them. No one
Or
does
at
the
least
speed
inside
limit
the city limits.
in the
We have to have them
city.
inside the city.
They still don't do them. They still doing 10, 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. I've seen them all over. You know, if these police officers, you know, they talk about all these accidents from speed. Well, if they actually got out there and wrote speeding tickets, you probably wouldn't have that problem then.
Yeah, I think the only way a cop will pull you if you're doing 10 miles or 15 miles over is if there's a speed trap. That's when they'll pull you over.
Oh,
that speed trap, or if you're in a school zone.
Yeah, they definitely real stricter in school zones because likewise you got kids out there.
So that's zero tolerance. Zero tolerance in school zone. Zero tolerance.
In construction,
don't play that.
Because I mean, I have
you
them
got
on
to
the
be a
streets
madman
around
to
me.
do construction.
They're sitting there, they're passing me on double yellow lines, and I'm already doing almost 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, and they'll pass me on double yellow lines because I'm not going fast enough for them.
Yeah, there are people that do that for some reason. Yeah, you got to be a madman to be speeding through a construction zone because you can just be going to a road out or a freaking big ditch that they hole that they undug, and it's just that's even worse to be speeding through a construction zone.
Yeah, I mean that's like playing.
You asking for it at that point. Yeah,
you asking for it. Yeah, that's I agree with you on that, because that's Russian roulette, man. To be speeding through a construction zone? Oh no. No.
But even then, it doesn't matter. They can have a 60 mile an hour speed limit because I see it all up and down 75 because I go from Tampa to Miami all the time. all up and down 75s, construction zone, 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. I still don't see a car going less than 75. Still don't see a car going less than 75. If the cops would get out there in every state, you think about it. Each person, even there's at least 100,000 people on the highways speeding in every state, just about.
That's why they automating it now, because they don't have the manpower to pull you over. They just have the cameras do all the dirty work.
Well, the problem
You
with
got
that is
high-speed
they
cameras
can't.
that'll do
That's
that.
already been ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. They're not allowed to do red light or speeding cameras and all that anymore.
Yeah, because they can't prove
Well,
who's driving the vehicle.
Wisconsin, I know, started doing that.
It's
Started
a
that, but that's some states
violation of
do
the
it.
14th Amendment or 4th Amendment, the
Fourth.
right to
Illegal
face your accuser.
Yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
they did
because there's
first in
no way to
Wisconsin and
prove who's
challenged it.
actually driving.
No, they can prove who's driving. This is what Color said, facing your accuser.
Yeah, you can't. A camera can't be your accuser.
It can't be your accuser, right?
But not only that,
Because high-speed cameras can zoom into who's driving and what license plate it is, but they just can't. You can't face your accuser.
Zoom into the license plates, but if you have dark tinted windows and everything, they can't tell who's actually behind the wheel 90% of the time.
But see, that's why they got
but they'll get most people because a lot of people don't have tints.
Because they will stop you if your windows are tinted too dark. They will actually stop you, give you a ticket, and tell you that if you don't go in.
And I understand that, Mr. Polk, but still, it's just ridiculous. If they got out there, you figure, because you're always complaining about not enough funds for different things. Well, hell, you take 100,000 people and $100 a piece, and that's low for a speeding ticket. $100 a piece times 100,000 a day.
Well,
I'm talking a day. They could have money to fund their police department yearly, and the government wouldn't have to give them money then.
All them Humvees and armored vehicles are expensive, man.
I understand.
Yeah. Exactly. The Humvees, it cost you about $100,000 a piece.
That was a joke, Crypto. I don't think they should be buying that nonsense to begin with. They're not military forces.
Well, the Hummer is chump change Color. How about a freaking F-22 Raptor? That's $180 million.
Right.
Per plane. That's a drop in the bucket. Humvee.
Well, take for instance Jefferson County, Missouri, right? They're the population 200,000 in the entire county, right? And they've got military equipment in their sheriff's department that they go out and do joint operations with the other counties out in the middle of the woods during the summer.
In the woods.
And they're all basically just out there playing war games with all this equipment. I even saw them.
Wasting the taxpayers' money.
I even saw them meet up in the evening time after they were done one day in one of the other counties, and they all met up at a gas station and were like filling up their cooler and beering up and all that. And I'm like, can I go out there and have fun with y'all all day too? Is that something? Right. I mean, I paid for all the stuff. You know what I mean? Like, right, and so I'm just thinking to myself, like. And you should have seen the stuff that they had trailered up, bro. Like this military equipment that they were rolling with in that convoy, dude. And it was like, there's 200,000 people in Jefferson County. Now, let me ask you a question. If all 200,000 of those people up and moved into St. Louis County, what would they need all that equipment for?
They wouldn't need
it. And if you can't answer that question in the affirmative, then you don't need the equipment for your measly 200,000 people. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous, man. It really is. I'm sitting in a county right now with 1.9 million people, and our sheriff's department don't have that stuff, man.
Well, they needed to compensate for their little lines.
For the what are you in Fort Lauderdale area? What county?
No, there's Palm Beach County has 1.9 million people in it. And they ain't near. I'm sure they've got some of that equipment, but they ain't nearly as armed as Jefferson County, Missouri is.
County is right. Yeah. It seemed like the least populous got the most, and the most populous got the least.
Mm.
Well,
'Cause
because the least populous, because the least populous has the least amount of accountability in their law enforcement. Nobody cares.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure Dade County doesn't have it.
Everybody in that county treats those guys like they're demigods, bro.
How many people's in Dade County? I'm sure Dade County doesn't have that many people, that many armored vehicles, or they might start getting them. In Dade County, right? Isn't that the largest county?
I'm not sure what their population is.
I think the Jacksonville is the largest county.
Yeah,
in the
Duval.
state.
Duval County is the largest.
Is that area? Is that area or population?
I'm talking about population.
Population.
It should be Dade County.
I think it's Jacksonville because of the
Jacksonville is by area,
but it's also has the Navy base there. You know,
because I'm thinking that.
And as far as area goes, as far as area goes, Palm Beach County dwarfs Miami-Dade anyway, as far as area goes.
Right, and so does Dade. I think Duval and Jacksonville is the largest.
Like I'm pretty sure Broward and Dade County put together isn't the same size as Palm Beach County in square mileage.
As far as the square mileage, okay.
Yeah, in square mileage, yeah.
Yeah,
because we got a lot of farmland, dude. Like you go west of town here, and it's nothing but sugarcane fields and farmland out to Belglade and Pahokee.
Yeah, Duval County here too. And Duval County is like 99,000 people, and Dade County is 2.6 million. So
yeah, I thought Dade was much larger because of the Miami metro area. I didn't think about Jacksonville City was larger.
Now, area-wise, maybe Jacksonville.
Landmass, Jacksonville is bigger. Yeah.
It'll make more sense for Jacksonville to have more people than shit.
Right, they can at least accommodate more as far as housing development and real estate.
Of course, Orange County probably has more people in it at any given moment of the day. They're just none of them are residents though.
Just residents, right? They going in and out of it, huh?
There's probably easy more people in Orlando on any given day than anywhere else.
Yeah, that's about right. The Magic Kingdom,
among other things, and same with Tampa. You got it's a big college town, so you got a lot of, like, during spring break. I'm sure that Tampa area probably has a large number of people in it.
Yeah, we're a big college town, but we also got the Air Force Base too.
So. Yeah, it's pretty big now. Yeah, Air Force.
Hey, so let me ask y'all: with training camp, do you think they're gonna practice out in the heat, or they're gonna go into the bubble once in a while?
Oh, they'll be out in the heat some.
Yeah, they went out in it last year.
They'll be out there because they wouldn't have open training camp for all of us if they weren't.
Yeah, it's the days when we're not out there that they're training inside the warehouse.
They don't have
it's too miserable outside. If it's too hot and miserable, they'll go inside.
I mean, they're only out there practicing for like 2 hours. It's really not that, but like it's just like a high school practice. It's only like 2 hours. They go run through their fundamentals. They run through some drills. They do some red zone work. That kind of. It's just like a high school practice. Just better equipment, more advanced, and a lot more people on the field.
I'm going to go down there just so I can see Noah Igbenogany. His greatest.
Yeah, Noah is him Benogany. That's right.
No, it does depend on the heat, because I'm gonna tell you why. Today they label today as excessive heat advisory.
Yeah, I'd imagine they probably do that, Mr. Polk. They probably, watch the news, like the warnings and all that. If there's a major heat advisory, they might cancel it, or like for the public or something.
Right, because some days it's heat advisory and some days it's excessive heat advisory. So I'm just guessing that with excessive heat advisory, they may cut their hours outside or have them practice inside.
Bro, we were up close to 115 today for the heat index, man. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, Sunday's supposed to be even hot. It's supposed to be up. If the regular temperature
for Sunday it's supposed to be 96, 97.
Wow.
That's
It
why you
was,
got to
bro,
drink
it was
plenty of
pouring
water.
down. It was pouring down rain without any sun shining. It was 94 degrees earlier while the
That's
rain
the
was
heat.
falling.
That's the
Like,
kind of heat
God,
that make your kidneys fail.
I'm telling you.
You got to freaking keep drinking fluids.
Yeah, because even after it rains and the sun comes back out, man, you talking about hot. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Now, do they charge for training camp tickets?
They shouldn't.
No, it's first come first serve. You have to like get in the website like the first day, otherwise they all get spoken for, and you can get like up to like what 10 or something per person.
Yeah, the bills are 6, but you have to have season tickets.
Well, the season ticket holders get the dibs. I think they got the thing opened up earlier to them, if I'm not mistaken, and they also have a couple practices that only they can go to.
Yeah.
And I think one of the scrimmage games, joint practices, I think they're allowed to go to also.
See, now why don't they go to a local college like the Bills do and the Bengals? Bengals go someplace in Kentucky, and they rent out a college dorm in the facility and have their training camps there.
Well, they were at Nova Southeastern
Right, I was about to
University
say
up
that.
in Davie, and they just built. That was part of the whole renovation plan for the F1 racing that Stephen Ross did. He also built a brand new practice facility at the stadium, so that's where and it's only been in use for like 2 seasons now.
Yeah, thanks. Cause I'm about to bring up Nova because that's what we.
So when Flores got there, and you remember the TNT wall and all that, Michael, I don't know if you were following us deeply enough to remember all that.
No,
that was it. That was at Nova Southeastern University. So it was like Flores's last year was the last year we were at the college.
But you would think though, when all the players, all 90 of them, are in the same dorm, you think the camaraderie would be that much tighter instead of everybody after practice going their own way. You know what I mean? Because everybody's eating together and they're all playing their video games together, and they're studying together.
The problem is, in Florida, a college dormitory is probably the last place you want your professional football players.
Oh yeah. I know you.
Oh, because of no air conditioning and stuff, or just all the kids, all the students in the summer.
Yeah, I think Florida is home to like the first top 3 party schools in the country.
Yeah, there you go, Carver. There you go. Exactly. That's a mixture you don't want to make.
One of them is a college nobody's ever even heard of. It's like Elon or something is the name of it. That was the #1 party school in America, Elon College.
I remember what that's at. I know it's ELON. I don't know what that's at though. Let's see if I can look that up.
It's got to stand for something, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Baylor's another one I hear.
But here's the thing: there's a hotel that's close right near the stadium. They could all go there, rent out the hotel.
Yeah, just for the camaraderie.
Well,
Ain't the place that the Dolphins play at is being what paid by for Baptist Health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Baptist Health, University. I think it's University of Miami or something like that.
Okay, well, no, those 2 different things. Baptist and University of Miami, they're 2 different. Oh boy.
So how's Paris Love? Oh yeah, you said he's doing good, right, Mr. Pope?
Yeah, I talked with Paris earlier today. I called him and then he called me back, and he was just pulling from his house, and he's saying that he's doing good and what have you. The doctors want him to recommend him bed rest until August the 10th or something like that. So I told him, I said, listen, you got to listen to what the doctors are saying. You got to rest and let your body heal, because when you go out and start moving around, you're just making your situation worse. And then when you have shortness of breath, you're out there in that sun, all that stuff is not helping you. You got to do what they tell you to do. You got to rest and let your body heal. Dolphin Nation is not going away. It's going to still be here. And I also told them everybody is suggesting the same thing, that you rest and get better.
And he needs to also stop stressing over the things he has no control over.
Exactly, Paul. Exactly.
I talked to him a couple of times today myself. He sounds good, but he needs to put the phone down for a while, turn it completely off, and just relax and clear his mind.
Well, I told him, I said, listen, the thing you want, I told him that you need to just put everything on hold and just work in the background. As far as the Dolphin Nation goes, just be in the background. Just stay in the background and rest and let your body heal. That's
the man can't. He wants to be in the middle of everything.
Exactly.
And just like his wife says, he's pig-headed.
Right, because he was, if I'm not mistaken, when he was home before this last emergency, he did. I think he did a video, and I'm saying to myself, brother, you got to rest, man. You got to put all that on hold and just get better.
He just thinks when he's feeling a little good, he can do anything. And
wait, who are we talking about?
Paris Love.
Oh.
Yeah, he just needs to chill out, relax, and just clear his mind sometimes. Forget about everything, just because he stresses so much over things he has no control over. How can you fix it when you have no control over it? Just forget about it.
Exactly. Exactly. So, and I'm going to try to keep more in contact with you, and also I need to, if when possible, go over there and just pay him a visit, because I'm not far from him anyway.
Well, come the 29th, I'll be staying with him for that whole next week of training camp, and I'll be staying at his house.
Okay, that's good. Because when training camp starts, that's my fear, that he's going to try to do more than he needs to do.
No, he won't. I told him I'll hide his phone from him.
Yeah,
because I see him constantly making TikTok videos.
He does. I will say some of them he's just replaying from years ago, but he's not actually getting out and doing things. He's taking videos that he's got in and reworking them and stuff.
Oh man,
he has a lot of them to do that with, so that's why I say use them and just take it easy.
What's up, Fred?
What's up, Shake Money? How's everybody doing today?
What's going on, my brother?
What's up, Fred?
By the way, man, your mic sounds terrible. By the way,
mine does.
No,
Mr.
Polk. Mr. Polk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Polk.
Hey, Mr. Polk, man, you had them earphones, man. They've been wilding, man, for about 2 weeks with you now, man.
No, I just ordered some headphones, so they should be coming in tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Polk. Shout out to Mr. Polk, yo. What's going on, Shake? Excuse me.
Hopefully, my computer will be here tomorrow, so I could be back on. I could be back on the camera again.
Things are looking up, man. Looking up. I don't know, Shake. It's bad enough, man, having to listen to you on your tape sometimes, Shake. Now we gotta look at you too, bro. Oh my God.
Thank God I don't have to listen to your takes all the time.
I know, Shake. I know, man. That's with love, though, Shake. That's with love, bro.
I know.
No, Shake, but let me tell you once again, man. I enjoy the panel, man. I had big fun up here with you guys, man. The little stuff could be a little extreme sometimes, Sheik. But that's all forgotten about, man. A couple minutes after the show, and I'm back on having fun again, man. You know.
Hey, by the way, is Fred Dunlap your name on Facebook?
Yes, it is, Sheik. Freddie Dunlap. Freddie.
Okay, because I've been looking for you, man. I can't find you.
You just look. I got on a Dolphins hat, Sheik. You won't be able to miss me, man. Freddie Dunlap.
Okay.
All right. And then again, how's the rest of the panel doing today, man? How you guys doing?
Good.
Good, man. I like to let you guys know, man. I have fun with all you guys, man. You know, I really do.
So it's all about family and enjoying life.
Exactly, Mr. Paul. So, what were you guys talking about, man? Before I got to the show, man. Where you guys on? Hey, hey, Papa Paul, what's up, man? How you doing today? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. He's got his headphones off.
You hear me, Fred?
Oh, yeah, I see that shit.
Hey, Fred.
Yo.
I just added you. Okay.
Yeah, I see that, man. I see that. Okay, thanks, Shay. Thanks, man. Okay. Ah, man, what's that? Anthony Shake Money. You are now friends. Okay. I got this shake. Okay. Now, friend, you didn't shake money as friend, Joe. You can give me now. What the fuck do I have? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I don't even know you. 20 years is a long time to be with one person.
What are you talking about?
Hey, Fred, you out of Pennsylvania, right?
For me, Mr. Paul?
Yeah.
Mr. Park, yeah, man, I've been in Pennsylvania, Park. Now I'm back in New Jersey, man. And Mr. Park, if I remember, man, you told me that you had a little stint in New Jersey, man. Was it Mount Holly, New Jersey, Mr. Park?
No, I hope I'm coming in clear, but no, I have a lot of family up in New Jersey. A lot of family in New Jersey. The Burlington area of New Jersey.
Oh yeah, that's what you said, Burlington. I remember you saying that. Yeah, Mr. Park, I'm not far from Burlington at all, man. Like maybe like a 10-minute drive, Mr. Park.
Yeah.
Do I have feedback? Is that me? Hey, Mr. Paul. Something ain't right. Hey, Shay, I can't hear myself talk, man. What does that mean?
Somebody got to turn off YouTube.
Might be me.
It wasn't me. I had my mic muted.
Something in the background.
Is it Papa Paul? He's not there.
Might be. Hold on, man. I got let me.
Hello, fins up, people. What's up, man?
What's up, James?
Chilling. It's been a long while.
What's going on?
I'm pretty good, man. Thank you. I'm just enjoying the atmosphere here. It seems kind of peaceful, calm. So this is like my type of environment to be in right now. Yeah, man. Yeah. Just wanted to come up here a few minutes before I start working.
Oh, okay.
What's up, man? What's on your mind, my brother?
No, not much. When does the training camp officially start?
26.
26. Okay.
I think it's 26.
Right? That includes the vets and everything.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Training camp already started for the rookies.
For the rookies, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
Yeah,
come
and then
August, we got preseason games going, right? So we're inching in every time.
Well, how come you're in the back too? 2 times, Fred.
Who?
Fred is in the back
Oh,
2 times.
it happens. You just got to close one of them out.
Yeah, I've done that many times.
yeah. This off season has worked for me to just stay off a little bit, stay on a low key from YouTube. But I be listening to all the shows, just that I don't participate much, and it's worked for me. Fill my mind with other stuff, and come the season, a full action again.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
training camp for the public to show up with the tickets and all starts on the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
yeah, but
That's the first day.
But I agree with you, John. I like the calm, so we can have some
Yes.
good conversation.
Yeah, I agree. We've had a lot of turmoil, and civil war going on in the past couple of seasons. So this is what I'm all about right here, man. Talk about the good, I think this is going to be a really, really exciting season, bro. It all depends on if Tua stays healthy, in my opinion, because he showed what he could do last season when he
I
was
agree.
100% healthy.
I agree with you 100% on that, but it's not just two; it's the whole team needs.
Oh
to
yeah,
stay
I
healthy.
agree. Yeah.
I mean, because we started the season off last year with 18 people having some sort of injuries.
Yeah, especially on the defense, right?
Who's got a blender going?
I know I got a lot of noise. That's my neighbor cutting the lawn. I was outside, man. Let me get it together.
You good? Yeah, I
Sounded
agree
like a
with
blender
Paul.
going.
A broken blender. Yeah, I agree with Paul, but it looks like this off season we've managed to take care of all those positions where we were lacking depth, especially on the DB room in the defense.
Yeah,
And,
I agree with you on that. I'm still a little worried about our offensive line, but
yeah,
bringing
offensive
in Wynn, I think Wynn's going to take it from Jackson as far as the right guard goes.
Right. Well, that's what this preseason. I'm sorry, the training camp is for, right? To see which one is better suited.
That's what we learn in training camp.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I'm really excited, bro. Very positive about this season, bro. I like what I saw last season. Overall, it was a pretty exciting season. I've never seen us play Buffalo the way we did last season. We beat Buffalo. We had them 3-point games, and the other two. So for me, that was really, really exciting to see. And we're getting closer, man.
Yeah, obviously you're not old enough to see him like I did.
Right. Well, I'm almost 40, but yeah, I didn't see like probably what you saw. Yeah. Early 90s.
Yeah, I've been watching him since the 70s.
Right. Yeah, I never got to see Dan Marino and Jim Kelly duke it out,
Oh yeah, they went toe for toe.
Yep. Yeah, I never got to see that. I actually started watching football when the Cowboys had Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman, and Michael Irving and Deion Sanders on the same team.
Well, I did have a favorite player on the Cowboys, and you might know him if you've done some research on the Cowboys, but that was Ed Too Tall Jones.
Yeah.
Old school.
So yeah, back in those days, even though I'm from Miami, my favorite team were the Cowboys because I was like a Bulls fan. It went with Jordan, so I used to always root for the good team back then. And all of that faded away, and I'm 100%, all in with my team, with my city, So that's who I rep. And
I understand that because before there was a Miami Heat, I was a Philadelphia 76ers fan.
Are you from Miami as well?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So you get what I'm saying.
I understand. Yeah, I understand for sure. And then with me,
I'm like the television with all the default settings. Everything Miami.
Right. That's me right now. That's me since 2002.
Yeah.
Once I grew of age, where I left aside all the immaturity, of going with the team that is hot. I just stuck to my city moving forward, So.
Yeah, I'm everything in Miami except for the college. Other than
Nah,
that, I'm like,
I'm a full Hurricanes. Yeah, I go
even
that
as a
route.
kid, I was a Dolphins fan,
Mhm.
and
Well, they were good back then. They were really good.
well, but in the '80s,
Mhm.
you know, as I tell people, I seen all the good, the bad,
Mhm.
and the ugly.
And the ugly.
Yeah. Same here.
You know, it's
Well, in the '80s, they were still good when Marino got drafted, and afterwards,
they were good, but never quite pulled off that Super Bowl.
I agree. But you got to see more than what I've been able to see. I've only seen 2 playoff appearances. That's all I've seen. And with mediocre teams, except for this last one, right? That was not mediocre. It
Well,
was
I
a good
tell
team.
you, I'm impressed with Skylar Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be more than what some people think.
Well, that'll be good. If it ends up to be that, that'll be a good thing for us.
Papa Paul, I agree with you on that because I watched them at Kansas State, and then when we went and grabbed him, you know, I felt that McDaniel seen something in him to go and grab him. But you know, I as of right now, my thing with Scott Thompson, to me he's QB2, but he has potential to be to be a good quarterback if he gets the what's the word?
Some reps in.
Yeah.
You got to understand also last year, he never really got a chance hardly at all to really practice with the first team.
Yeah.
And it was his rookie year last year.
Yeah, well, and it's to be expected. You know, he's
Yeah.
he's not brought in to be the quarterback one. That's all on
No,
Tua.
Right,
His job is to
exactly.
make or break. So
No, I know.
Exactly.
But I tell you what, he proved himself in that playoff game as far as I'm
yeah,
concerned.
he had a good game.
Sure did.
We had a good game. Yeah, the team did pretty well. I think we lost by 3, was it? 31, 34,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yes.
So yeah, I agree with you. He did a phenomenal job taking the
No, and you look at it now, though, he's the only one with playoff experience.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true.
It's not saying much, but
it is true. It's a fact.
you know, that first playoff game for anybody, there's always a lot of nerves.
Right.
But that's one thing about Skyler, from what I've seen of him, he doesn't really get nervous and edgy if he's thrown in the spotlight. He carries himself in a calm way and tries to figure things out. Even if he makes a mistake, he'll try to figure it out and not panic. That's one of the things I really noticed with him when he was at Kansas State and what little time he's played with our team.
Hey guys, before you continue, I just want to thank you for letting me on for this short while. I'm gonna hop off because I gotta start working in 2 minutes.
I'm fine, my brother. You know, you're always welcome up here, man.
Thank you very
That's for
much.
sure.
Blessings and fins up, guys. I hope to
Fins
hear
up.
from
Come
you
on my
soon.
show anytime you want.
Thank you, guys. Peace out.
Peace out. Oh yeah. Oh man. That was Mr. Winters. He ain't gonna be around.
No, he's at the WrestleMania or whatever going on up there in Newark, or in not Newark, but in somewhere in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Trenton.
Yeah, he was very excited about that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of BS going on the other day. He was mad as hell, and he said he couldn't wait.
Yeah, we're doing wrestling shows on Saturday mornings, but my computer. Sunday morning I might do something. I don't know what it is.
You shouldn't have body slammed your computer.
I didn't body slam it. I put a leg drop. I did a leg drop.
Like
the old figure 4.
Shaky pile drove the computer, bro.
That's happening.
What's up, Lewis?
What's good? What's good?
How you doing, brother?
Good.
Yeah, Lewis, what's
Paul,
up,
what's
Lewis?
going on? What up, man?
Same old, same old. Getting ready for training camp. Can't wait to see them, see who's going to fight for it. and then I'll be down there that whole first week, and then having a show on Wednesday night showing all the pictures I took and stuff. And
Yeah.
I heard
you
that.
can go watch. You can go watch Messi. I'm not much of a soccer fan.
I'm not much of a soccer fan, but like I said, I'm excited that he's down here and what he's gonna the attention he's gonna bring to Miami. So go for it, my brother.
Yes, Liz, I know
Man, I'm
all
excited.
about Mercury Morris.
About who you say, Papa Paul? You know about who?
Liz over in the comments was asking about Mercury Morris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a
Hey, Papa
replica
Paul, you got
Lombardi trophy. I have a replica Lombardi trophy with Mercury Morris's signature on it.
Did you get to see Mercury Morris play, Papa Paul?
Yeah. I vaguely remember it. I was only about 6 years old at the time.
Okay. Hey, like the oldest Dolphins running back I can remember that I seen play. Man, I had to say it was. I think I seen just a little bit of Larry Zonka, man. Very, very little of Zonka play, and Jim Kick for that matter. Very, very little of them two play, man. You know, when I was really into the Dolphins, man, at the time, the running back had been guys like Delvin Williams, I can't think of their names right off the bat. Woody Bennett. You know, I've got to see guys like which their backs weren't really too great, man. After the days of Mercury Mars, you know, Lazaka, Jim Kick, you know, Benny Malone. You know,
Hey, so there hasn't been no news about a training camp, right? Like we haven't got nothing from the rookie training camp. Like, has anybody heard?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, Lou.
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, Lou, we got an injury. Lou, we got an injury, Lou. Yeah.
No, that happened before training camp started for the rookies. I'm talking about like since they've been in the building. Like it just seems like it's been real quiet for the past couple of days.
I haven't seen any news anywhere.
Yeah, me neither, Papa Paul. It's crazy.
Hey, Lou, when do they start? When do they start with the pads, man?
Well, I was hoping that maybe the rookies got in pads, but again, I haven't heard nothing. I guess maybe they're just waiting for everybody to get into the building next week.
I don't think the rookies start with pads on their week. I think they're going over what I remember reading. They're going over the playbooks and the plays and different things like that, and watching a lot of video.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I would imagine that they would get on the field at some point, though.
The rookies will get on the field with the veterans. I think they start the 26th when they start doing that with the pads and everything.
Right. I mean, yeah, I get it. I just thought they would have got on the field a little bit, just the rookie, just to, do some, even if it's calisthenics or something. But
they probably are, but probably just on the inside in the indoor facility part, really, and that's about it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Been quiet.
Yeah, Lou, it's like when you get onboarded at a new company, you know what I mean? You got like first couple days like filling out paperwork, I-9 forms, all that stuff, you know what I mean?
Right.
At the same time, I look at it as like they say, no news is good news because you're not getting any injury reports then.
Yeah.
First day was probably a tour around the facility, where you get your lunch, which vending machines you're allowed to use. Don't touch that coffee maker over there. That's Mr. Ross's Keurig machine. That kind of stuff, you know.
Hey, by the way, Hunter, are you familiar with Stockholm syndrome?
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's what I'm right now. Yeah, I am. I'm suffering from it right now with Tua.
What is that, Shake? What is it, man? What is it?
That's when you like to be around the people who abuse you. You know what I mean?
What it really is that okay, so where it came from, where it really can be found, Fred, is like when you have one of these cases where a person gets kidnapped.
Yeah.
And their kidnapper has some kind of goal, some maybe political goal or societal justice goal or something, and maybe the person that got kidnapped starts to become sympathetic to them and maybe even helps them, or becomes convinced that they're never going to be able to escape, so they might as well live their life and be okay with it. The person, see what I'm saying? That's Stockholm syndrome.
Oh yeah,
in its purest form.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Fred has it with Lewis. He likes to be around the guy who cooks him.
Hey, you know what? Look, man, I give credit where credit is due.
Right. And Stockholm syndrome would be like if he started to, let's say, sew the hole shut in Lewis's apron as they became, that would be Fred suffering from Stockholm syndrome.
Oh man, okay, whatever.
A lot of times a woman will get kidnapped and she's with her kidnapper for so many years that she starts acting as his housewife. That's another example,
Yep. Hey Fred, you got your TV on in the background or something?
Nah, man, you know what happened, Lou? The goddamn cops just flew by, man, like they were after somebody just now, man. That's why you heard that, man.
No, I'm talking about. It seems like there's other voices playing in the background.
Yeah, Lou,
I don't know.
I know, Lou, I'm out on the step. Like you might hear this lady. She's next door. But she's going in the house now. I'm trying to keep them off the mic, man. Matter of fact, let me turn the mic off while you guys do your thing a little bit, man, until it calms down a little bit, man.
Oh no, you're good. I just didn't know.
Yeah, that's just the neighbor.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
that's
it.
the neighbor.
Okay, that'll work.
I want to see how Aubrey Miller going to do.
And not to cut you off, Mr. Polk, but my neighbor asked me. He asked me just a second ago. He said, "Is that guy Lewis on there, man? That you be cooking all the time?" I said, "Yeah, man, that's him. Man. That's him." Man.
And now we all know that's a lie. That your neighbor probably asked you where the hell is his damn spatula, because we all know you go over there and steal his. Because you ain't got your own.
Okay. All right.
Man, who's murdering their dog?
No, that was my 4-year-old getting after the 4-month-old.
Yo, what's
Right?
going on, guys? How's y'all Friday so far?
Oh, my man Pete.
I was just saying it for the group.
And as a matter of fact, hey Lou, man, as a matter of fact, man, crazy shit's been happening, man, here since about 10 o'clock this morning, man. 10 o'clock this morning, there were fucking gunshot, man. Come out to hear that there was just a home invasion about 10 houses away from me, man. You know what I mean? I'm
Man, I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry to hear that, Fred.
Yeah, me too.
I know down here in the Tampa area, man, there've been some massive shootings the past couple of days out here in the Tampa area as well, man. So
yeah, man, it's a damn shame.
Yeah, it's crazy out here. Yeah, it's crazy out here.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, you could look at the constitutional bright side of it all. At least everybody's evenly matched.
I mean, yeah.
Nah, Color. I was just talking to a buddy. He's an older dude, and it's actually sad how this world has gotten to where it's old people are scared to go out, bro. old people are scared to hit the streets and go out. It's a sad world right now. It's unbelievable.
Oh shit, he's cranking up the weed
tell you
whacker,
the truth,
man. So I'm
I
gonna
mean,
go on
maybe
mute,
I'm not
man.
an old person, but people have accused me of being that. And
65 and over.
Oh, 65? No, I'm only 46. But I will say that I am less afraid to go out on the streets than I was before July 1st. I'll tell you that much.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was the gun thing, I mean, that's still you can have a gun. You get yourself in a situation. You probably win. You probably did good. You stand your ground, but you're still gonna do at least a year or two
Well,
in the
it's
county
not a
jail till
matter
they
of
fight it, unless you got money for
it's
lawyers.
not a matter of it's not a matter of feeling good because of anything else or it's because or even so much being able to protect myself without a license. It's more
Look at the kids in
I
Walmart.
firmly believe that we are a more polite society when you have to assume that anybody could be could be able to protect themselves. I mean, it just is what it is, bro. That's the way I believe. It's a fundamental part of my code, and it's not going to change even if it is wrong.
Yeah, but that goes to show that what I said is actually correct. You have to go out there with a weapon to feel good about yourself being out. Because if not,
when has it ever been different than that in America, bro?
Well, you're right. I mean, it has been different.
People, you know what's interesting?
Back in the days, people used to want to fight, and now they don't want to fight.
Bro, you know what? Believe it or not, even with Hollywood sensationalism, if you look at these old westerns, dude, or even newer westerns, people still chose. They're all sitting there with sidearms on their hip, yet they all still chose other methods to resolve their disputes. None of them immediately reached for that. It was always, it was like, hey, I just slapped you in the face. Oh, well, maybe I said something that caused you to slap me in the face. I still ain't going to resort to my weapon. You know what I mean? And that's how it was back then, bro.
Exactly. Now look at what happened. Now look at what happened the other day, like yesterday or the day before, with the 3 kids that jumped a Walmart employee and they shot him or something. Like, it's unbelievable.
That's ridiculous.
Well, the reason it was like that back then is because the guy that could have retaliated and drew his firearm for getting slapped in the face, that guy still has to match the other dude that's got one on his hip too. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you didn't want to get slapped in the face, don't say something stupid. You know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with guns.
I mean, absolutely. I get it. I'm with you, Color. I believe everybody should be able to carry. I'm with you on that. I just feel like, to your point, back in the older days, guns have been around forever, right? Guns are not the problem. It's just the motherfuckers that have the guns, right?
That's it.
Again, I'm 41. I'm turning 42, right? I'm not old by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm not a youngster neither. It just felt like when I was growing up, and maybe there was just the area I grew up in, and when I came down here to Tampa, same way. It just felt like if you had a problem, let's say you're in a club or a bar or whatever, yeah, you're going to have a disagreement and it might come to blows. Okay, cool. I can live with that. Whether I whoop somebody's ass or get my ass whooped, I can live with it. But now there's certain people that their resort is, let me grab my gun first over an argument. It could be a basketball game, and that's what scares me.
I get you, but I think because we've been away from our liberty for so long, that I think that it's going to take time for us to kind of not evolve, I should say, maybe devolve, but return to the way, people were educated before. Where now it's like we've been without that type of society for so long that you're right. Hey, you even look at me, some people will say, you looked at me in the wrong way and I felt threatened. Well, if that's what it's going to be, that's going to end up working itself out in the long run. Yeah, we'll go through a dangerous period. But hey, the thing of it is before this period, the only people that could protect themselves or had guns, let's say, were people that were not polite, let's be honest, criminals who would balk the licensing requirement precisely because they're criminals, okay? And secondly, rich people or people that could afford to maintain the license. So,
I'm not gonna lie to you, Color.
it was cost prohibitive. It was cost prohibitive to be able to protect yourself and exercise your Second Amendment. The only thing that's changed, to be honest with you guys, the only thing that has changed, no matter what media, politicians, propagandists, whoever they might be, is telling you, the only thing that has changed is that we no longer have to give $100 to our county to be able to put our shirt over the damn thing. That is the only thing that has changed.
Right. Exactly.
I still can't go into a federal building. I still can't go into a church. I still can't. I mean, it's still. People act like it's changed. Nothing has changed except I ain't got to give the county $100.
The only thing, the only thing that changes now, you can go to a gun store and you get the gun quicker without having the license. You know, now everybody could get a gun.
That is not true. That is simply not true, Pete.
You can go to a gun store right now without a license.
The process to purchase a gun has never had anything to do with a concealed weapons permit.
Yes, it did. If you listen to me. Bro. If you used to have, listen to me. If you had your concealed license, you could go to.
Your background check is already done. I get you there. I get you.
Exactly.
It's a quicker background check, but that's no different than the TSA. That's no different than a TSA pre-check, bro.
Way of getting a gun, but you still could have got a gun without the license. It just takes like a 2-week process.
No, it doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't.
Give you the gun.
No, it doesn't.
I'm telling you.
Isn't it 3 days? Isn't it 3 days if you don't have a permit?
In most states, all it requires is a federal background check, and it don't even have a holding period.
I thought for a handgun, if you don't have a permit, it's a 3-day wait.
That's not federal. That is not federal. It is not. I bought 3 freaking of them in Missouri and didn't have to wait no time. Got them the same day I walked into the gun shop.
No, yeah, but that's the difference though, Cully. You're talking Missouri, we're talking Florida. I've never been out of Florida.
I just told you it's not federal.
I thought the Brady law was federal.
You do have to wait if you don't have your license. If you don't have your concealed license, you're not going to walk out the same day you went in and paid for that gun. You're not walking out of the store with that gun. Not until a few days, and you already dropped your money on the gun. Some guns, you don't have to even pay the whole gun off. You put off.
Right, but being able to be approved to buy it is not contingent whatsoever on your concealed weapons permit. The only difference is you're already through 3/4 of the check of the background process because you've got a concealed weapons permit. That's the only difference.
Yeah, here's the
Brady. Walk in and walk out the same day.
You're in their system.
But you guys want to know what's funny? How I could literally turn this protection conversation into a conversation. I really could. I really know how to do it.
Yeah, how's that go together, Pete? Hey, Pete,
I'm gonna show you how.
Tell me how.
Because we're talking protection here, right? And everybody wants to be protected. And in Tua's case right now, when it comes to training camp, I don't like that the quarterbacks are overly protected with a red non-contact jersey. You see what I'm saying? So I think this is a quarterback that I think in practice he needs to get hit a few times.
Yeah, but Pete, what is the percentage? What is the percentage, the average percentage of everybody's salary going to the quarterback? What is it, like 33% or something?
Color, I don't know. You saw what Bryce Young just finished signing today? $34 million.
That's coming down from the NFL and the NFLPA, bro. That has nothing to do with wanting to actually protect the quarterback above and beyond the fact that they don't want quarterbacks getting hurt, because in the NFL at large, the quarterback is the largest investment in the NFL.
Well, here's the thing though, Color, when you say that, I think it'll be better for the NFL if they were smart, especially when they have someone like Tua, who we're just going to consider soft-headed at the moment right now. It's not necessarily true. I'm just going to say it like that. And for them to go through training camp during the off season and have these quarterbacks that are injury prone with non-contact injuries,
So they get.
and
So
then
they get.
hold on, and then
Go ahead.
roll them out to full live play on Sundays when the season starts, and then for us to see these guys crumble in a concussion live is something that's not helping the NFL
Yeah,
out.
but it's
Some
not.
of these players need to get hit so it happens in practice and it's not
Yeah,
in
but what's the
everybody's
difference?
line of sight.
Then they get to make. Then they don't even get the game where the guy got injured to make money off of, bro.
Well, there's a difference between rolling out things that'll help the players. Getting hit makes you tougher. You
I
know,
mean,
you got to get punched in the jaw
bro,
to know how
we
much
got a
chin you
whole.
have.
We got a whole season. We got costed a whole season because Tannehill got hurt in freaking training camp, dude.
Yeah, but he literally had the red non-contact injury. He literally got hurt with no contact. His knee went out.
True, but
I made it back just in time for Pete's lunchtime hour. Happy hour with Pete. I just made it back in time, Pete.
Well, I just wanted to bring some football conversation back into it, and I found a way of a form of protection, and I steel manned it into that way, like Color likes to say. I forced my way into a conversation.
See, Pete just wants Tua to get hit.
This
so
is
Skylar
dessert
can
time,
start.
Pete.
No, hey Pete, you missed it earlier. We had some good Deshaun Watson talk earlier.
The last thing I heard was Pete wants Tua to get hit for what? Because I had to ignore that call. What happened, Mike?
Oh, so Skylar can start. Let him hit Tua. Let him toughen him up so Skylar can start game one.
You ain't lying about that.
Hey, crypto.
Y'all are terrible.
Hey, crypto.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, man. Now that I got you up here, man, I was commenting on some things you were saying maybe like 2 days ago, man. I remember. You seem to was ducking my question I was asking you, man. Like, you never answered my question. It was right there in the comment when I asked you. You were saying something, but you totally went all around it, man. You just blew me off.
What's the question?
I asked you the question.
I don't know what was it.
All right, question.
I don't know what was it.
Okay, crypto. Like it was a Tua question, man. Okay, like you were going into like his stats, like what he did. I mean, he was, his stats were good. He was leading in this, leading in that, leading in these, leading in those. Okay, what I wanted to ask you, man, even with the stats Tua had last year, do you feel
you never heard me go on about stats?
Which were good stats? Do we agree? He had good stats last year. Do we agree?
Yeah, given the ratio of games he played.
Okay.
I don't think he's trying to categorize you as a Tua.
Okay.
He's trying to have a conversation with you.
With those stats, Crypto, would you say Tua was a franchise quarterback right now? With those stats?
Even with those stats, no. No. Because of the trend at the end of the season.
So how did the Carolina Panthers pay their rookie quarterback franchise money? Or am I reading?
I mean, he was on pace at some sections of the season to do that, but the finish didn't nail it away, didn't nail it down.
But you see where I'm going with this though, Crypto, man.
I would say if we would have seen
he was on pace.
If we would have seen all of what he gained, a lot of the yardage he gained last year and stats that were gained last year, if we would have saw those being amassed against teams like the 49ers and the Chargers and some others, then
and the Jets in New England,
yeah,
because
the numbers do support the idea that he's a franchise guy, but
these
numbers aren't that. I don't.
Oh.
Everybody knows that I don't disbelieve stats, but stats cannot be used that way. Stats cannot be the only determining factor as to why your guy is a franchise guy or not. They just can't. There's too many other people involved that are involved with amassing those stats that you cannot. It can't be the sole reason.
Okay,
well, Fred, you've always heard me use this term. Fred, you've always heard me use the term "the jury is still out." I've always used that term because it's
Yeah,
not
but I've
settled.
heard you say that, man. I've heard you say that, crypto, man. But these are franchise stats. Would you agree or not? You know what I mean? Where they were franchise stats. So
If it was a 12-game season,
Bro,
or if it
he's
was an
got
11
one
game
more box
season,
to
yes.
check for me. He was on track to do it. He's got one more box to check for me, and that's going into a primetime game, an important game, a game with something to earn, a game with something on the line, and absolutely outclassing the other quarterback. That's what that's the only box he has left for me to check.
Well, that's the best way to put it. Outclassing a great defense. Like if he goes and shreds the Philadelphia type defense.
Right. But I'm saying outclass the other quarterback because I'm talking about in a big game like that, it's going to be toe to toe. But if he goes in and we're at the end of the game, we're like, our one guy had a bad game and the other guy didn't, and the guy that had the bad game is the opponent's guy, and that guy is supposed to be better than Tua.
That's why you can't use the quarterback versus quarterback.
Okay.
But that's why you can't use quarterback versus quarterback because it could be that our defense is better against theirs.
I'm not trying to use quarterback versus quarterback. I'm talking about when we evaluate each quarterback's performance, one can outclass the other by beating.
Yes, but
by beating their defense, they go against in a better fashion, whatever you want to call it. The defenses are not even. I understand that. But we know when somebody is outclassing another on the other side of the ball. I'm not talking about beating their defense or beating them. I'm talking about outclassing them.
I agree. I think
that's why I say if he outclasses a top-ranked defense, even if they got somebody like freaking Zach Wilson as their quarterback, if he outclasses them, that's more than enough.
So we can say
But the class is quarterbacks, not quarterback and defense.
Can we name the type of team?
And by beating a good defense, he can outclass another quarterback.
Color, can you give an example like the 49ers defense? The 49ers defense, which defense? Like some teams, like give examples of some teams.
But he's not outclassing the defense. He is beating them and as such outclassing another quarterback.
Yeah, he can be, but if our defense is trash, he might not outclass the other quarterback because if our defense is giving up 40 points as well, he's not going to outclass that other quarterback.
Okay, but defense and a quarterback are two different things. They're not to be compared in class.
So
you're making a category error, bro.
What's our prime time record?
What I'm saying is I don't use the metric because our defense could be trash and be giving up 50 points, and our guy could be scoring 40, but yet he was outclassed, but he played good enough to be a franchise guy.
I'm just trying to tell you that I don't believe that quarterbacks play each other. So that's why I chose the word. That's why I chose the word outclass because I didn't want it to be confused with playing the other quarterback.
Well, to me, you literally named Drew Brees when you said that.
So the stats don't mean a damn thing then, right? And what you guys understand is stats don't mean a damn thing.
I didn't say that stats don't mean a damn thing. I said they can't be the only thing. They cannot be the only determining factor.
In isolation. Look at the Detroit Lions. Look at the Detroit Lions from last year. Their defense was horrible, but their offense was fantastic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they had a decent record. So you have that offense going against halfway decent to exceptional defenses, and they're scoring that many points. They're outclassing that defense. You know, and it was the defense. It was the Detroit Lions defense.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that he beat the defense.
All right.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate test is him beating a Buddy Ryan-style defense.
You can say he destroyed them. You can say a lot of things, but they're not in the same class. They can't. You can't outclass the defense.
Well, is everybody in agreement that the Dolphins are going to play a better class of defense this year, playing a second place schedule versus what they played last year?
On paper, we should be playing better defenses on paper. But by the time we play them, they could be ranked 26th or 30th in the league by the time we get around to that team.
Right, and we're just talking about it. We're talking about the beginning of the year. You know, let's face
Yeah,
it, the
you
first
only
half
really
of the
can
year.
count week one. You only really can count week one based on last year. That's when everything's totally reset. Once you get deeper and deeper to the season, everybody numbers changing
Yeah,
over that
prime
time.
time records, man. Prime time records. Besides the Pittsburgh
I
game,
love these conversations.
Well, before you tell us why, Lewis, I just wanted to say that, look, you cannot tell me that Mike McDaniel has done nothing but eat, sleep, and breathe the Los Angeles Chargers since the offseason started.
1,000%.
For many, many reasons. Avenging a loss, avenging being outclassed, okay, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Right?
Wow.
So it's
Hey,
an important game. It's a game that Mike McDaniel needs Tua to be in that upper echelon of quarterbacks. He's going to need Tua to check the box that I'm looking to be checked. Right out of the
From
gate
day
next
one.
year, week one.
Oh yeah,
day
well
one.
forget about the
Absolutely.
Dalvin Cooks of the world getting 20 carries because Tua's throwing the ball 50 times.
I'm not saying that Tua won't check the box if we come out flat against the Chargers or they come out and beat us or whatever. I'm saying that Tua has a chance to check a box week one for me, because Mike McDaniel, again, he knows what he could have done differently against the Chargers last season. He knows, whatever. He's going to evaluate the thing. He's going to come up with a game plan that, given proper execution, will probably absolutely bludgeon the Los Angeles Chargers. Right? That's going to require Tua to have a performance that would impress me.
Absolutely, I agree 1,000%. But let me try to find out the basis of where Fred was going with the conversation. Fred, because I heard you say stats don't matter. So in your opinion, you would agree with that statement that you said, right? Stats don't matter.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. Do you believe Justin Herbert is a franchise quarterback? Because that's what you were trying to say with Tua.
Do I?
Correct?
Okay, right there. Leave it right there. Do I believe Justin Herbert is a franchise quarterback? Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, now let me go back to color scenario, right? Yeah. Justin Herbert has all the stats you want, but you just told me stats don't matter. So now that's out the fucking window.
Right. Well,
hold on.
No. I'm not. Okay. Go ahead.
Please. We already established, right, that stats don't matter. Those are your words, not mine. So now you can't throw Justin Herbert's stats in the conversation. That's no longer part of this conversation. Now I'm going to go to what Color said. Color said, and I quote, which I agree with, Tua, one of the last things Tua has to prove is big game moments, right? Going against another big-time quarterback or a big-time team and winning that game by Tua having a great performance. When was the last time you seen Justin Herbert beat a good quarterback? Because he had Patrick Mahomes in his division twice. And every time there's a primetime game, I see Justin Herbert losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. He's not beating those quarterbacks. He's not beating the big-time guys. He don't beat New England's defense, right, that he's 0-2 against the New England Patriots, right? He's not doing none of those things. So if you mean to tell me that Justin Herbert don't have the stat or has the stat, but in your words, stats don't matter, then how the fuck can you tell me that Justin Herbert is a franchise quarterback? Because he has done nothing that Color just told you he believes that Tua has to check.
Okay, let me answer, because I just see Herbert's ability, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at his stats, man. I'm not even taking Herbert's stats into consideration, bro. It's just his ability, man, to go head to head with other quarterbacks.
And
Lewis, I'm
he's
not
not
worried
winning
about his
those
stats.
games. That's again. He's not
But he
winning
is.
those games.
But he is winning games, bro. He is winning games.
How many?
He's not winning games against those quarterbacks. You just said his ability to match up
Well,
against
how
other
many?
quarterbacks.
How many other quarterbacks are winning games against those quarterbacks against Mahomes, bro?
So then, what you're telling me is again. You see, this is what problem. You're moving the goalposts. Now that I got you pinned in the corner, now you want to start moving the goalposts. The fact of the matter is, you told me stats don't matter. If stats don't matter, Justin Herbert is an average quarterback at best because he's not winning none of those big games. Show me the big game that Justin Herbert has won. Name it. Because if you're telling me that he's doing it, what you just said, his attributes, what you've seen him do, I don't give a damn then. Then we're going to play this game. And you might not like it, but Tua's record is better than Justin Herbert.
Hey, Lewis, I got a question. Hey, Lewis, I don't.
Tua also
I'm just saying. I want to add to your question, Lewis, because I don't believe in absolutes. But if you want to say Justin Herbert playing us in a primetime game on Sunday night with the playoffs on the line for them, that would be considered Justin Herbert big time win, playing and defeating us.
For sure, man. For sure.
And you know, I mean, I think Justin Herbert's been ranked in the top 10 in quarterback rankings, and our quarterback hasn't yet.
Are we going? Because I thought, again, and see, I agree with Color. I never knew quarterbacks were going up against quarterbacks. I thought it was the Dolphins going against the Chargers. So
yeah, that means that he beat us. You said what game he beat?
Well, technically, quarterback.
I was just trying
to say who he beat.
He beat us with broken ribs, a backup secondary, no Joey Bosa.
Quarterback is going to score more points to win.
No, I'm just saying he beat the team. You saying what team is he beat? I was just trying to answer the question.
I get it.
Because we will be considered a big time team. We beat both teams was trying to play for first place or trying to play for the playoff spot.
I get it.
And it was prime time.
I get it, but Cat for Life just said he beat him with a banged up secondary or whatever. He did what he did. You're absolutely right, Cat. But not once have I ever heard you say the first time Tua played Justin Herbert or the Miami Dolphins played Justin Herbert and we whacked that ass, right? I never.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that the past two seasons that equals each other's out. You're right, but I just don't understand how Justin Herbert's making top 10 lists on everybody's rankings, and our quarterback hasn't made top 10 yet.
Because I'm not debating his ability. I do believe Justin Herbert is a top 10 quarterback. I'm not debating that. I'm just going by the conversation with a couple gentlemen up here. Fred came out and said stats don't matter. Color, which again, I agree with Color. His opinion is that one of the next questions Tua has to answer is this big game narrative, right? The game against other big time teams or quarterbacks or whatever, right? So if Justin Herbert's stats don't matter, all I'm saying is he has two primetime matchups against arguably the best quarterback in the league. He doesn't win those games. All those attributes Fred is talking about, that cannon for an arm, the great look, all the height, the weight, every attribute that you're talking about, Justin Herbert, he's still not winning those games.
Look, Lou, check it out, Lou.
So what are we talking about?
I was just merely look, Lou. Okay, I'm just merely.
Yeah, Pat Mahomes is king of the hill right now.
Here, man.
I don't give a damn about none of that.
I'm just trying to point out.
New England has Mac Jones. New England had no. Hold on, Fred, because Crypto keeps throwing out Patrick Mahomes. Take Patrick Mahomes out of it. Justin Herbert's not beating New England. New England has Mac fucking Jones. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, they do. They got Belichick on defense that confuses a lot of good quarterbacks.
Again, no. I don't care about none of that. If Justin Herbert, to Cap point, if Justin Herbert is making all these top 10 lists, if Fred says, Justin Herbert has every attribute that you want in a quarterback, again, going by Color's metric, which I agree with, that's why I keep saying it. How in the fuck is Justin Herbert anything better than Tua? Because Justin Herbert hasn't answered none of those questions.
Because Tua was in the top 10. Well, y'all like to say Tua was in the MVP conversation. He went up against them in a primetime game, and he beat that team. That qualifies as something that he get to get credit for.
So if you're 1-1, Crypto, right? If you're 1-1 again, because you keep playing the quarterback versus quarterback, head to head. So
I'm playing quarterback against the defense because we played against the 26th ranked defense, and our defense was ranked higher than theirs.
Perfect. I don't care about none of that shit you're telling me. Defense versus defense then. Take the quarterbacks aside. Miami has 1 win. The Chargers have 1 win. How does that have equal that Herbert is better than Tua? I'm just trying to figure it out.
That's why I'm asking you, like, why isn't he
because the tiebreaker to Fred's point, the stats do matter.
Well, look.
That's what I don't understand. Our quarterback is MVP caliber, and he was in MVP talks. Herbert wasn't, but Herbert's making all these top 10 lists.
And look, this is the fact that what I'm trying.
Wait a minute, hold on.
We go about a whole big runaround, and nobody can answer the fucking question.
Hold up, man. First of all, everybody.
Quarterback, and he did this, bro. Stop. It sounds fucking ridiculous when we say shit like that.
First of all,
I agree with you.
What are you talking about? So now you under the opinion that Tua is better than Herbert?
Are you going to
No, he has a point.
Touchdowns.
He has a
touchdowns
point.
don't even match up.
Hold on.
We're talking about almost 100 touchdowns compared to
Hold on.
and they're both been in the same time.
Have you heard me say, has anybody on this goddamn panel heard me say Tua is better than Justin Herbert? No.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
But that's how you sound. You never said it, but you sound like
you want to.
Yeah, I was just trying to get to if that's what you mean.
You sound like you saying.
How does it make it sound? I'm going and I'm saying the same things you guys are saying. I'm just using the argument against Fred and Pete and now Crypto. I agree with Color. So how am I making? I never once came out my mouth and said Tua is better than Justin Herbert.
I think Lou.
I never said stats only work in a vacuum, Lewis. So you can't lump me into that argument. I'm just saying the ability of the quarterbacks put one ahead of the other outside of stats.
Well, I'll tell you why.
But if you're just going to narrow it down to what Color said, I'm answering that it's not an absolute that Justin Herbert has never won a big game because him beating us count as a big game that he won.
No, you cannot use that because then I could argue and say that the game that we beat New England, when New England was playing for the #1 seed, that was a big game for them, right?
Yeah, it was a big game for them. Yeah, New England did.
Crypto, any game is big. Okay, we made the playoffs last year, Crypto. We'll play this fucking game since, again, we got to play these stupid fucking games. If Miami don't beat Baltimore in week fucking 2, that's one less victory and Miami doesn't make the playoffs. Is that a big game?
Yeah, in hindsight, it's a big game in hindsight, but at the moment we played it, it wasn't a big game at the moment we played it.
It has to be again.
You're saying it because you're going to say the Steelers game is a big game when Noah Igmanati caught the game-sealing interception.
What was it not, Crypto? Was the Pittsburgh game not a big game? If we don't win that game, do we make the playoffs?
In hindsight, you can say that, but I can also say I can also say if Lamadre Stevenson doesn't throw a backwards pass against a team we haven't even played, then we don't make the playoffs anyways.
And again, Crypto, I can say if my grandmother had nuts, she would have been my grandfather.
Oh, man.
But you're saying that.
Anyway, Crypto.
But you're saying that whether it's a big game or not, I'm just trying to say the same thing.
No.
But you want to go back to the beginning of the season when nothing's on the line at the beginning of the season.
I pinned Fred to the corner.
No, you ain't pinned nothing, man.
Nothing's
on your cape on and trying to say fuck the people.
No.
No one had a problem. No one had a problem up here when Fred came up here and would ask the question to shit on fucking Tua. But now that I come out and I use the same examples that Fred did for Justin Herbert, now everybody's in a fucking uproar. It's sickening.
Lou.
I'm not in uproar. I don't give a damn. I'm not up here trying to insinuate that Herbert is that Tua is better than Herbert.
No, I'm trying to figure out why.
I'm not in an uproar because I'm not trying to insinuate that one quarterback is better than the other just because one person was in the MVP conversation or not.
Yeah,
Hey, look,
I'm just trying to figure out
look.
why is it that Herbert is getting all the accolades and then our quarterback's getting the disrespect?
I mean, Geno Smith,
He's not
wasn't he in the
good.
MVP
It's not
conversation? But
It's not
nobody's arguing that
disrespect,
Geno
though.
Smith
It's
is
not
better than Aaron
disrespect.
Rodgers.
But look, let me ask Lou. I'm gonna ask you. Lou. Okay, with the numbers Tua put up, you know what I'm saying? And leading the league in this, leading the league in that. How come he's not considered a franchise quarterback? That's all I was getting at. That's all I was getting at.
Okay.
With the numbers he put up,
saying,
and this is why I was saying that numbers didn't mean anything.
How come we not making the argument that Geno Smith is better than Aaron Rodgers then if we're going to use these arguments?
Ain't it subjective? Because you can say that you believe Tua's not a franchise quarterback, but then I can turn around, Fred, and say I believe he is. Now what? Where do we go from there?
Then that's called a stalemate. Then
I'm
stalemate.
So then what are we
I'm stealing that one.
Here?
Subjective. I'm stealing that one.
It's subjective.
Then that's just called a classical stalemate.
But Fred, yeah, you know why?
I'm getting cut off.
Fred comes out because Fred
Phone
comes out
down,
and
Lou.
makes
My bad.
Hold on. You know why? You know why? Because Fred comes out.
My phone cut off, bro.
Hey, you
Wait a
know
minute, I
why?
can't hear you.
Hey, you know why? Because Fred comes out and makes blanket statements and like it's a fact. He says, why is it everybody make it seem like Tua is not a franchise quarterback? That's not the case. I bet you I can get a lot of people up here on this panel, just like there's a lot of people that can come up and say he's not a franchise quarterback. But I guarantee you I can get a bunch of people to come up here and say he is. It's all subjective. But don't try to use the argument.
Yeah, they can say that.
Right? Because before when I came up here, everybody was talking, right? And the question was posed. And Fred is the one that said stats don't matter in his opinion. So I asked him, if stats don't matter, do you believe in Justin Herbert as a franchise quarterback? His answer was yes. Okay, so if stats don't matter, then how in the fuck is Justin Herbert a franchise quarterback? Because he hasn't won a fucking thing or done nothing in this fucking league if you're telling me stats don't matter. You see what I'm saying? It just sounds like it comes off as fucking hate from Fred when Fred says shit like that. I'm sorry. How do you want me to react? I'm not saying Tua's better than Justin Herbert. I'm not saying Tua is the best quarterback in the league. I'm using Fred's argument against you. If stats don't matter, and I know Fred would probably.
Well, he pretty much don't know how to articulate what he's saying.
Because no, we know what the fuck he was saying, Crypto. Stop that. And Tua in 13 fucking games had better stats and numbers than Justin Herbert did in 17. But remember, stats don't matter. So
how did Tua have
better numbers?
How did Tua have better numbers than Herbert in those games? How? What numbers are you talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about the quarterback rating.
You're talking 20 plus yard completions that were leaving meat on the bone throughout the season.
Hey,
what exactly? What's that?
You want me to answer, Pete? See, you guys are talking about QB rating. You're keep talking. You guys kept talking about quarterback rating and all that.
Color and production because neither one of them are running quarterback.
We got to fact check
in production
this,
last year. What was the final rankings in production?
Fact check this, color.
How many touchdowns did Justin Herbert have? How many? Can someone please tell me that?
I think he had
25
touchdowns.
Like 25 or 26 or something like that.
Fact check, I believe.
So he had 25 in 17 games. Tua had 25 in 13.
But throwing to backups doesn't matter.
In 13 games that he played.
Nothing about that.
Hold on.
With damaged ribs and all his receivers.
That's true, Lewis.
There you go. I don't want to hear nothing.
That's true, Lewis. But guess what?
You see the bullshit?
Tua did throw 6 touchdowns in one game.
But it's not bullshit because when Tua wasn't performing, they were saying he didn't have receivers, but yet Justin Herbert can still perform and put up big numbers with all his receivers hurt. There's a huge difference, dude.
I know there is.
You're going by total touchdowns and not looking at the composition of them. How many and the distribution of touchdowns? How many?
I wish I saw the stats.
How many touchdowns did the Chargers rush on the ground last year?
We need the breakdown.
But hold on.
I can tell you what the potential of Herbert's other touchdowns went.
You know what's funny to me, Lewis? You want to use the argument and you and everybody that agrees with you on that take,
I'm
by the
using
way,
the argument
could
that Fred
only
used.
go back
That's the
to
same
last
argument that they try to use
year.
against
Go back to the
against
previous
against
year
Jalen
where
Hurts
he
when
threw
he's talking about
38
his
Don't get
rushing
mad
games
at me.
touchdowns,
and
and
brought
they
Don't
try
get
to
back
mad
throw
at
30.
me.
they throw away his rushing touchdowns and realize
Don't get
that
Hey,
he
hey,
ran for
hold
13
on, everybody.
touchdowns. He
Hey, hold on,
produced over
everybody. Hold
30
on.
touchdowns by himself.
Hold on. Hey, listen, hold on 1 second, man. Hold on. I'm trying to bring up my man Reggie Brown. Can somebody bring up Reggie Brown when he too? Because I'm having a hard
I
time.
got him up here. I got him up here, Shake.
Okay, okay.
I got him up here.
Hey, what's good,
The
Doc?
problem, you
What's
can
up,
say
Doc?
whatever it is y'all want to fucking say. The problem is I'm using the argument.
Same
I'm,
ones he was talking about. That's the same one. That's exactly what you know what the Bible calls that?
Huh?
It calls
What
that
happened,
Who's he
Doc?
bearing
talking?
false witness.
Hey, I think he's on a live mic. I don't think he's
No, he's
talking
probably a
to us,
live
guys.
mic. I don't know if he's talking to nobody.
He's talking to somebody else, guys.
yeah, he's talking to somebody else. See, again, people getting in the uproar, and now it's topic of conversation. I'm going by, and Pete said, "Oh, Lewis, you're trying to do this," and Crypto saying, "Oh, Lewis, you're trying to do this." I'm using the same argument Fred did. Y'all didn't get in the uproar when he was talking
What?
shit about Tua, using that argument. But now I
No, he
come out
wasn't.
and I use that
Because
and
I refuted
because when
what
you
he
shift
said
it
when
to
he was
Herbert,
talking about that.
because when you shift it to Herbert,
the
it just
man
doesn't
was
sound good.
coming out and saying, the man was coming out and saying, right, with his statements that Tua wasn't a franchise quarterback. Am I fucking off? Or are we
Yeah, he was saying that, but what
Yeah,
I'm
but
supposed
he
to
is
agree
a
with him if I
franchise
don't agree
quarterback.
if I don't believe him?
that same
We
argument against Justin Herbert?
we
What's your
gotta
argument then?
we gotta look down the breakdown. We gotta do the breakdown
Because
on
it's a
both of
total
them.
package. It's a total
And
reasoning
and
why
we
you would
and
say
we
one is
No,
a
it ain't.
franchise and one's
No, it
not.
ain't.
we,
No,
we
no.
have to do the
To me,
breakdown.
it is. I don't care what Fred says.
Look, Bleacher Report
If
just had.
Fred's going to say that about what his reason is, it has nothing to do with mine and why I believe one's a franchise quarterback.
I don't want to hear none of that.
Listen. Look, I don't know how much stock you guys
You didn't kill my narrative
real
because I
quick,
have a
please.
reason why I say one's not a franchise quarterback, one not. It's not like it don't line up with Fred's.
Can I say something real quick?
about none of that.
It don't kill why I believe one's a franchise quarterback's not.
Listen. Look, I don't know how much stock you guys want to put
I'm
in the
not going to
Bleacher
sit up
Report.
here and be shoehorned to say that somebody's a franchise
Look,
quarterback
Cap's
only
trying to
based on
talk now.
stats,
Shut up.
and one's not a franchise quarterback based on stats. I have my reason.
Shit. All I know is same argument you're using, Crypto. I didn't hear you say a fucking peep when Fred was up here spewing that nonsense.
Yes, I did because he wasn't trying to shoehorn me to his argument.
What shoehorn? I'm not, but I haven't even asked you who's better. I'm not, that's not the debate. What I'm saying is,
that's not what I'm being shoehorning me about who's a better quarterback. But
how are you
but the implication is that one's better than the other.
Lewis right now. Lewis is so confusing. Hold on.
Using the argument that one is better than the other.
You're saying that
Why don't everybody shut up and let Cap talk for a minute?
Arguing about
real quick. Look,
bringing up things that
real quick, please. Please, no. Hey, look, real quick. Real quick, yeah.
Right. Just now you start going with that
Shut
argument.
up and let Cap talk.
Yeah, listen, real quick.
Kappa have his role.
If I would have came out here, listen, we don't have to look at the fucking numbers and do a fact check. I don't need those fucking numbers.
No, but look, listen, it's not about that, bro.
The argument is not about who's fucking better. The argument was, if we're gonna play this fucking game for Tua, I posed the question using the facts that were thrown out by Fred and others of fucking up here. How in the fuck is Justin Herbert considered a franchise guy then?
Because it's more than just stats. It's not stats that make him a franchise quarterback.
I got a better one if I get to
For
talk
me,
real quick.
it's not just Justin Herbert's stats that make him a franchise quarterback. It's not in isolation.
Look, do yourself a favor real quick, and if you guys really want to get in the uproar, I think Bleacher Report just came out with their top 100 list, and guess who's not on there either?
I don't give a fuck about no goddamn list.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care about who's in this whole conversation because Chad Pennington was in a conversation before for a full 17 games.
Hey, Cap, they've been all off season. Tua is an MVP. Tua this, Tua that. And he's not even making people's list as the top quarterback. Unreal, bro.
I mean,
I'm kind of glad Color did do that list with as far as production, as far as what was the ranking production wise, because that isolates non-running quarterbacks versus running quarterbacks, or just pocket guys. As far as the 9 categories, I mean,
2 quarterbacks in the Super Bowl last year were running quarterbacks. So I don't know. They want to take the stats in whatever part of the game that they want to take away, but you can't take those things away. Just like Steven on the show the other day. He wants
I think we tried saying that a couple years ago, right? We tried saying what, the mobile quarterbacks?
And I told Steven, make a list with the top 2 starting running backs and their average pay. And this guy automatically starts off by saying, I'll do the list without Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb because they're an anomaly. Oh, they're running backs.
Absolutely.
Like, y'all need to stop moving off stuff.
Hey, watch this. Now watch this, right? And you tell me who's more of the bigger hypocrite. And if the shoe fits, if people up here get offended, if the shoe fits, fucking wear it. Watch this. We talk about, look at Bleacher Report's top 100 list. Who's not on the list? I'm pretty sure Cap was meaning Tua Tagovailoa wasn't on that list, right?
Nope.
So that's going to be the narrative. He's not on that list. Now watch this. If Tua was on that top 100 list, is Pete going to come out here and acknowledge that he was on the top 100 list?
Depends on where he was at.
Is Cap for Life going to come out here and tell you, Tua was ranked this? No, because they're going to fucking downplay it. So don't fucking
it's not.
the goddamn list that none of them motherfuckers matter. The only time it matters is when Tua doesn't fucking make it.
Oh my God!
Wouldn't the evidence beat them downplaying him being in the top 5 as far as quarterback rating? Cap for Life, I got a question. Have you ever downplayed Tua being a top rated quarterback? Have you ever downplayed that? That would be the evidence that you would have did it with the top 100 list if he was on it.
Did Crypto just say?
I've never put him on anything whatsoever. You got to prove it to me.
Did Crypto just say quarterback? Hold on. Did Crypto just say quarterback?
No, it may have sounded that way. But I was trying to see if the evidence that Cap would have done that, it would be him actively doing that while Tua is number 1 QB rating. If he's actively doing that, then that would imply that he will automatically do it to the top quarterback rating, the quarterback 100.
Crypto, you're right. Crypto, you're right. If he was actively there,
that would be the true evidence that he did
it.
If
he was actively there.
You know people do it, Crypto. Don't do that
because I got a question. Hey, Louis,
I'm just saying. I know people do it because they're actively doing it already to Tua on the top quarterback rating list. I'm not saying they don't, Louis. I'm saying that will be the hard evidence that they will most likely have done it with that list of Tua was in the top 100. But if they're not doing it while he's in the top quarterback rating list, then there's no evidence that he would have did it in the top 100 list.
Well, what's a quarterback? By the way, what's a quarterback?
You haven't seen it, Crypto? You haven't seen it, Crypto? Let's say we do top 20.
That's like a G League quarterback.
Let's say we do the top 10, the top 20 quarterbacks, Crypto, and let's say Tua lands at 15. You haven't heard motherfuckers say Tua's too goddamn low on that list. He should be 17, 18, 19. The list will tell you he's at 15, and people will debate it and be like, Tua's too low. He should be 18th on the list. But now that Tua doesn't make a list, look who's not on that list. Funny how it works, though, right? The fuck are we doing out here?
But Louis, that's just a shorter list. It's still more than 20 quarterbacks in the league.
By the way, I know it doesn't matter to you, Louis. You're just gonna be like, it don't matter. But you had asked, so Tua and Justin Herbert, looking at my note here, were both ranked 8th in number of touchdowns total. That means that they had the same number of touchdowns.
Okay, perfect. So if they're again, this is not the argument that I was trying to make. Who is a better quarterback? No one ever heard me say Tua was better than Herbert. What I'm saying is, when I hear the narrative that Tua's not a franchise guy, okay, I'm not debating that. I just asked.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just asked the question, Color. What makes Justin Herbert then a franchise quarterback? Because Color just telling you again, if they both ranked 8th out in production, right? Which we already agreed.
In one of the categories in production.
I might be able to
Only
answer that
in
question. I
one
might be
season.
able to
it's one of
offer
the
you
Only in one
categories.
season.
Lewis, hold on.
That's one of the
guys.
9, Lewis.
Guys, hold on. I might be able
sounds
to.
like they're average. That's
I
what
might.
On a
I
year,
might be
on
able
a
to.
year where his team was injured as well, all his receivers.
Okay, can I try to offer Lewis a fair answer instead of everybody just repeating the same talking points? I can actually offer you a fair answer, Lewis. Whether you accept it and agree with it is your business. I'm not trying to. I don't really. It makes no difference to me.
I hear you.
But I can tell you that. Okay, so on one token, it's going to sound like I'm saying that I'm putting Tua ahead of Herbert, and you're going to immediately want to say, well, why don't that make him a franchise guy then? On the other token, you're going to get the answer if you just hold out and hear me all the way out, okay? And so on my production list, right, I have 9 categories. I did their average ranking of things I thought were production. Complete number of completions, completion percentage, yards total, touchdowns total, touchdown percentage, interception percentage, first downs total, yards per completion, and yards per game, right? Those are the 9 criteria that I averaged out their rankings in. Justin Herbert averaged an 8.67 ranking to take the 5th spot on my as 5th overall most productive quarterback last year. Tua had an average ranking of 10.11, tying for the 9th spot with Kirk Cousins. Now, Tua played 4 less games than Justin Herbert to do that. So I suspect even if the last 4 games would have been bad game, or even if the 4 games he played, let's say he played those games, right? Even if they were bad performances, he would have still increased his completion total. He would have increased some of these other numbers, and I would argue would have leaked into the top 5 in production last year, possibly even eclipsing Herbert. Now, you might say, wow, shouldn't that mean if they're talking franchise for Herbert, they should be talking franchise for Tua, right? That seems to support that, right? Then I go over to the wide receiver ranking list that I did. Remember that the reason I did both of these lists was because of the debate that was struck up that EM was a part of, where we were trying to determine who brought up who more, the quarterback or the wide receiver, or does a wide receiver do they even have the ability to enhance a quarterback, and vice versa? And that's the reason I did all this, right? So now when I look over to the wide receiver list, Justin Herbert, you can give him one quality over Tua, which is the fact that he has 3 wide receivers in the top 42. Okay, the most productive. However, Tua's only got 2, but both of Tua's are in the top 10.
Josh Palmer made that list?
And Justin Herbert's receivers in production ranked 25th, 27th, and 35th. Okay.
Agreed.
To me, if I look at Tua could have leaked into the top 5 with Herbert playing whole 17 games. But if you're asking me which one of those 2 deserves this franchise tag besides eye test, I mean, bro, look, you could argue some of his receivers were hurt. Whatever the reasons,
he was
working with trash receivers
last
year, bro.
He was playing with broken ribs, Color. Every time
not that
hurt him.
It wasn't that. It was more that Mike Evans was missing damn near 3/4 of the season.
Mike Williams, you mean?
His first game was against us.
Josh Palmer was balling.
Mike Williams finished 27th in production.
He had to throw the ball to Austin Eckler. Austin Eckler had more receptions than Jalen.
I know this.
They were banged up, dude, and he overwhelmed with a banged up unit like that, because
I suspect if I did that right, and I suspect Pete, and I suspect if I did the same exercise on Austin Eckler like I did for Travis Kelce, you might find Austin Eckler in the top 15 of wide receivers in production. You see what I'm saying? Because I did do the same thing, because Patrick Mahomes only had one receiver. Okay, and his was 21st. Juju Smith-Schuster.
So that's production for another running back, but at the same time, it doesn't really look like production.
No, what I'm saying is, let me get to the Kansas City Chiefs example, and it might help you understand a little more, Cap. So people were saying when I pointed out Patrick Mahomes only had one receiver on the list at 21st ranked in production, and that was Juju Smith-Schuster. People said, "Well, what about Kelsey?" I mean, yeah. So in fairness, I factored in Kelsey as if he was designated a wide receiver. I went through all of these stats.
Okay, so Eckler does the same thing for
Kelsey.
Gotcha.
And Kelsey would have finished 7th among wide receivers in production.
Wow.
So I suspect, based on how many completions Eckler got and all that, and we saw how he is utilized, I suspect if I did the same exercise, he'd probably land in the top 25 of receivers.
Oh, no doubt.
So Herbert was still utilizing somebody. You know what I mean?
If hypothetically you using that same exercise, if Justin Herbert had 2 of his receivers not in the 20s, in the top 10, what does that do for Justin Herbert's numbers now? That now he has the extra yard and everything like that, and completions on top of it.
Right.
If he was as productive and getting breakaway scores like our receivers.
Right.
did.
And that goes to your point, Crypto, about the fact that Justin Herbert beat us head to head. I mean, that was a big game.
Yeah.
There was a lot on the line for both teams, and the franchise guy got the win.
Yeah, that counts as a win. Him leading, because we wasn't a slouch team at the time we played him.
Now, I'm not saying that made him a franchise guy. I'm not saying that made him a franchise guy. What I'm saying is now,
you know this guy.
It goes as him leading his team.
Hold on. Knowing that we're gonna exact revenge on them, knowing that we got a lot to prove now. Tua has to come back and show he's a franchise guy to Herbert, right? Now, if Herbert holds that off and wins, that's checkmate. Herbert's a franchise guy. That's what you got to do. When somebody's got revenge on you and you still take it to him, you know what I mean? You're a franchise guy. That's what franchise guys do. Sorry.
Well, I was thinking more franchise. If you're using franchise label, you have to do it over your total career.
Well,
not just last year.
Maybe, but what I'm saying is the attributes of a franchise guy. When we talk about, this is a revenge game for that team and we're all worried about it. Why? If we had a franchise guy, we wouldn't give a damn who had revenge against us.
Man, I am so glad
Yeah.
I get something else. I get something else now, and I don't have to come at Dolphin fans. I can go at somebody else. Another day more of Lewis dominating the chat room. First of all, it's not a chat room. It's called a panel. By over-talking everybody. So sorry, pathetic, and need for attention. Funny. Another day of Mark being a chatty-patty chat warrior in the chat, overwhelming everybody with his nonsense comments and writing of statements. Another day
Buffalo
of that.
propaganda, bro.
Go fuck yourself, Mark.
Hey,
yourself.
Yeah, Buffalo's
Hey,
in the
y'all-
cellar.
y'all-
Buffalo's in the
y'all
cellar.
ever heard of
Pete from Bills Mafia will defend you, Mark. So let me be the first one to say, Pete, go fuck yourself too. How about that? There you go.
Hey,
Here you
hey,
go. You
y'all-
want a face
Mom.
on it? Let me put a face on it. Let me
Hey.
show you the Skylar Thompson goddamn face. Pete and Mark can go fuck
that guy.
yourselves. Right here.
Damn.
I blame Buffalo for this, bro.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Hey,
all these
damn
guys
Bills.
need Jesus, man. What can I say,
Old school
bro?
Dolphin fan remembers Dalvin Cook?
No, Mark deserves that.
Remembers this guy
Deserves-
snapping the ball for us
deserves to
back
get
in the
cooked.
days. Jeff. Nobody remembers this guy, Jeff?
We got a bunch of heathens on
Yep.
the panel on Friday night, man. As you know,
Jeff
it's just,
Dallenbach.
Yeah, it's a lot of heathens on.
Yeah, Big Philly had him on the show the other day. That's Jeff Dallenbach.
Nobody never heard of this guy?
It
Jeff
is a fun
Dallenbach,
exercise. You got
Big Philly had him on his show.
What,
That's
Jeff
Big Philly's
Dellenbach,
name.
bro?
Philly
I'd
had
love
him
to
on
talk
the
to
show?
Jeff Dellenbach was the guy that replaced.
Tell Big Philly he could have this Jeff Dallenbach, man, if he had him on
Isn't
the show.
he the
Yeah,
guy
bro.
that replaced Dwight Stevenson
Dolphin
after
uniform and all.
Stevenson retired?
He won, I think, with Green Bay. He won a Super Bowl in Green Bay.
He replaced Dwight Stevenson and was Dan Marino's freaking center for like most of my life.
Yeah, nothing back.
Yeah, Big Philly had him on the show. That's his
Hey,
neighbor.
Colin, look, I'm gonna read the back of the card. Y'all check this out. Jeff was the keystone of the Dolphins' offensive line that did not allow a sack in 1989, the year I was born.
That's why I don't know why nobody
Making
ever
it-
talks up Dellenbach. Nobody ever puts him on their list.
Didn't give up not one sack.
Hey, but I'm gonna read that again. Was it only Jeff Dallenbach or the whole offensive line?
It was the whole offensive line. I mean, be honest with you.
Make it a
Richmond
record
Webb and Keith
19
Sims.
straight
Not in
games.
'89. We didn't get them until '90 or '91, bro.
We had a record that year of 19 straight
I think
games
that was his rookie year,
without
like
a
90.
sack.
Maybe you might be right.
Yeah, it was a good line.
We went. That's a whole season without allowing a single sack.
Without having a single sack.
He played for Miami.
Sounds like Eichenberg in college, don't it? Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
I think Eulenhake, Jeff Eulenhake was on that line, I believe.
Yeah.
Or was he a D?
So all y'all like to crap on Eichenberg. Eichenberg hit those same numbers, so he's got the potential. He flashed.
Dallenbach played for Miami Dolphins from 85 to 94.
Right. He took over for Stevenson. Right. He took over Dwight Stevenson.
Yep.
And Dwight Stevenson's in the Hall of Fame.
Yep, 2 Hall of Fame centers we got.
Yeah, if you look up the mural of my picture I got with the Dolphins undefeated team and a whole bunch of the other guys from like the back in the 80s, he's like in that mural. Like he's big time. He's like one of those guys you really don't talk about, but he did a lot of good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you guys are interested in talking your thoughts on any position battles you guys might think happen in training camp coming up?
Anything but tight end.
Because I'm starting to hear.
There's no battle of tight end. That position's been sold up already. You can't have competition with Hall of Fame tight ends on your roster, Cutter.
Wynn's gonna take the right tackle position from Jackson.
You think that's possible? That's sure. I could see that. I could see Noah taking somebody's spot.
Yeah.
It might
Cam
be a joke
Smith?
right now, Color, and unbelievable. Excuse me. But in reality, I think Nick Needham might be the one to lose his job because of
Well, didn't he just get hurt again?
No, he did not get hurt again. He's just on the PUP list still.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I just heard clips today. I haven't really been.
Yeah. He was put on the PUP list. They're hoping that at the beginning of first week, maybe the second week of training camp, or near the end of preseason, that he'll be able to start practicing and stuff.
Yeah, I've been in my herb garden all day, and at Lowe's, I went to Lowe's and got a Thai basil plant and a bunch of soil.
I want to see how
Took a
Van
break
Ginkel
today.
do an inside linebacker.
Huh?
I said I want to see how Van Ginkel gonna do with the experiment of putting him at inside linebacker.
I think Van Ginkel's do well.
Yeah.
Van Ginkel. I think there's a higher chance that Duke Riley plays in the middle before Van Ginkel.
No way, bro. No way.
Hey, I'll be the first one to say I love Duke Riley, but I don't see him coming over Van Ginkel.
I think Van Ginkel's got the goods, man. I really do.
But
I think Fangio knows it too.
I think so too. I think that's why he putting him in that spot.
Yeah, but there's something like this organization doesn't seem to value Van Ginkel as much as we think. We kept Duke Riley, but we let Van Ginkel walk and test out free agency. He didn't get an offer he was looking for, and he decided to come back home.
Bro, he didn't get an offer for the same reason you're up here talking up Duke Riley over him, bro. It's the narrative, man.
No, it's not the narrative. What narrative?
The narrative that he's just a guy, that he's just blah, like the Durham Smythe narrative.
Well, if the
He's the
organization
Durham
believed
Smythe.
in him, we
He's
probably
the
would not
Durham
have
Smythe
traded
of
for
tight
Chubb.
ends, bro.
He could have easily took over that position. It was his up for grabs for a while, and we had to go out and settle and trade for Chubb. He just
Yeah, I
didn't
know.
come in.
I'm not saying there's not better out there, but so thus far, I don't think it's been Duke Riley.
I just look. All I did was look at one video color. It was recently, like a month or two ago, of when we
Right.
were
So
in
go.
OTAs.
So do yourself a favor and go back
OTA.
to the 2021 season, right? And go back to the Baltimore game that Jacoby Brissett got injured in and Tua came in. Remember that game?
Yeah.
Yep.
Go watch how Van Ginkel just absolutely stuffed the RPO from Lamar Jackson all night long, dude.
I like Van Ginkel. I do like him, but I just don't think he's going to be a middle
But he played, bro.
linebacker.
He played the middle that night. He played middle inside that night and absolutely was the key to flushing out Lamar to the edge where Phillips had containment, bro. He was the whole key to the whole operation, bro. Go back and watch the game, man. Watch the all 22 on it. You'll see.
He was.
And it was because, dude, it was not so much blowing up the line as much as it was not blowing up the line when you shouldn't. Not taking the cheese through the gap that the phantom running back is coming through with no ball in his hands. You know what I mean? And sliding down the line and following Lamar Jackson instead of freaking worrying about what comes up the middle with the running back. You know what I mean? And not blowing through that hole and coming around Lamar's backside just to get burned by his freaking smoke while Phillips hasn't got to the edge yet. Bro, that's all the whole key with him sliding down the line and having patience that allowed Lamar to stutter step out to the flat while Phillips had time to catch up to contain the edge, bro. It was the whole key to the whole night, man.
You couldn't ask for better positioning, better play.
And if I were to guess as a layperson, I would guess that Fangio saw that very game and was like, what the hell are we thinking here? Look at this guy. Why aren't we doing this? And then he comes out and says it. You know, like we're going to probably look at this and that with Van Ginkel, you know? Whoa, lo and behold. You know what I mean? What a coinkydink. Yeah, that's the way I saw it. I might be wrong. I'm not infallible.
That's why
I'm certainly not an expert. I'm certainly not an expert on linebacker. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
well,
but you know how I'm thinking about it
camp
already. I
in
told you.
preseason.
We let him walk color. That's how I'm thinking about it. And then I'm looking at it as it's Big Fangio that is looking at it like, yeah, we could be good without this guy on the roster. We got him back on a cheap deal or whatever.
And we could be.
But I just think it was more of like Big Fangio looking at it.
We could be, Pete. We could be. I'm not saying he's the only one that could be that good, you know, like that. Sure. You know, there's bound to be better. You know, we got
he was
Long
lucky he did a good game versus the Ravens.
We got Long in the building now, so that's a lock spot. Now we have to we have a roster spot that's expendable, and we have to choose who that is. And if it's Van Ginkel and Fangio determines that, then whatever, you know. I'm indifferent, but I just think the guy's a little better, just a little better than, you know, the average think he is. You know what I mean?
No, I think, and then we got to remember too, he was also playing hurt throughout the season as well. So now that he's healthy, okay, let's see what he got. Because I'm quite sure Fangio, like I said, just like you said, Cole, he's seen something, and that's the reason why he wants to experiment with Van Ginkel on the inside to see what's going to happen. You know, even though we have Long and what have you. I mean, I'm looking forward to that, to see what's going to happen. Because Van Ginkel to me he's a pretty good linebacker. He just got to be healthy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Mr. Polk, sounds like you and I have found our favorite position battle so far. To answer Pete's original question, or was it Pete it was you that asked, right, Pete, about position battles?
Yeah.
Right. Well, there you go. For me, it's linebacker, I guess, with Van Gink. See what goes on there.
That's an interesting one. A couple guys there that seem to be fighting out for a position, like Channing Tindall. Like I said it on Steven's show.
I get it. The first linebacker we got was David Long. And this fan base, to me, is too quick to give him a starting job already. And some have him above Jerome Baker, okay? And which I think is asinine.
Well,
But at the same
a
time,
lot of it
I
has to
feel
do with
that's
him
where the
being
position battle is.
he's been part of a pretty rock solid defense in Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee actually does have their defense together, you know, and has for a couple seasons.
Yeah, but
You know,
we also have to take in consideration the scheme change. And Irvin went up right after me and said, "Oh, Pete, you're lying. He played in a 3-4." Go look at David Long Jr., just his highlights on YouTube. And you see in Tennessee, all he was doing was playing in a 4-3. I'm not saying he can't transition into a 3-4, right? But at the same time, it's going to take some time to learn. Whereas a guy like Channing Tindall, a guy like Duke Riley was already in this 3-4 system. They don't know the language, but I'm pretty sure they'll be able to fit in and be comfortable at the position more as someone like David Long, who's completely transitioning.
But here's the thing, Pete. I really don't see Jerome Baker really as an inside linebacker. Outside linebacker, I think that's more of his talent. It's the outside linebacker, not inside. Because they tried him in the inside, and he didn't look as good as he should to me.
No, and I agree with what you're saying. So don't get it confused when I say no. But let's not act like he's not our best linebacker on the team.
No, I'm not saying that. No, not by. I'm gonna tell you something. If you put him on the outside, I think he's gonna blow up in some way because he still has the speed, and that's the position he played in college as well, and he played it well. So I think when we experimented with him on the inside, that wasn't really his cup of tea. I mean, I'm not saying he was terrible. No, I'm not saying that. But I think he's more talent. His talent is more on the outside than on the inside. That's my observation.
I agree with it. I agree with it. He's a versatile player. You can move him around. He's that special. And the fan base seems to turn around and think he's not good. Oh, he makes tackles downfield. Well, if he's making tackles downfield, it goes to show that the push up front could be a problem with lanes being left open. See what I'm saying? So I like Baker. I've always liked Baker. I didn't agree with the contract extension. That part I'll be honest with. But at the same time, I mean, he's been our best linebacker we've had here in a very long time, while the fan base will sit out here and overpass him. Now, that's just all I'm really trying to say. So, in that point, I think he's a safe bet. He is the starting middle linebacker. The second guy in competition, that's where it's open for me. That's where David Long might win it. Duke Riley might win it. Who knows? AVG.
Outside, I can go outside, but Jerome Baker being on the inside,
no,
that's when you see it different.
But that's where he's going to be. Where do you think he's going to line up at now, Mr. Paul?
No. Like I said, you got Long, you got Van Ginkel, you got Channing Tindall, you got the what's the other guy name with the blonde? Sometimes he'll be blonde. I can't think. Who?
Riley.
Right,
Duke
Duke Riley. That's who I see as far as the linebacker is concerned. I think they're gonna move Jerome back to the outside because I think that's where he thrives at on as being the outside linebacker. I can see him being a starter.
Pete, I'm a big fan of Jerome Baker myself too. I am, but he does better on the outside than he does in the middle. And that's just plain as day. I mean, I have several items autographed by Jerome Baker. I love him. He's a beast. But he's not a middle linebacker, man.
What's
I've seen him struggle.
That's crazy to me. But again, that's why I keep saying it's crazy to me. But I agree with you guys because I've seen him do good things on the outside as well. That's why I agree with that. But again, I just think no matter what, he is our starting middle linebacker. And what's to say? What if this guy goes to all pro status this year under FinMily a good defensive coordinator.
Okay, you got to. I don't know if you heard the talk when we first got our coordinator. My mind's drawing a blank. But anyway, there was a lot of talk about wondering if Baker was even going to fit his scheme or not. There was a lot of talk wondering if he's going to keep Baker because he wouldn't work with his scheme. A lot of people were saying.
Well,
So
that's what was coming out of Jerome Baker's mouth, Papa Paul, is actually different.
I know
He's saying that he loves it. He's going to get the freelance more. This is setting up to be an all-pro year, and then we're going to get rid of him because his contract is too much next year. Think about the situation.
I understand. I know all that, Pete. I understand that. I'm just saying what other people were saying. I heard what Jerome Baker says, and I hope to God it's one of his best years. Because at the same time, if it's his best year, he's got a chance of us keeping it, even though his contract can be reworked to lower it down. Or, God forbid, they end up trading him. But if he's got one of his best years going, at least we'll get it something worthwhile for him.
So that's another guy we drafted, we developed. He becomes an all-pro, and now we're looking to trade him when he's in his prime. Papa Paul, that's the problem I have with this organization, and it's the fan base. Some like you that would be okay with it. If we get Vic Fangio and Jerome Baker's an all-pro, we shouldn't even be thinking about getting rid of Jerome Baker. That should be the last thought in our head.
The same thing.
I'm not saying I'm okay with it.
It can be said about Christian Wilkins because it's talk about trading him and it talks about keeping him. But it's
all talk until they can prove they're worth staying longer and stuff at the same time. If Fangio likes him well enough, he's not going to go anywhere.
Right.
I see what you're saying, Papa. I agree.
I mean, and when I say that, I'm not putting down Christian Wilkins because I think he's a great player. But the thing is, we have to see if he fits into the scheme, a Fangio scheme, and then also two, we gotta see if we can. I shouldn't say afford to keep him, but if he's valued where we can trade him, then we may have to do that. But I'm just saying, we just don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Is anybody else here, Papa Paul, like that? I mean, not Papa Paul, Mr. Paul. Anybody else here?
Yeah, I am.
Like muttery like that, or is he clear to you guys?
No, that's the way his is. He's been that way.
Like I said, I'm supposed to be getting new headphones tomorrow, so it's not going to be like what I have on that.
Yeah, that's fine, but. It's the same thing with any defensive player that anybody would get. It's all a business now is what's the sad thing about it. It's done so much business like, players aren't cared about like they used to be. And I love Christian Wilkins. I love Baker. But it's going to be how well they fit the scheme and if Fangio likes what they're doing. If Fangio likes what they're doing, they're not going to go anywhere. They'll just restructure their contracts and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, my wife's getting off work. I got to run, guys. I appreciate you having me on. It's been a pleasure.
Nope.
Shake, you do a great job.
Papa Paul. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Papa.
I got. Yes, sir, gentlemen. No problem. I got to pack things up because I'm going away for a few days. So
look at y'all. Y'all got that Dalvin Cook news today. Now everybody wants to go on vacation and hide out. I see how it is, Papa Paul.
No. you got. If you weren't around, my wife just got out of the hospital. So.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're praying for her, man. We are gonna pray for her. You take care.
She's doing good. She's doing good. Plus, we've already had this week. She's had this week scheduled off for almost a year. So.
God bless her and whatever you guys are going through. She's going to be better with you right by her side, Papa Paul. You take care of her.
I appreciate that. I do. She's got type 2 diabetes, we found out. And as she calls me, I'm her food Nazi. I go through everything, make sure it's good for her or not.
Right.
That's what's up. And
See,
and
y'all,
and another prayer we got to send out to is I know he's not a Dolphin or whatever, but Goodman, what was that receiver? He got blood clots. We found out today for the Browns.
Blood clots.
They found blood
Okay.
clots in his
Yeah,
legs
that's
and
life
in his
threatening if
lungs.
you don't take care of it.
yeah,
man.
that can be deadly. Yes.
That's
So,
like
and he's been
basketball
through a
player
lot,
getting
as you guys are
amnesia.
aware.
We pray for everybody that needs prayers. It's not
Yeah.
it's not just family, friends, and stuff like that. It's everybody that needs it. We pray for them.
Honestly, at this point, we just got to wake up every day and just pray for everybody on earth.
That's
Every
right.
single day, just pray for everybody because it's gone that way now.
Y'all have a wonderful night,
You too,
and
man.
as I usually say, peace, love, and fins up, brothers.
All right.
Peace up, man.
What's up, baby?
Peace up,
Take
man.
care now.
With all the
Man, I
deliberations
couldn't
that
wait
went
for
on, Pete.
Papa Paw. Hey, I couldn't wait for Papa Paw to leave. I'm gonna talk so much behind his back. Y'all don't even understand.
With all the deliberations that's been going on over the last hour, Pete, are you now under the assumption that Tua is the franchise quarterback going forward? Now, with all the deliberations have been going on,
Crypto, I don't care how loud Lewis screams. You know how wrong he was? Tua ain't no damn franchise quarterback.
Don't bring him back up here now.
Get him over here.
I was just wondering with further deliberating, you know how the jury has to take a day or two, maybe go out and eat some lunch and talk it over with all the evidence that's been introduced, and and they had to go back and ask for more evidence and more testimony, and you know how it is. It gets when the jury gets almost hung, when it's a near hung jury. It's that last juror that holds out at the last moment. We was wondering if you were that last juror that hold out and give us the final verdict on the franchise quarterback of the Miami Dolphins.
You know what?
No.
I can see Pete doing that. the last year to hold out on this.
The last juror, Pete. The state of this franchise rests in your hands, Pete. You're that last juror.
Man, by
We
the
gotta
time
convince.
Crypto, by the time I finally tell you guys Tua is a franchise quarterback, we won 3 Super Bowls already. He's been MVP of the league twice, and I finally gave in.
Oh man.
But one thing I was having a discussion earlier today. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, shout out to Mr. Negative. I was having a discussion because we were like, what if, right? Because what will shock us if Tua comes out and runs like a more traditional pro style offense? Wouldn't that shock the whole league? Like, he's running an Aaron Rodgers type offense. He has full control over it. You can see, like, that's what I want to see with the level of expectation. Oh, this is the first time Tua has ever had back-to-back OCs. Okay, now there's more pressure for you to excel, in my opinion. And now I want you to have full control. I want you to, if you could catch a defense off guards, remember, there's always been a rule. I don't know about you guys, but me growing up playing, my coaches used to always tell me, and this is one thing that I never forget. Shout out to my coach. Offense does not wait on defense. That's the rule.
Exactly.
The offense don't wait on defense. That's what we used to have to hear in our coaches' meetings. Offense don't wait on defense. So the faster we could get our play call in, the faster we could get on the line, the better of an advantage we have. And that's going to be something I'm going to look forward to under Tua. We better not have those same calls going into 5 seconds, 4 seconds, and we have to hurry up because somebody's in motion and all. No. I want you and Tua to be. Now, I doubt he's going to be in a pro style offense. It's still going to be the same gimmicky, quick read stuff for Tua, but I'm hoping that's going to change. And that's a part of a game that I'm looking for him to transition into, for me to sit here and say, look, these are some of the new things we're seeing and I'm actually liking. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to point out what I would like, but we'll see if it actually gets there and determines if he's able to control an offense the way we need him to be. That's the reality. We need a quarterback here to lead us. We don't have that leader.
You want him to take control like Peyton Manning?
That's what he should be doing. He's a veteran in the league, in the same offense, 2 years in a row. This guy's entering year 4. What else do we expect from this guy? To still be coddled and slow-stuttered in that offense?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. It's got to be take the bull by the horns, as the saying go.
And this is why this is the season that he has. This is a critical season for him. And I'm not saying that to say that to keep giving him excuses. No, like I said before, and I said again, when it comes down to all players, I'm on the fence with all players, and that definitely includes Tua. But I will say this right now, regardless of what we think or what we want to think, he's our QB1 right now, and he's going to be starting. So, we can sit here and talk about his ups and downs, but right now he is QB1 when the season starts.
Kind of scary to
Yeah.
hear those words, Mr. Park. He is QB1.
I mean, he's QB1.
Until otherwise, until somebody else comes in under center because of whatever reason.
Right. He's
QB1. Performance,
That's my
injury, or
quarterback.
whatever.
That's my quarterback, and I critique him a lot. How about that?
I critique him, but I'm not going to. I'm going to critique him from what I see. I mean, and that's
And you know
about it.
what? This fan base has gotten so soft lately. It should be only like Dolphin fans that are allowed on panels, right? To a point where they get to criticize their quarterback. If it's real, you let them guys do it. Don't be getting mad at Dolphin fans because, and I'm not talking to you guys on the panel, I'm talking in general that people that get mad because, oh, Pete don't like Tua, this and that. Like, don't get mad. That's fine. Everybody's gonna have a different opinion. That's the problem. People don't like different opinions. I like them. I don't come here on purpose, but it's like you guys have forced me now. You guys have turned me into this. It's all of you guys' fault. Never forget that.
Well, like I said,
right.
You just said the key thing. Everybody, everybody's different, and because we all different, we all view the world different. We all view the NFL different. We all view the Miami Dolphins different, and each player different. So, the world would be boring if everybody sees everything the same way. This world would be very boring. But still, like I said, everybody looks at our team in a different way, and they bring their opinion or perspective, and it may not always go with what you see or what you know.
No, because
So-
that's the reason why. This is the reason why, Mr. Parker, I always say the Tuaneers, they're right, but they're wrong at the same time because they love to use stats at times. And some stats, maybe they can sound right, but it doesn't necessarily make them right in all aspects. That's really, they can use certain stats, but look at all the stats they used against me, Mr. Parker. Let's be real. Oh, why do you hate Tua? He's number one in passer rating. Oh, Pete, you said he couldn't throw deep. He's number one in deep ball completions. Oh, he's shutting you up now. But yet he's shutting me up. But now these same guys that were talking all confident, telling me to shut up and all of this, right, guys? Now these are the same guys questioning how come Madden has him as the 10th best quarterback. I don't get it. I've been trying to tell you guys that you're overinflating his stats and you're overdoing it, but now you guys are shocked he's a 10th ranked passer behind a lot of the guys in the NFL and Madden. And I don't want to hear, oh, it's Madden, Pete, it's a video game. Nah, they do that based on what they feel the player can give you. That's just the reality of it. Some players might be overrated and some players might be underrated, but at the same time, it's almost accurate. Almost accurate.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Pete. Did you just say Madden rated him as number 10?
I think so. I think that's
If
what I
that's
was
the
saying
case,
it on Twitter.
if that's the case, Color, they owe you a lot of money because on that production list that you had, you also had him at number 10 in production. So
Tied
Color,
for
go
ninth,
collect
right,
your
tied-
money.
Right, tied for ninth with Kirk Cousins, and they both had an average ranking of 10.11.
Oh my God.
So it sounds like they owe you money then. You better go collect your check.
They owe him 2 checks. You know why? Color was so spot on it. He said he had him tied 9th with Kirk Cousins, and guess who Tua is behind in Madden? Kirk Cousins.
Kirk
Cousins is number 9, and Tua is
Wow. There you
Color
go.
was spot on that day.
Sound like Color's got a payday coming. Madden has ripped it right off your list, man. I think that's what happened, Color. They was watching your show that morning.
Man, I can hardly get the YouTube audience to give me a tip for that work, man, let alone EA, man.
Right. Damn. John Madden is rolling over in his grave, man.
Yeah, especially since
sure that.
especially since Madden's been sucking the last few years.
Yeah, tell me, Shake.
I literally probably played Madden 23 like 10 times. I buy them all, and I only play like 10 matches in the whole season. Can't believe that. The game is just. I like the old Maddens back in the days, man. You press one little button, that's it. The guy jukes. Now it seems like you got to press like 35 buttons to make the guy just step forward.
Oh yeah, you got to do like combinations. It's kind of like playing Mortal Kombat or some shit, bro.
Yeah, you got to do a finisher. Left, right, up, down, and you have your guy going downfield. Like, come on now. We just trying to play football out here. Hey, but you know what I do like in Madden now lately? What I do, I don't even play the game. I let the computer play itself. I build the roster. I build my team. That's what I like. I build the roster. I build my team. I open up franchise mode, and I just be there. I'll clean the house, and I'll have my team on the TV screen. You better do it. I will bench them. And when guys play bad, I pause it. I bench players. It's funny as hell. I be all up into it. But I don't even play the game. It's the computer playing.
Yeah, whoop your ass on Madden, bro. What's up, Mr. Paul? How you doing, bro? What's up, Color? Shake. Nice to see you too, Mr. Paul. What's up, Pete?
Irvin,
what's up, Fred?
Irvin, you just got here?
What's up, bro? Yep.
Yeah, I know you heard me bring your name up a little while ago. If you didn't, I will tell you. You went up on Steven's show. You went up on Steven's show and started saying, "Oh, David Long played in a 3-4 system. Pete is lying." You showed me on David Jr.'s highlights where do you see him playing in a 3-4.
By the way, it ain't because Tua's the 10th ranked quarterback that I think Madden sucks. I've been think Madden. They can have Tua rated at number 1. I still think Madden sucks. That's why I haven't bought him because it's like playing the same game every year, bro.
Right.
The same game every year. All they do is update the roster. That's it. There's no fucking.
That's all they do.
That shit.
Yeah.
It's too animated. It's too animated now. You throw a bomb and it's like computerized where it's an automatic catch.
That's not only that, bro. You can throw a perfect pass and somehow that shit gets picked off, bro.
Right.
It's just like NBA 2K.
I like NBA 2K. I like that.
Me too.
Hey, y'all don't forget. If y'all don't like one of these guys' takes, time them out. If you don't like Pete's negativity, time his ass out.
Hey, somebody time Pete out right now.
What? Time Pete out for what, man? For what?
Hey, somebody time Fred out.
Y'all want to see? Y'all want to see what a baby? Y'all want to see what a baby Rosemary looks like? There you go. Little baby Rosemary.
Hey, crypto. I've been listening to y'all for the last 20 minutes. I ain't want to time me out already.
Yep. Somebody time Fred out.
Get him out of here.
Oh my God.
Like that. You remember Fred? You remember the Gong Show? The Gong Show or the what's that other ones? Or Showtime at the Apollo when the Sandman come out. Sandman come out and get him.
Hey crypto. You know what that guy used to host the Gong Show. I forget his name, man, but it was a thing on him, man. He was supposed to be like there is some kind of mafia shit. Crypto wasn't that, man. He had some bad with him, man. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, hey Crypto. So you know, there's times where Fred talks where I want to just time myself out. Fuck it.
Hey Pete, you got some explaining to do, Pete.
Pete got
Who's
some
that?
explaining to do.
What happened,
I don't
Big
believe
Nick? I
that.
hear you.
I
Hey,
don't
do
believe
you
that
guys
shit. I
remember?
don't believe
Do you
that.
guys remember just a couple of nights ago on the panel, Pete was saying how Tua is going to get killed. He's going to fumble and intercept and be knocked out in the first game. Well, last night, Pete said Tua should run the ball more.
Yeah, he did.
Pete said
You run the
Tua
ball more.
he should run the ball and get that first down and be more assertive running the ball. Come on,
ain't
Pete,
no
which
lie.
is it? You gave
That
me
ain't no
some
lie.
credit.
How about this
Big
one?
Nick. Hey,
Hey,
Big
check
Nick, I'm
this out.
glad you're here. You made it to the party late, dude. I was up here already
Yeah, I
saying that.
had to take the kids out to dinner, man.
Look,
Hey,
earlier
Big
when I
Nick.
jumped on the show the first time, they were talking about guns and protection. And I complained a little bit about Tua because they're going to have the orange non-contact jersey on him in training camp. And I think that's a problem. This is a quarterback that needs to get a little hit here and there so he can feel good.
Hey, Big Nick, check
Hey,
it out,
what's
bro.
crazy? Hold on, Fred. What's
Hey, check
crazy
it out.
is
No,
I don't
check it
know
out.
if Pete is playing or if he's serious. I know
Hey,
though he's
hey, I'm dead
hey,
serious. I put my
hey,
face on it. I'm outside with it.
hey, Big Nick, check it out, bro. I heard something like I was listening to Big O, and he was saying like, for Tua to, stay healthy, man. Like, suppose there's like, Tua needs to pick up this yard, man. The way Big O was saying for him to stay healthy was like, look, just don't go for that yard, man. If you come up short, whatever. What do you think? What do you think of that, Nick? Do you think Tua ought to, you know what I'm saying? If we need that 1 yard, man, you try to get that 1 yard, man, instead of just going down and try to prolong your season. What do you think about that, Nick? What do you think about that, Nick?
Wait a minute.
Big O said in the context of the game of the play, that's a natural football play, but he would prefer if Tua would throw the ball away because running people over, using his legs, doing things of that nature is not his game. But he understands in the context of that play that that's a natural football move is going to happen. But he don't want to go out thinking he's Josh Allen every game.
No, of course not. Think he's Josh Allen, Nick. Of course not. But if we need to keep this drive going, bro. And a yard short, you don't.
Y'all are killing me either way. Y'all are killing me either way. Y'all are killing. Y'all gonna kill him either way. So I just hope he makes the best football play.
No, Nick. Some. I just think, man, you just forget about yourself getting hurt, man, and go ahead and do what you got to do to win the football game, bro. Even if that's
and then that night after we win the game, Fred, that night after we win the game, because Tua put his shoulder down to get that yard, and he gets hurt for doing that. After we win the game, the first thing you're gonna be saying on the panel, I told you he can't stay healthy, man. I told you we wasted all that time. He always gets hurt.
Right. Well, that's Nick, but you know what? No, Nick, but that's okay. If they gonna say that, man.
We won't say that, Brett. Be honest.
Nick,
you gonna say that.
Nick, this is football, man. This is football, man. And you don't even supposed to be thinking about getting hurt when you're playing in the NFL. You don't think about getting hurt, bro.
What are you talking about? You asking me what I think? But who said?
Okay.
What are you talking about, Fred? I'm
not all over it, man. I'm saying, man, you do what you got to do. And put it out your head about you getting hurt and do what you got to do and get that 1 yard.
Fred, I agree, but you don't agree with that, Fred. You don't. You don't agree with that.
Was the one that asked the question.
You're saying Tua need to put his head down and truck people and get that extra 1 yard.
No, Nick.
But then at the same breath, you don't
think.
Nick.
Look, Nick, that's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying go ahead. I'm saying
y'all
go
are
ahead
jinxing the
and
team.
take on a 350-pound defensive tackle. I'm not saying that. Okay, Nick.
But it's a bad omen.
What if
football gods are going to allow this to come true?
What if
y'all
it's
gonna be
4th and
complaining?
1? What if the game on the line?
Speaking this into existence.
One at a time. Good Lord.
Go ahead, Nick.
What
Go
if the
ahead, Nick.
game is on the line and it's 4th and 1?
No,
and a
Rashad, hone
350-pound
in.
lineman in the way. What you want Tua to do?
Well, go
Get in
say
where
it
you
again,
fit
Nick.
in,
I
Rashad.
ain't heard Nick. Crypto came in. Say it again, Nick.
I said, what if it's 4th and 1? The game is
Yeah.
on the line.
Yeah.
Tua can scramble, but that 350-pound lineman is in the way. What do you want Tua to do?
Hey, man, what I want Tua to do, man, a 350-pound lineman, come on, man, quarterback. Come on, man, you ought to
He
be
better
able
be
to
faster than
What
that,
do you
big
want him
and
to
he
do?
shouldn't get
bro.
caught by that
What do you want
You
him
gotta
to
be able
do?
to evade. I want
What if
him.
you
Be
can't
faster than that
evade?
guy.
What if
Now,
you
look,
can't
Nick.
evade?
Then
What if the
throw the
lanes
ball
aren't
away.
open?
What the hell?
What if the only
What?
lane is open is the one leads you to that
What?
350-pound defensive tackle?
Okay.
You
And
know
what
what I say?
quarterback is running through a 350-pound tackle?
That's not
Give
the
me one.
point. That's
That's
not the
not the
point.
look, bro.
That
Man,
is the
Point is,
point. You brought it up.
bruh,
that's
I'm
look
trying.
what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well, obviously you don't get the point, so I will explain it to you. Whether he runs through the 350-pound
I want
nose
him to throw the
tackle
ball
or
away.
not, the point is, what do you want him to do? On 4th and 1, the game is on the line. What do you want him to do?
Not
I
run
went
up and
to
Tua
it.
So
I
what do
went
you
to
want him
it.
to do? The game on the line. He
I
only
want him to
he
grab the
only-
bull
Technique.
by the
I want him
horns,
to-
Big Nick.
Anything
Whatever
but
that
running
entails.
to
I want him.
anything
I
but
want
running
him
to
by
a
any means
350-pound
necessary to
grown
give me
man.
that 1
I
yard.
want him to. I want
Exactly,
him to
Nick.
grab the bull by the
Exactly,
horn.
Nick.
No,
I'm with you.
Exactly.
I'm with you, crypto. But
No,
obviously
I'm
that
not.
goes over their head. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not willing to risk my season on a first down. Like there could be any time that it's a 4th and 1 situation. No, it's not that serious. We can get the ball back. We can score a different way. We could be up. It don't matter. I don't care about that 4th and 1. If it's the Super Bowl, yes. If it's playoffs,
Oh my
yes.
God,
Is that
man.
Rashad?
I don't
Is that
care.
Rashad?
Yes, that's me.
Yes.
I don't
Dang,
care
on a
about
Friday
us
night,
being
bro.
up 8-0. We
Well, you
Must
can
have
8-0
give
got
him
off
3
early
hours.
tonight or something.
I
It's only
disagree.
like
I
6
disagree.
o'clock in California.
I disagree.
If
I
we
want him to
8-0 and it's
I
4th
want him to
and
make a
1, no,
football
Tua,
play.
throw the ball
Whatever
away.
the football play is.
Throw
Right,
the
the
ball
football
away,
play will
Tua.
be the right decision.
Whatever the
Grabbing the
football
bull
play
by the
is, that's
horn.
what I want him to do.
Yes,
Look,
yes.
I,
The football
I
play,
think
throw the ball
I
away.
look
You're
at.
not getting that
Yeah,
first down.
Hold
yeah,
on,
but
hold
you
on.
Even
guys
if
are
you
you
do,
guys are you
you
guys
go get
are
hurt.
No,
moving the
no, no,
90%
goalposts.
of the
You
time.
guys are
Give it to the
moving the
ball.
goalposts here. You're moving
Yeah,
the
you are.
goalposts. That's all
You
I'm
are me.
saying.
You guys are moving.
Y'all moving the goalposts. It is
crying
Crypto,
what
for
it
how
a
do
is.
we
first
move the
down for the
goalpost,
season.
Crypto?
That's what
I
you're
didn't
doing.
say nothing about moving the goalposts. I said
Hey,
grab the
hey,
bull by the horn. I
Absolutely.
ain't
Put him
say
on the
that.
line for a
In
first
essence,
down.
what you're saying,
That's
you want
smart.
him to make a football play, whatever that football play is.
look,
Right.
Nick. What do offensive players do?
Hey,
Make
Crypto,
plays.
what
Make
if
plays
what
to
if
Yeah.
keep the
grabbing
ball
hold on,
going.
what if
Keep the
grabbing the
drive
bull
going,
by the
dog.
horns actually moves the goalpost? What do you do then?
You
If it
hang on.
actually moves it, then that will be a new paradigm shift. Then color.
But let's ask color. Color,
Yeah,
Shifting it.
color,
You guys are
color
that
tries
shifting
to
would
it.
be a
be.
new paradigm.
Listen,
I
color
love how
tries
you're
to be.
shifting it now.
Color tries to be the voice of reason in his own way. Let's ask color. Color. Game
That's all
six.
Being
color
the
to him.
voice
He
of
ain't got no
reason has
Color.
gotten him in trouble a lot
Go
Game
ahead,
lately.
Nick.
six.
Hold on, Pete. Go ahead, Nick. Ask him. Ask him, Nick. Go ahead, ask him.
Color. Game six. Game six. Say the game ain't on the line. Say it's just a normal football play. It's 3rd and inches. And the football play determines this is the time the quarterback need to get them 3rd and inches, or he can throw it away. Either one, which one do you prefer, or which one would you be disappointed with? It's a
Depending
football
on
play.
how
These
the
are
play
football
developed,
players.
depending on how the play developed, I'd probably be pretty disappointed that he couldn't at least roll out and get that inch.
That was a
Thank
weird
you.
way you asked that
Because you
question.
expect
That
Thank
that to be a football play, right?
we all
Hang on,
prefer the
Rashad.
first
Yeah,
down.
yeah. I mean, if you're talking about
No. Because he said what we prefer. We all would prefer the first down. But I also prefer you not to do something stupid that's
well,
going to
yeah.
fuck up
There's
my
always a
season.
there's
Well,
always a
yeah, that
turnover
would be what's the
possibility and
best
all
play and
that.
what's the wise play.
Right,
That's
but
the difference.
there's always
Yeah.
the narrative. There's always the narrative that you pussy, that you cost us the game because you ain't want to do what you had to do to get the first down.
Right,
Hey,
right.
it is what it is.
Correct.
Exactly,
And
man.
that's what
That
it
what
comes
separates
down
what's
to.
wise
And
and what's
If
the
it
best
leads
thing.
to
that's
if it
what
leads
it'll
to a
come
Super
down to,
Bowl,
Big Nick. You know it.
he can be the
the biggest pussy in the league. I don't give a damn. Give me a Super Bowl.
We're gonna come out at the end of a loss, and we're gonna bring up.
All I'm saying is,
because
what happened? And what happened? Listen, what happened to Michael Irving? What happened? Hold on. What happened to Michael Irving in Philadelphia when he made that football play? He almost got paralyzed.
Because ain't no guarantee.
Yeah, but
ain't no
a
guarantee
football
he's going to
play.
get a first
But
down either.
listen,
Let,
but
let's
Shake,
say
Play,
he
Shake. I don't remember
hold
that.
let's
on,
say he
Shake.
bump his chest
Wait a
up
minute,
and
who
go
got
for
paralyzed?
it, and he gets
No,
stuck.
he almost did. The reason Michael Irvin retired. But Shake, you got to
No, I
understand.
say
Shake,
no one's got.
also,
That's what I'm talking about in Philadelphia, and that's when all those
right.
assholes were cheering on, was cheering it on too.
But Shake, let me ask you a question: is there a difference between fighting for an extra yard or making a natural football play instinctually?
Yeah, there is a difference because
Right.
I'll give you a good example. When Tua got his hip hurt,
That was instinctually when he came back and dropped his shoulder. I know what you were gonna say.
no, I'm talking about when he got his hip hurt in Alabama. He was trying to force a play,
Right.
and got his hip busted.
Right.
And when he ran that guy over in the Jets, that was an instinctual play. That's the
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
That was an
The
instinctual
one with
play.
the
And
Jets,
he
that
even
was
said I needed that. But he didn't go out looking for it. It was just an instinctual play.
Right.
So
Right. That
that's
was
what I
his
want Tua
instinct
to
to try
do.
to
I
do that.
want Tua to make the best football play, whatever it is.
Now, if we're losing bad. You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's 3rd and 1. No, I don't expect you. I don't expect
He
you.
won't do
to
it. He
try to-
won't do
I
it
don't-
then.
No, I don't
You're not
expect
doing
you to
it.
try to.
Then that would be
I
the
don't expect you-
unwise play.
Right. He wouldn't do it then, Fred.
I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? But Tua has done that, bro. You know what I'm saying? We losing. He has tried to do more than he should do.
But every
Even
young
when the game
quarterback
is
does
over.
that,
Even
Fred.
when the
Every
game
young
is over.
quarterback. Every young quarterback. They literally thought in the beginning last year of Trevor Lawrence's career, they thought he was a trash. They thought he was a bust. Then he came on. Every young quarterback take crazy chances.
So we prefer Tua not to go ahead and try to
No,
man
we
up
prefer
and get
Tua to
that
play
first
his
down.
game. We prefer Tua to play his game and make the right football play.
And sell out
Aren't we
short.
playing in a day and
And sell-
age of
and
mobile
sell out short.
quarterbacks?
Sell
Aren't
out
mobile
short for that
quarterbacks
1
getting 1
yard, man.
yard? Aren't the mobile quarterbacks that are elite getting the 1 yards though that you're speaking of?
But see, that's like saying
Well,
couldn't Shaq put up 73 points? Just
No, but
no,
our
man.
quarterback isn't allowed
No,
to
it's
do a
a difference
quarterback
in
sneak
players.
anymore.
No, look, it's a
I
difference
highly
in
doubt we
players.
I'm
ever
just
see a
saying the two
quarterback sneak
quarterbacks
like
in the
Tua.
Super Bowl were mobile.
if Shaq got
Okay.
the ball 50 times, he probably can't get 73 points.
Yeah,
It
but do you
sounds
guys
like
even expect Tua to
No,
have a
Shaq got
quarterback sneak?
73 points and he didn't get the ball 50 times when he went for David when he tried to get David Robinson beat him out for the scoring championship.
Yeah, that was David Robinson with the 70-point game.
Yeah, Shaq had a 69-point game. I mean, I got him wrong.
Yeah,
Shaq was 69.
right.
David Robinson was 73.
Right.
so we're not letting Tua go ahead and be a football player, man.
No, we're
If you're
letting
not, if
Tua
you're
be a
not gonna,
football player.
Exactly,
no,
Fred.
because then you're
We're
not
letting
letting
him be a
No,
football
You're
player.
not letting
Fred,
him.
Fred,
You're not
Fred.
letting
It's
him
not.
be a football player when you ask him or expect him not to get that 1 yard, man.
Who,
And
Fred?
he may even
I don't
can get it, but
understand this.
you're asking him not to sacrifice himself for the
Fred,
1
who are you
yard,
preaching
bro.
this
Where
to?
are we at?
Exactly,
Football
Fred.
players,
Fred,
Exactly,
bro.
Fred.
Fred,
Fred,
Come
let
on,
me
man.
ask you.
what
Hold
crowd
on,
are
big
you?
So
name.
you're
Hold on, big
asking
name.
him not to be
Hey,
Justin
hey,
Herbert,
real
just
quick,
Jalen
big name.
Hurts, Lamar
Hold
Jackson,
on, big name.
Pat
Hey,
Mahomes.
Fred, let me ask you a question. Do you have
Go ahead.
full faith in in our organization? If it's a 4th and 1, do you think we're gonna see Tua run a quarterback sneak?
No,
No, we're gonna see him here.
That hurts us right
We're
there,
gonna see
bro.
him
We're
hit Jalen Waddle.
overprotecting this
We're
guy.
gonna see him
no.
hit Jalen Waddle for 49 yards on 4th and 3.
See,
That's
No,
what
you
we're
know
gonna
what
see.
we'll
but the
do?
thing is,
No, you know
bro,
what
you
we'll
didn't,
do? You know what we'll do? Let me tell you
like,
something, Fred. It's
We're
right.
gonna see Jalen Waddle run for 49 yards on
No,
see,
a
like the
touchdown like he
first
we'll
already
2
did.
run.
years,
No, let
see,
me
hold
tell
on,
you
hold on,
why.
hold on,
What we'll
Pete,
do
Pete,
is
hold
move
on.
Smythe in motion and let him quarterback sneak it. He'll be the center on that play. Durham Smythe. He'll
AP,
run the quarterback
Hey,
sneak.
Pete, listen,
we
real
already
quick,
been in
hold
that
on, give me a
Well,
second,
Alan Eagle already
hold
did
on.
that.
Exactly, Crypto.
Hey, Pete, Tua used to sneak on 4th and 1 and 4th and short all the time, bro. In his first 2 years in his career. I'm not saying they should do it like consistently because it can get him hurt, but it's not like he's done it. He's done it pretty well.
but
Done what?
But look,
Quarterback
regardless of
sneak?
that,
look,
but
look,
regardless
Irvin,
of
you
that,
talking about quarterback sneak?
AP, opening
Yes,
day,
yes, in the end zone and on 4th and short.
Pete,
Did you see what happened to him when they almost
opening
broke him
day
in half?
on the 40, I think it was the 48-yard line, opening day. I think it was like 4th and 6. We hit Jalen Water for a 49-yard touchdown.
It was 4th and 7. Yeah, we hit him. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So
right before halftime.
So that's what happened. That's what I prefer to happen.
That was in the first. Yeah,
but
first
that's
that was right before
Hey Nick,
halftime.
that's 4th and 7. That's 4th and 7, not 4th and 1, bro. Of course, we don't expect Tua to go ahead and try to get that.
Hey Fred,
7 yards.
Let him move the goalpost.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Nick, by being a football player.
I understand. I understand, but y'all really lose shit in the South. Watch this, crypto. That same exact yard line that we was on, that same exact yard line that we was on in between the punt and the field goal, 4th and 1. Do you perceive the play call would have been different, or do you think we still would have went for that slant because of our nature?
Right before halftime. Right before halftime, with the time winding down in that situation, I think we still would have passed it.
We still threw it.
Yeah, Fred.
Yeah, we still throwing it.
You got to envision.
That's because we were in.
We still throw it. Yes.
All of that matters, Fred.
Time was running out. It was only like 30 seconds left in the half.
But we was in between a punt. We was in between a punt and a field goal. So McDaniel played analytics, and analytics said you got a better opportunity of getting the first than you do of getting the field goal.
Yeah,
or test match.
Making a field goal.
So that same analytic would have came into play.
Yeah, but on the 4th,
and it turned out to work out because Jason Sanders was not doing good.
Well, I think the analytics would have came into play either way because you still was barely across the 50.
Come on, let me ask you something, man.
So what happened to the analytics? What happened to the analytics
that
last
would have been nearly a 60-yard
game
attempt that
on
we just
4th and
kicked
1?
it there.
Right, and the first game
what happened to the analytics last year in that Buffalo game on 4th and 1?
Yeah, he's not kicking on 60-yard field goals.
What was the question? What was that
Not
question?
in the first game of the year, the divisional opponent. Hell no.
So I'm just saying, what happened to the analytics in the playoff game on 4th and 1?
Analytics ain't 100%, man. Analytics are percentages.
No, yeah, it's all based on.
Sometimes the underdog wins, man.
You don't move the goalpost so much, and they need to have the goalpost down at both ends.
Nobody's moving the goalpost. All we're doing is trying to tell you we want the man to make the best football play. Y'all want us to hold our feet to concrete and say run. No, we want him to make the best football play.
Yeah, but you guys are also deterring.
That's what every football coach
asks you. It doesn't hurt him if he doesn't make the football play because the coaches are asking him to either throw the ball away or go down quick. They don't want him to get hit. So I think that's hurt us moving forward.
How many coaches do you think? How many coaches do you think say? How many coaches do you think say no? Yes.
Oh man.
Hey, Crypto, by the way, just FYI, Crypto. Hold on.
Yeah.
Crypto. When you watch next time you watch your Chicago Cubs game and you see a goalpost in the middle of the diamond, just know Fred put it there.
Oh man.
Yeah. Crypto.
Right. This time you mean to tell me it wasn't Steve Bartman with another glove?
Hey, I figured Fred out. I figured Fred out.
I should have written an apology letter for that.
If you try to explain the exact same thing to Fred, just in different variations, Fred accused you of moving the goalpost. But in actuality, all you're doing is explaining the exact same thing.
Y'all got me confused, man. Do we have a quarterback?
Hey, Crypto, do you remember? You know that we paid for his hotel room when he caught that baseball. We gave him a free hotel room in Miami Beach.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, y'all did. Y'all treated him like a champ.
Hey,
I know.
Meanwhile, we ran him out of town.
Even though he was a Cubs fan.
I bet Moses Alou look back at that play and say, man, I acted like a bitch because the ball was not in play. If he'd have caught it, good, but the ball wasn't in play.
Who's
but you know what? The crazy thing was
it was in play for Moises to catch it.
No, it wasn't in play. It was a great play. He didn't reach over
and the crazy thing was he was a former Marlin and he won with us.
He literally stole it.
He won with us in 1997.
Yeah, Moses Alou was he felt, and I believe he was bitter I believe he was bitter with the Marlins because he felt he should have been the MVP of that World Series that year.
Yeah, Hernandez won.
It was the guy sitting next to Bartman who caused all that crap, and he tried to blame Bartman.
Who won it that year? Who won it that year? Mike Law?
No, the first World Series was it Castillo?
Mike Law.
Livan Hernandez won the first MVP.
No.
Livan Hernandez, the Marlins pitcher. He's the one that closed out the game.
Yeah, he won the first MVP. That's right. And Beckett won the second one. Yeah.
Beckett was the second. Yeah, they're both pitchers.
Absolutely right. LeBron won the first one, and Moses Alou was all crying, thinking he should have been the MVP. That's probably the reason why we got rid of that. But if you ask me,
was on both.
That was
Jeff Conine was on both squads.
Hey, Jeff
but the best player
big down here.
The best player on
he was on both squads. He was on both championship teams.
The MVP of the team was Gary Sheffield.
Damn, Gary
Sheffield.
Yeah, he was MVP of the team. He was MVP. It could have been him or either Pudge. Well, no, Pudge was on the first one. Pudge was on the second one.
Yeah, when I used to be a Jit and I played football, baseball around those times, I actually followed baseball like that.
And what the catcher name was? What was the other catcher wound up being the manager for the Yankees? What was his name? And then I think he's the catcher we had that was backing up Charles Johnson.
You talking about Pudge?
No, that was
Rodriguez.
the second one. No, that was the second one. The first he was just the manager of the Yankees, and I think he's Joe. What's
I don't remember.
Oh, you're talking about Joe Judge. I mean, not Joe Judge.
No.
Joe.
Joe
man.
Schmo.
Man, he was the catcher. Then he was the Yankees manager.
I think he's the Mets manager right now.
Joe Girardi.
Joe Girardi. He was Charles Johnson's backup. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I want to know how the Tua conversation led us to baseball, but go ahead.
Yeah, man.
Because Shake brought up Wrigley Field.
Most quarterbacks played baseball. I doubt Tua even played baseball.
His whole life, yo.
Why we brought it up is
the world's greatest baseball diamond.
The reason we bring up baseball is because Fred is putting goalposts in baseball stadiums.
Crazy.
You remember back in the day?
Just to let you know, I felt like Big Nick was the one carrying both goalposts off the field.
AP,
exactly, man.
I used to play on the baseball field.
If Tua did play baseball, if he did, which I don't know, but I'm sure he did. If he did play baseball, 9 times out of 10, it wasn't pitcher. It's 2 different throwing motions.
You know what I would think. You know what I would think of Big Nick.
Yeah, I'm actually
not necessarily because Bernie Kosar, John Elway, and I'm sure what you call it would have been a great pitcher.
Hey, you would have been a pretty good hitter, bro.
Quarter arm or sidearm.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Big Nick. It is a different throwing motion, pitching, but I would say that hip rotation and is the same, but also a curveball pitcher. If you look at the way they have to turn, the way they have to turn their arm. Hold on, the way they have to turn their arm over is sort of what you have to do to throw a spiral. You know what I mean? So it's similar in that regard.
What I do know is a majority of the baseball players that wind up being quarterbacks in NFL either played shortstop or second base or something like that.
Pitcher. They played
pitcher.
Yeah, they didn't play pitcher.
All of them
They didn't play pitcher.
Because of all the platform throws. Because
well, it all depends on your
motion
that you at quarterback when you're throwing it.
Mahomes, Russell Wilson.
If you're the shortstop or you're
sidearm stop throwing.
Russell Wilson played infield. Russell Wilson was not a pitcher.
Hey, but let me ask you this. And I hear you, Irvin.
No, he wasn't, but John Elway would have been one.
No, John Elway played second base.
Irvin, real quick before you isn't it special if a batter hits with his he could hit both ways? Wouldn't Tua be able to hit on both sides? Yeah, Tua.
Yeah, a lot of batters in baseball switch it.
I doubt it. He don't have the muscle memory on the right side. I doubt it.
Yeah, but I mean, he was born right-handed and he's throwing left-handed.
So what?
But he's a right-handed person as far as his dexterity.
Right, I know. But athleticism, he don't have the muscle memory. He hasn't trained his arm to do that kind of stuff.
So who's that
Crypto.
Chinese guy that's doing
Yeah,
it now?
because when he plays golf, he swings with his right. He doesn't swing with his left. I've
Isn't
seen him
there a
try to do it
Chinese?
with his
Isn't
left, but
there
he
a
always does
Chinese
it with the
guy
right.
that does it now? Or am I wrong?
Crypto.
I think he writes with his right too. But it's a different. It's totally
He's
different from
ambidextrous.
throwing.
Hold on,
It's
man.
totally
Yeah.
different from throwing and swinging. I'm telling you.
Hey, did Tua play any other sports, bro?
Well, I don't know. It don't matter. He's a top
It
three. in
does
his
matter,
sport now.
man. It does matter, man, because clearly he hasn't slid the second base,
Oh my
slid
God.
the third base.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, he
hold
never
on,
played
hold on,
baseball. He never played baseball. You're right, Big
What?
Nick.
Huh?
That guy doesn't
Hey,
even know how to slide.
hey,
You're right, Big Nick.
me being
For
from
real.
I
South
mean, you're
Florida,
right, Fred. I'm sorry, not Big Nick. Fred is
me
right.
being from South Florida and knowing Lamar Jackson, he ain't do nothing but play football because he was in football camps all his life.
Well, I bet you Lamar probably played basketball,
I'm,
bro. Some
hey,
Yeah,
put
yeah.
some baseball
call
in there too.
Deerfield Beach
I
High,
bet you he has,
call
man. I
his
bet you he
school and
has,
see what he
man.
played.
I bet you
He
he
never
has, bro.
look. Lamar Jackson from
He
literally
went.
football.
He
I
went
bet
to
you he has, man.
Boynton High. Did he go to both, Big Nick? Because I know he went to Boynton Beach
No,
High
he didn't
too.
go to Boynton. He went to Deerfield.
That's what it shows in his
I know
profile.
Justin
Boynton
Jefferson
Beach High
played
School.
basketball.
No.
I
I'm gonna
bet
tell you
you
who
he's
played.
played.
I'm gonna tell
I
you who
bet you
played
played other
basketball. Could have
sports.
went either way. I'm gonna tell you who could have went either way in basketball. Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin could
Yeah,
have went
Irvin,
either
yeah.
way.
He c-
Basketball or football.
Well, technically,
So
Charlie
good with
Ward did. He
Tony
just never got a
Gonzalez.
football chance.
Tony
Yeah, because he
Gonzalez
wasn't
could
gonna make it in
went either
football.
way,
It was
bro.
a different
Yeah, he
league
would have.
back then, buddy.
Tony Gonzalez could have
No,
went either
what?
way.
He had
Basketball,
small
football.
quarterbacks back then that can throw.
Yeah, it was
Hey,
a different
hey,
league.
Nick.
He
Hey, Nick,
couldn't
let
throw,
me
he
tell you
could
something.
run.
Hey, Nick, let me tell you something about Charlie Ward. It's so fucked up that, yeah, he wasn't tall enough for football, but he was tall enough for basketball.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I mean, he was 6'1", 6'2" point guard, and back then, Charlie, quarterbacks were still 6'4", 6'5", and it was
And
big.
they still need to be 6'4",
And they still
6'5",
did.
but
Joe
that's what
Montana
it is.
wasn't a big, tall quarterback.
Yeah, but you're talking about the greatest ever. Come on, Crypto, don't do that.
There's always an
Still
anomaly.
doesn't matter. You
I
never
mean,
know it.
Mike Tyson was 5'11". How many 5'11" Mike
Okay.
Tyson were they? You know what I'm saying? Like you talking
Joe
about?
Yeah,
Frazier.
for every Mike Tyson, that's always a Holyfield.
There was a Joe Frazier.
And
Yeah,
then there's
but
a bite.
You're absolutely right. For every Mike Tyson, there's always somebody who don't take the fight in the prime that waits.
Yeah, okay. You can say it all you want. All I know, the man had to bite him. That's all I know. He bit
All
the
I
man's
know,
ear off.
Holyfield stayed a cruiserweight for 10 years when they wasn't shit in that division.
If he was if he wasn't what you call it, to bite the man's ear off.
He wasn't. and the reason he bit that man's ear, because he had 7 cuts on his face and not one of them came from a punch.
Hey, listen, you tell Holyfield, tell Holyfield you box with your hands, not with your head.
Please, tell him again, Shay. How many punches cut Mike Tyson?
Nah, man.
None.
Hey, you know what?
No, you box with everything. There's a headbutt, there's a punch, there's everything.
Scalding shit.
Hey, and you can go back and look at that fight and see Mike Tyson from the beginning crying to Mills Lane. Hey, man, this man headbutt the shit out of me. Mills Lane ain't do shit.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, there you go. That's a part of the
So
sport.
Mike Tyson said, I'm gonna stop your headbutting, bitch. I bet you won't put your head in here no more.
Hey,
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Big. Let me tell you something, Big Nick. Holyfield would beat Tyson up, then clinch with him, so Tyson couldn't get off. That's why Tyson was mad. That's why he was mad, bit him.
Exactly,
he beat
Fred.
him up, and then he would clinch, so Tyson couldn't get off. And that's what Tyson wasn't ready for, bro.
They got a whole video.
Your boxing
They got a whole video of other boxers talking about. They got a whole video.
Your boxing takes are worse than your football takes. Holy
Whatever,
crap.
man.
You can YouTube. You can YouTube the video. Fred, here's the video.
Holyfield was holding his ear in his hands and showing it to Mills Lane, stomping his foot like a wrestler, going, "He bit my ear off, man." Mills Lane's like, "I didn't see it, man."
No, I remember at the end of that fight. I remember at the end of that fight when they interviewed Mike Tyson. And the one thing that sticks out to me is Mike Tyson said, "Look at my face. I got to go home to my kids like this." And
I guess so. Look at the kind of take. Look at
he
the
wasn't talking about
that man. He was quiet.
punches he was taking.
It wasn't from punches, Fred.
It was, but man, it was punches, man.
Regardless, it was from participating in boxing. That's what it was.
There's There's a
If y'all
video
were
on
participating
YouTube.
in a boxing match.
There's a video on YouTube with number one, Holyfield bit somebody's ear too in the past. Number two.
When was that? That's propaganda.
Wait. That
Google
wasn't his
it.
first ear.
I mean,
That wasn't his first
YouTube
ear.
it. YouTube, I guarantee you'll find it. YouTube it.
Guy, he
Holyfield
hated more
bites
than
ear.
one ear.
And
I'm sure they can YouTube of me in bed with Pamela Anderson if you look hard enough.
And there's a YouTube video out there where everybody everybody complain.
I mean, you could eventually, if you scour the internet long enough, you'll find me with Pamela Anderson.
You know how many boxers complained about Holyfield headbutting, man? You know how many boxers complained about this?
They can complain all they want. It's a part of the sport.
They all complain when they end up getting knocked out, bro.
It's not a part of the sport.
They all complain after he knocked them out.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
Please.
Whatever.
He just couldn't knock out Holyfield. He got frustrated.
Whatever. Okay, I feel you. I think Holyfield was going down. I think Holyfield was finna get his ass whooped until he started.
Too much endurance.
I think
Tyson never could deal with nobody with endurance. That's his problem.
Crypto moved that goalpost into the hockey ring.
If you go back and look at that second round, Holyfield ass was out of there. The bell rang. After that second round, Holyfield.
I'm just saying, you talking about videos.
Man, Holyfield was 175 years old when they fought, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, but nobody still explained to me why Holyfield stayed in the cruiserweight for 10 years.
Mike Tyson, if that would have happened in today's
That's because
world,
Mike Tyson beat up all the weak people in the heavyweights.
I hear you. Who was he gonna fight? Who was he gonna fight? Everybody was bums, man. What's the sense of fighting bums?
All right, everybody was bums. All right, everybody was
bums. Man.
All right.
Tell you the truth, George Foreman would have knocked Mike Tyson the fuck out. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, man. I think Mike Tyson.
Yeah, the 75-year-old George Foreman would be able to do it.
Yeah.
These cats here, boy.
199 years old.
I guess we gotta agree to disagree.
George, and George. All of my kids named George.
Yeah.
George Foreman was as old as his own weight when they fought.
The only thing George Foreman is good for is those grills he made. That's it.
Yeah, I still got one.
More of that.
Actually, I got 2 George Foreman grills.
You want? If you seen George Foreman fight Michael Moore,
hey, Crypto, you got
fight Michael Moore.
George Foreman grill was better than the last one, so you always had to buy a new one.
Yeah,
yeah, you had to buy that. I got more than one Foreman grill.
Crypto, you got 2 Foreman grills. You got a left and a right, huh?
Right. One
Every
for
year,
the left,
a different one, and a
left haymaker and the right haymaker.
Yeah.
You get the four patty special.
Let's bring this back to it, Pete. So go ahead.
Yeah, Pete. Hey, Pete, go ahead so I can cook with you, bro.
Man.
Oh, man.
I look, reality, I don't even want to talk to her because the reality is I just want him gone already. Like, I really, like, I know we're not going to win anything. Bro, all this Super Bowl talk is actually pissing me off, guys.
What makes you say that, Pete?
Bro, it's a joke. They're using us on the media, bro. I've been trying to tell y'all they're overhyping us. They're overselling us. They're making us seem like.
What about Colin Cowherd? He's on board now, Pete. Colin Cowherd is on board, Pete.
He's on board now because he's one of the ones I'm trying to point out and trying to tell y'all. They're overly hyping us. They're overly selling us. For what?
Hey,
so
Pete,
they can be even louder.
Hey,
when
so
we
far,
crumble.
Pete, only one person, well, really 2, I think, has picked the Dolphins to even win their own division. You know that, right? Everybody still says Buffalo. So how are they hyping us
They
up?
say
Only Lewis Reddick,
Jets.
Reddick and George Taylor have picked the Dolphins to win the division. Them the only 2.
George Taylor and who?
Big Nick.
I thought Colin said it.
Hey Nick, why do you?
No, that's Colin still think Buffalo going.
Why do you think they?
Jets and everybody's picking.
Why do you? Nick, why do you think?
I thought I saw a video of him saying that.
Because Miami hasn't done it. That's why.
Why do you think they still picking the Jets? I mean the Bills to win the division, Nick. Why?
Because Miami haven't done it. Miami haven't shown them they can do it.
Has it? Okay, it hasn't nothing to do with
right,
it.
They're just going on history. That's all they do.
Because they haven't shown them they can do it.
Wow,
Ric Flair said it best.
That's the
Crypto,
only
what Ric
reason.
Flair say?
You heard Julian Edelman.
Yeah,
He
he
said
done
we're
it.
going to be one of the teams that are going to
What Ric
crumble.
Flair say?
And the
To be the
hold on,
man,
Man, you got to be the man.
you got to
To
beat
beat
the
the man,
man.
you got to beat the man.
Exactly,
Right.
bro.
That's what Flair
you guys
said.
probably
Right.
didn't hear
That's how
Julian
Ric
Edelman,
Flair summed
but
it
he
up best.
comes
Yeah.
out and he says the team that's not going to make the playoffs that he feels is going to be the Dolphins. And the reason why he said the Dolphins are not going to make the playoffs is because December and January football.
Hey, Pete, so why did that hold more weight with you than when somebody said the Dolphins are going to win the division? As a Dolphin
Because
fan, why does that hold
because
more weight than negative things?
I don't think we got the quarterback to
first
take
of all,
that.
because I always trust players that played in the league more than I trust these ESPN analysts and these cowherds and everything. That's number one, and especially
Jimmy Butler wanted
I
Kyle
thought that was
Lowry.
your favorite
Jimmy
guy,
Butler
Pete.
wanted Kyle Lowry. Jimmy Butler
Who's
wanted Kyle Lowry. LeBron James wanted Shabazz Napier, whatever his name was.
He sure
Nick,
did,
you know
and Pat
what?
Riley sent them freaking packing.
I like that. I like that. I
He
like that
showed
little
up
tape.
did.
I like that little tape Color came with maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe a week ago. That we can't consider New England just out of the way. Just
I
going
can.
by.
I can.
Just going by. Look.
I can.
I hear
They've
echo.
only.
I hear echo.
They haven't.
Just use your money to bet, Big Nick.
Hey,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Color, when you said, hey, Color, when you
Devontae
said
Parker
No,
is number one.
I meant just
Devontae
don't
Parker
use
is
mine
number
is
one
what I'm
receiver.
saying.
and what the point I'm
Devontae
making
Parker is
is,
the number one receiver.
look,
And
the
they
point
got a
I'm
quarterback that they wish they can get rid of.
look, the point I'm trying to make is like, look, Color said it. The Patriots have only missed the playoffs 3 times in 20 years, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Bill Belichick
3 times in
Bill
20
Belichick
years,
is
man.
1-3 without Tom Brady for the playoffs.
560, the radio today, they came out when I was like, I took a lunch break.
560 say about him?
560 today. You know what they brought up? They on their show they brought up a scenario about Bill Belichick being traded to the Dolphins.
Man, I almost hung up StreamYard, man. I don't even believe that.
You think if the
I
Patriots
don't want to discuss that.
if the
Pete, let's not
Patriots
spend
get
no
rid of
energy
Bill
on that.
Big Nick,
Belichick, if the
fact
Patriots
is,
get rid
no, but
of
I
Bill
want to
Belichick
say,
this year
I
and
want
it
to
flops,
say,
and he's
hold on
available,
though.
Stephen Ross
Hey,
will jump on that like
hold
he
on
was
though.
Bill
Hold on though. Last I don't remember how long ago it was, but I made the broken take on Ali's show, Broken Takes. It's right there for everybody to see.
Oh yeah, you did say.
If we got Brady, it would be funny if like Belichick had a falling out in New England, because this was right around when they first started talking about Belichick and Kraft not really getting along much anymore. And so I made the broken take that Belichick was going to follow Brady to Miami and chase Don Shula's record in Miami.
Hey, Color.
That's crazy.
Hold on.
That would be crazy for him.
Hold on. Obviously, that's a broken take. That's why I said it on the show, Broken Takes.
Well, when I say that's crazy, that'll be amazing.
But now that 560 is picking up that chatter, bro, that's hilarious, dude.
Hey,
they're totally stealing our takes, man.
In South Florida, there's one God. In South Florida, there's one God. There's one demigod, and then there are a whole bunch of legends. The God is, everybody know who the God in South Florida is. You know what I'm saying? Don Shula is the God in South Florida. Don Shula literally called this man Belichick. Y'all think they gonna bring this man to Don Shula's team to break Don Shula's record? Are y'all out y'all mind?
Yeah, because the Wayne Huizengas
Oh,
of the world
man.
don't have that loyalty.
Big
and
Nick,
trust.
I'm not saying I would like
Stephen
it.
Ross.
I'm not saying I would like it. I'm not predicting it, and
wouldn't
I don't
happen.
expect it. Hold on.
I'm telling you guys right now.
Hold on. I'm not predicting it. I'm not expecting it, and I can't tell you I would like it. But I have to say that I've seen crazier things in the NFL happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that might be NFL, but that shit ain't. I just said there's a God, there's a demigod, and there's a bunch of legends.
Yeah.
Don
that
Shula's a
doesn't matter.
god, Pat Riley's a demigod, Dan Marino is a legend. They're not going to send the man that God called a cheat on national media, basically to his face. to come to break his record, where they actually have a Don Shula Parkway.
That'd be crazy. That would be something for them to do that. But yeah,
that'll never happen.
I agree with you, Big Nick. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah,
I agree with you when you say that. To be honest with you, but I know for a fact it will at least be loud. If the Patriots miss the playoffs and they fire him, bro, I just find it almost like even if we make the playoffs, the only way that'll save McDaniel's job if that guy wins the Super Bowl. Because if we make it to the playoffs and we lose the playoff game, I don't think McDaniel's job is safe. And if Bill Belichick is up there out for grabs, Stephen Ross is not missing.
Man,
he is not going to miss that one.
Belichick type of coaches is he's the last of a dime.
I would love it. I would love it.
There's one.
No, Fred, no, I would hate it. Based on what Big Nick said.
Yeah,
Fred,
he's unfireable,
based on what
man.
Big Nick said, bro, I would hate it. But again, I know what it'll do for our team, so I will end up accepting it. I will end up accepting it. But at heart, I'll hate it just because of what Big
he's
Nick
unfireable. Kraft is not getting rid of that, man.
Hey, and Pete, he wouldn't do shit for our team without a quarterback. Because he never did shit without a quarterback.
Or he was just one game away. He was just one game away from being.
He never did shit without a quarterback.
He was one game
Stephen
away
Ross
from being.
Stephen Ross was behind the narrative.
With a trash team, he was one win away from making the playoffs.
And hand grenades.
With a trash team.
And he didn't make the playoffs.
By one game.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Well, he's 1-1 without Brady and making the playoffs. One season. What's his record? 1-1.
He's like 1-3, 1-4 without Brady.
Yo, you guys have
no, I'm talking about as far as getting his team to the playoffs.
Von Joe and the
He's never made the playoffs without Brady.
And Ali the Persian.
Yeah, he did his first season.
Ali needs to come
Brady
up
took
and
over
Von
his
Joe
first
and
season,
Spider-Man.
No, I'm talking about his first season. He did.
Bon Jovi is in the back. Ali can bring himself up if he wants to. Can he bring himself up?
No, he's in the chat saying that he doesn't have access right now.
Not Belichick's first. I'm talking about Brady's first season without.
I appreciate it.
I thought you were talking about Belichick.
No, Brady's first season not being in New England, he made it. That's what I mean.
He won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Brady did, but I'm just saying that Belichick went to the playoffs.
All right, gentlemen, how's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah, you're right.
How it feel being stuck back there, Ali? I've been through that jam.
Ali,
what's up, Ali?
Please come here and tell them why Bill Belichick never.
So you guys woke me up, bro. I heard Bill Belichick to Miami and broken takes, and that's gonna grab my ear. So let's actually. I'm gonna give you guys a scenario, or not really a scenario, but something that's actually been consistent and true, and it makes me question if Bill Belichick is really all that coach that everyone claims he is. And let's actually break it down, okay? Someone mentioned a few moments ago that Bill Belichick is 1-3 without Tom Brady in the playoffs. Am I right about this?
Get into the playoffs. Get into the
playoffs or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So far, all he's been able to show is that he's been consistent with Tom Brady, and that's the one denominator that is consistent through his legacy. Now, without Tom Brady, he hasn't really shown that he can be that guy.
Because he can't.
Whereas Andy Reid has been consistent with multiple quarterbacks. Because with Donovan McNabb, he made the Super Bowl, may not have won it, but he made the Super Bowl and was consistently successful with him. And then he turns around, turns Alex Smith's career around. Hold on.
Ali, you just only saying he could do more with less. That's all you're saying.
Let Ali land. Come on, let Ali land.
Don't forget Michael Vick, Ali.
Hold on. Yes, he was very consistent. He was pretty good with Michael Vick as well. But then he goes to Kansas City. Alex Smith looks like a Hall of Fame quarterback in his first 2 years there. And then in turn around and he gets the new GOAT, in my opinion, because I honestly think he will eventually be the greatest of all time in the current history line of things or timeline of things, or whatever you want to call it. Crypto probably knows the proper term. But he's been consistently good with multiple quarterbacks.
He won with Matt Moore and Chad Henne. He won with Matt Moore and
yes,
Chad Henne.
Chad Henne scored a touchdown in a freaking in the playoffs. No joke, right?
98-yard drive.
A 98-yard drive.
My point is,
Chad Henne.
is Belichick really all that good, or was it all Tom Brady? That is the question.
It was all.
By the way, Tom Brady. By the way, Belichick made the playoffs twice without Tom Brady because he went with Cleveland.
Hey, I know we were happy to see Chad Henne on that 98-yard drive. I know I enjoyed it. I was so happy for Chad, even though I hated him as a Dolphin, man. I can't.
And Matt Moore went in there. I think Matt Moore was like 3-0 at one point when it was like crucial for them to get the #1 seed. Like Matt Moore played well for him.
Actually, he was 2-1. He lost against Aaron Rodgers, but he did put up 20. Yeah, he went 2-1. But that game they lost to Aaron Rodgers, they put up 28 points.
Matt freaking Moore.
Matt Moore. Yeah. Matt Moore was.
Who put up 28 points? Shake money.
Matt Moore
that
was
game
already,
when Matt Moore Chiefs lost to the Green Bay Packers. Matt Moore put up 28 points.
And you know what I don't like? I don't like the fan base comparing Skylar Thompson to Matt Moore. That needs
Matt
to
Moore
stop.
was a starting
quarterback. Yeah, exactly. Matt Moore is way better than Skylar Thompson. Way better.
Yeah,
that's because Matt Moore is light years ahead of him, Pete.
Matt Moore got blew one out in a playoff game, and Skylar Thompson could have won that game. That's the difference. Put some respect on 19's name.
Matt Moore was already a starting quarterback.
Matt Moore hung up 35 points on Buffalo in 2016. And then hung up 28 points.
Exactly.
And then hung up 28 points. He hung up 28 points on the Jets, which Skylar Thompson didn't do shit.
Matt Moore couldn't hold Skylar Thompson's job strap right.
And here's the difference between Matt Moore. Here's the difference between Matt Moore and what you think of Skylar Thompson. Matt Moore turned down places to go be a starter because he wanted to be a backup. He admitted to himself that he's not a starter.
Man, Skylar Thompson,
because he doesn't believe in himself. And Skylar Thompson comes out saying he wants to start. That's the
sorry about that.
Tie Matt Moore's shoes.
I lost audio connection, so I didn't hear anything that was said. But I don't know if you guys can hear me. That's my point. Is I don't think that Belichick is as good as what he's advertised. So I would not even make that move because if we're going to be based on consistently, I'd rather have somebody that's good 90% of the time, or only not compared to someone that's 50% of the time. To give you an example.
Well, when Matt Moore did do good, Matt Moore was already a starting quarterback when Andy Reid got him. You might as well say.
Never a starting quarterback.
He was a starting. Matt Moore was a starting quarterback in Carolina, bro.
Never.
He did start.
That doesn't make him a starter because he started a game.
He was a starter in Carolina, so he knew football already. It ain't like Andy Reid got a rookie or a real trash quarterback. Matt Moore was a bona fide starter.
I can admit when I'm wrong. He did have a year at Carolina.
All right, man. So don't act like Andy Reid. Don't act like Andy Reid.
You're right, Fred. I forgot about that.
Stop jumping on me all the time, man.
You're right, but I forgot about that because it's Fred. I forgot about that because it's Matt freaking Moore.
All right, yeah. He admitted he was wrong. He admitted he was wrong. We can go on.
I wasn't even considering.
I forgot about Carolina.
I didn't even.
Good. That's the reason why we picked him up.
I didn't even.
Wait a minute. One person at a time.
I didn't even consider Matt Moore as one of the quarterbacks I was even referencing. I'm looking at Michael Vick, McNabb, Jace. What's his name? Freaking. The guy that played for the 49ers. Alex Smith. And Mahomes. Those are the guys I'm thinking of. You know, those are four names that you could throw out there and be like, man, those guys might be or are going to be Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Whereas Matt Moore is not even one of them. And I'm not even talking about it.
Ali, wasn't he the one that coached up and made AJ Feely look better than what he was in the Eagles? And then they ended up.
No, he wasn't with the Eagles then.
Yeah, who was the Eagles coach at the time with AJ Feely?
It was
Well, I thought. Well, what's his name was there?
Rich Pro Titus on my man.
I want to say it was Buddy Ryan.
Read what Pommier?
I want to say it was Buddy Ryan.
Philly. No, Buddy was in the 90s.
Yeah, Buddy was in the 90s.
Was what year was AJ Feely?
I'm about to find out.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
about to fucking tell you.
2004?
2001 to
Yeah.
2003. 2001 to 2003.
It could have been Reed.
I don't think it was
Reed is
Reed.
a good coach. Reed's a good coach.
I don't think it was Reed.
Because he was with him during that 2004 year.
So if it was Reed, I thought it was Reed. So I don't know. Maybe fact check that. But if it was Reed,
It
then
was
he
Andy
made
Reid. No. I confirmed it. It was Andy Reid. You were absolutely correct, Pete.
he made AJ Feely too, Ali.
Well, back in those days,
Look at all these quarterbacks. That's what I'm saying. Everyone wants to talk Belichick. I'd rather get the guy that knows quarterbacks. Come on.
But wait a minute.
He's probably pound for pound better than Belichick. Is what you're saying?
Let's be
pound
fair.
for pound.
So of Bill Belichick that year for Andy Reid.
But let's be fair. We gave up a second round pick for him. But let's be fair. Fair. Back in those days, backup quarterbacks was fooling the shit out of every organization. Every organization, they was getting backup quarterbacks to be starters. You don't see that shit no more today.
Yeah,
Like,
what was that guy from Green Bay, Crosby?
A lot of starters are playing.
Wasn't there?
Green Bay had like 3 of them.
Yeah. One of them went to Seattle for a little bit too.
Green Bay had like
San
3
Fran
of
used
them.
to always all of their quarterbacks was quality starters eventually. Some
Green
quarter
Bay-
of San Fran's career.
Yeah, Green Bay had like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Miami had one. Miami had the guy backing up Marino, Scott Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell became a starter in Detroit. Yeah, the
That's what I
backups
was
become
gonna
starters.
say because
Kirk
back in
Cousins.
the
Look,
days,
I mean, it happened.
I guess back in the days, quarterbacks didn't just come in and play if they're on their first day. They sat them. Because one thing I never knew that Dan Marino wasn't a day one starter until the 2 years. I didn't know that until 2 years.
No, he wasn't.
Saying,
We got a quarterback.
Marino also didn't start his first game. He started the same time as Tua. Oh, there's so much comparison.
We had a quarterback.
And all of this stuff.
We had a quarterback who had just took it to the Super Bowl. Hell no, the rookie ain't coming in and starting.
Hell yeah.
And that quarterback was trash.
Previous
And
year.
that quarterback. And
Willie wasn't trash. Willie wasn't trash. Willie wasn't
quite the world beater. You know he wasn't the world. He was no world.
We took Marino at 27.
Woodstock. That's all you gotta hear.
That was the last
Woodstock.
27.
All I know is this year, Skylar Thompson is going to be the new AJ Feely. People think that, hey, this guy could ball, but he's, and he's just going to be another AJ Feely.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, Shake.
You know what, man?
Shake, remember when I told you in the blender?
Yeah.
Remember what I said in the blender about how I became a Dolphins fan?
Mm-hmm.
And I referenced that day of the storm at my elementary school, and I remember all the Dolphins stuff being plastered all over the school, because the whole town was hyped about it and all that. And I kind of was figuring out what was going on. Well, that was the David Woodley Super Bowl year. So technically, David Woodley is the reason I became a Dolphin fan.
Yeah, I love Woodley. I love Woodley. I wore number 16 in high school. That was my jersey name. I loved Woodley.
Woodley was trash.
Yeah, I remember that classic game he had against the Chargers. It kind of broke my heart because they lost that game because they gave up the last-second touchdown. They gave up the last-second touchdown against the Chargers.
If you would have asked little kindergarten color,
what, in the Super Bowl?
But if
he
you
got outplayed by Dan Fouts.
If you would have asked if you'd have asked little kindergarten color who the quarterback was of the Miami Dolphins at the time, I wouldn't have been able to tell you that.
Crypto. Washington beat us in that Super Bowl. John Riggins went crazy.
I ain't talking about the Super Bowl. I'm talking about when we played the Chargers in the championship game or the divisional game or something.
Could you guys imagine that Skylar Thompson would end up becoming the next Nick Foles? Imagine if that would have happened.
No, I don't think that's happening.
We need Chip Kelly for that.
I don't see that happening because you know what happened.
We need Chip Kelly. We don't have Chip Kelly.
I'm not saying he's going to come here to Miami to do that. I'm talking about let's see become a journeyman and go some other teams.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
Right. I don't see that happening. Hey, listen carefully. Listen to me carefully. Like Pete says, what happened was our coach McDaniel called the Jets and said, "Hey man, I need a backup quarterback because this guy Thompson is worse than Josh Rosen.
And I played with Josh Rosen. And Scott Thompson is 10 times worse than Josh Rosen. And we need a better backup quarterback. And that's why they brought Mike White.
It is bullshit.
Bro, we went bro. Come on. We went,
that's
bro.
bullshit, bro.
Bro, shake.
No, it's true. It's not bullshit, and you know it. It's not bullshit, and you know it.
Shake that fly. Shake that fly. That flies in the face of the fact that no division opponent is going to want to let a good player go to a division opponent, bro. That's total, man.
Listen, I'll take anybody because this Skylar Thompson is worse than Josh Rosen.
No way.
Shake, you're right. It's not. Hold on, Pete. Hold on. Shake, you're right. It's not bullshit. It's chicken shit because that's exactly what it is. It's the chicken fucking around.
No, Ali, you're stuck from COVID and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Shake, I'm gonna say respectfully, don't fucking bring up what my COVID or whatever. Don't fucking do that, okay?
But
just be honest. I didn't disrespect you like that. I mean, come on, dude.
Well,
That's
you
not cool.
You fucking did.
You know the problem with Josh Rosen
I did. I brought up Skylar Thompson and I disrespected you. Okay, bro.
You know what Josh Rosen's problem was? The only problem.
I'm gonna tell you.
The only problem Josh Rosen had was
Josh Rosen never had a chance.
His dad was a fucking millionaire doctor in California. That was
exactly. He didn't love it. Skylar, number one, has passion.
You don't know that.
Yes, he does. I do know that, bro. Look at how fiery he is.
They haven't did the last feature they did. The last feature they did on Skylar Thompson was in preseason last year.
Josh Rosen never had nobody who believed in
what
him.
I'm trying to get out, Big Nick.
Josh Rosen was worth like $60 million already.
Last year preseason.
So you trying to say he's a trust fund baby? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You even
trust fund baby.
You even be yelling at me, I already got $60 million.
Skylar is the safest.
You call the man a trust fund baby?
That's what he is. The man had a jacuzzi in his dorm room. The man had a jacuzzi in his dorm room.
Chris Greer playing duck goose there, calling themselves if they were to trade
for
real,
get
rid of Skylar Thompson. This guy is safe, bro. If we turn around and even think about cutting this guy, those guys will lose their job. I've been telling
Josh Rosen had more money than
he's gonna get cut. He's gonna get cut. Watch.
Yeah, he's gonna get cut. Yeah, okay. I'm telling you guys, this is one of the safest guys in the building.
He's gonna be like, damn, man, this guy was worse than Rosen.
The worst thing that's gonna happen to us is what you said. So that's why I'm trying to explain to you guys that don't even bring that up into existence. That is horrible. He has a trade capital. He's earned it. Teams value him as, man, if we could fight on our roster.
And he has 10 plays in the playbook that he can only work on because we don't have time for him to be working on.
Yeah, okay. He didn't
learn these 10 plays.
He ran all type of formations.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. Stop lying, Pete. No, he didn't, Pete.
Oh, yeah?
No, he didn't, Pete.
What do you hear Tony Romo
sit
here and say on the commentary in the playoffs?
No, he didn't, Pete.
What did he say? That this is more of a pro-style offense on TV based on what Tua gives you.
So what? A pro-style offense doesn't mean he's running all the plays, buddy.
Don't so what me with that. That's just the reality, bro.
Pete, playing a pro-style offense doesn't mean you're running all the plays. Man didn't have any fucking practice time. You damn sure wasn't practicing over Bridgewater.
Cook, Pete, cook.
He wasn't practicing, but towards the end of the season, didn't he turn around and earn that? Teddy Bridgewater was healthy.
So you think this man goes?
This is how I know
Skylar Thompson played in 4 games.
With this whole, did you think Teddy Bridgewater get a concussion versus the Jets that week?
Skylar Thompson played in 4 games.
They gave us, he didn't get no concussion. They wanted Skylar in. They just used the narrative so they can save themselves from that $10 million they threw out on him. Never forget that. They keep giving us
played in 4 games.
Go ahead.
How much Skylar Thompson played in 4 games? How much practice time?
No, that's not true. He played in 7 games. He played in 7 games. And that one play in the 49ers game, he took an interception. That's included too. They benched to it.
How much practice time do you think Skylar Thompson was getting in practice, Pete?
That's benching long enough, huh? When they benched
How much practice time do you think Skylar Thompson was getting, Pete?
It doesn't matter. He was in practice with the practice squad guys making Braylon Sanders of the world's look good.
You think the practice squad guys running our plays?
He was practicing with and Tanner Connor. They were looking in practice like, man, Tanner Connor's awesome. They put him in there with Tua and he didn't look that good. See, come on, man. Hey, I'm no chef. I order mine for Uber delivery. Let me get the food on fast food. That's quick. Let me get it quick. Then I cook them quick. You know how I do it. I just cook them quick. I don't be on the stove for a long time having to deal with these two in there.
You had DoorDash. Hey, Pete, you ordered some good old-fashioned DoorDash tonight? Is that what you did, Pete?
Hey, Pete.
DoorDash.
I'm DoorDash.
Hey, Pete, let me ask you a question, Pete. I want an honest opinion because I want an honest answer, Pete, because you brought up Tanner Conner. 2 questions for you. How many targets did Tanner Conner get last year, and how many receptions did Tanner Conner make?
Barely any.
He had 2 targets, and he caught one pass.
Yeah, but you're moving.
So why would you bring him up, Pete?
Right. So why was he? So why was he in the game? So why was he in the game? Why was he in the game?
Exactly, Crypto.
When we're trying to capture a lead, and we got a 7th round rookie at quarterback. Why is Tanner Conner in that particular spot right there?
I have no idea. I know he was targeted twice and he dropped
Skylar
one.
Thompson in practice. You better believe that, Crypto. I mean, Color. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just a question. I'm not. That wasn't really meant for you directly, Big Nick. It's a question that I've been asking since the game happened, that still hasn't been answered by anybody on any side of any issue. You know what I mean?
Pete thinks you're defending Skylar Thompson by bringing that up.
Defending Skylar Thompson. That makes my point.
He was the quarterback.
He was the
Hold on. The reason we bring it up, Big Nick. The reason we bring it up is because, first of all, the pass was on the money, and secondly, if we complete that pass right there, that's a first down, and we're charging into the red zone pretty much on that drive. Instead, what happened was we got that drop from Tanner Conner. We got a penalty on the next play. We didn't get a first down, and we're also backed up even further from that penalty for Jason Sanders to miss a 50-plus yard field goal.
Can I cook now?
Then the floodgates opened up after that, bro. Our defense absolutely gave in at that point.
Can I cook now?
Yeah, they can.
Because everything you just said support my whole point. Is that Tanner Conner didn't only play with Skylar Thompson. He also played on the field with Tua. Why the fuck I'm gonna throw you the ball when I got Tyreek and Jalen out here?
Because I'm open.
Because he was open.
Exactly,
he wasn't as open as Tyreek and Jalen. He wasn't as open as Tyreek and Jalen.
I mean, let's be honest. You don't think so? You don't think that with a 7th round rookie in that the defense is just keying on Tyreek and Jalen?
He was targeted twice.
Come on, man.
You know, because a series or two later, a series or two later, he's throwing a 35-yard strike to Gesicki across on the post. So what's the problem there?
He was targeted twice. That don't mean anything.
It means something to me.
2 times that he was targeted.
What my question was why he was on the field.
I
but at the
understand
same time, none of what transpired in that game could have been controlled or otherwise changed by Skylar Thompson.
I guess I got to say it this way. One thing I know and 2 things for sure. The cream in NFL is going to rise to the top. The motherfuckers going to play. I don't care if you was undrafted or if you was the first overall draft pick. If your ass can play, you going to play. And that man was only targeted twice.
Right. And in that situation,
that's not necessarily the case.
And in that situation, after all of that, he fell apart. Yeah, as a 2nd round rookie in his very first full freaking game.
What 2nd round rookie?
Against a 7th round rookie, against a top defense in the NFL. Okay. We're not just talking about slouches. The Jets held down a lot of good teams last year, bro.
Are you guys trying to defend and say that are you guys trying to say that we should have been throwing the ball at Tanner Conner?
No, I'm saying Tanner Conner shouldn't have been in on that play, on that drive. Let me answer the man's question. Tanner Conner should not have been in on that play, on that drive, in that particular situation.
You know who else should not have been in that game at all? You know who else should not have been in that game and didn't get first team reps all week? Skylar Thompson.
Skylar should have been in that game.
Skylar should have never been in that game.
Right.
Well, he was called upon because Bridgewater had a phantom injury.
Teddy shouldn't have been in those games either. Teddy shouldn't have been in those games either. Only one person was supposed to have been in those games.
Hey Nick.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the point I'm trying to make by even bringing it up is the fact that we had that game in hand, if not for a coaching error.
Or if Shannon Connor went to shit to bed.
And some drops by the
cream. Right. You're right.
You know what's funny?
You're
You
right.
know what? Hey,
hold on. You're right, and I agree with that. That's what I'm trying to say. None of that has. I mean, what is Skylar supposed to do?
That's not the look. That doesn't. To me, that doesn't validate or take away anything.
I'm just saying though, if that pass is completed, the entire complexion of the game has changed.
But see, in my mind,
crazy? But hold on.
when I envision what you're saying, throwing the Tanner, the only thing I envision is he threw the Tanner when Jalen Water was running wide open across the middle.
Well, I'd have to look at the play on the all-22.
Most likely that's what was going on.
I can't argue with you, Big Nick, because I would have to look at the all-22. I would have to look at the all-22 on the play.
I was at that game, Big Nick. That's not what was going on.
You know what? You know what I just realized?
I was physically in the building.
That man was missing. Missing downfield plays left and right. Crypto.
No, he wasn't. All I know, he was drawing a lot of pass interference calls when he was going deep in that game. That I do know. 4 pass interference calls against the Jets defense in that game.
That's gonna be shake of somebody's next project.
Hey, you know what I just realized?
Yeah, 4 pass interference calls that we got in that game against the Jets because Skylar went deep on.
Not the Jets. We're talking about the Buffalo game. That's what I'm talking about.
Wasn't it? No, it was a lot of holding calls. It was holding calls.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Buffalo game. I'm talking about the wide open crossing patterns that he was missing, throwing the ball.
Yeah, you're also talking about.
Yeah, it was wide open. Gasecki too. Not paying attention to the ball.
You're also talking about the premier defense in the league in a playoff game.
Yeah, but Color. The man is throwing the ball.
Bro, you're putting way too much on him, bro. And that is totally unfair, man.
I'm not putting anything on him. No, he's our backup quarterback. I understand. What I'm saying is,
because you know what, bro, if you go and look at like, man, y'all are too much, bro.
Wait a minute, hold on.
I'm not talking about a third full game. You're talking about a third full game by a 7th-round rookie in a playoff game against the top defense in the league, bro.
That's my point, Color. That's my point.
And we competed.
Right. Okay. We competed. Absolutely.
And you know what?
But my point is, better quarterback play Rudy to beat them.
Yes, of course.
Man,
yes, and that better quarterback play could have been Zach Wilson.
And what Pete's trying to say is he'd like to see if that's true or not.
All right. Okay. All right.
That's all he's saying.
Okay. Well, y'all can get on the Skylar bandwagon all y'all want to.
Not to mention,
better quarterback play by Skylar, not by a different quarterback.
He's on the team.
We understand that.
He's on the team.
Personally,
I support.
I would rather the guy that we're paying $20-something million to be the guy. That's what I personally would prefer.
He's on the team. I support 19, and if he gets in the game, I'm gonna be rooting my ass off for him.
No, you ain't.
No, don't go there, Fred.
Can you
go there, Fred? He will. Trust me, he will.
Not to mention, he had some very important drops in that game, bro.
I'm just here to say, Big Nick will be rooting for Skylar if he's in the game. Bet that.
All I know, a lot of people was picking us to lose 41-6. People were going on their show saying that we would lose that game 41-6. I remember that Thursday.
The only thing that get me to say anything negative about the Miami Dolphins.
I mean, yeah, that's fine, but a lot of people was coming on panels saying how we was going to get destroyed in that game because we only scored 9 points against the Jets. They were saying that.
I get it, but that don't mean he was rooting against us on game.
I would never.
No one will. Even the guys who said we was only going to score 6 points.
And I can vouch for Big Nick. I can vouch for Big Nick. That's all I'm doing.
I would never root against the Dolphins. Never.
I got to sit here and say this because it's not fair. You know what I realized? Skyler was not even supposed to start that Jets game
We lost that Jets game. They never sat here and made an excuse like, you know what? Skyler didn't get the reps. They never gave
Skyler didn't lose against the Jets. Skyler didn't lose against the Jets.
Went straight to it.
Skyler didn't lose against the Jets.
Oh my God. That's how you know they're pushing the narrative and Skyler scares them. That's all I want
Skyler
to say.
didn't lose against the Jets.
Hey Nick, you know how I know that you ain't down with Skyler, bro.
What do you mean, Big Nick?
You know
Which
how
game? You talking about the first game?
You know
the
how
first game wasn't Skyler?
You know how I know you're not down with
No, technically yes. It's Bridgewater gets the loss.
Teddy got hurt on like the first play, bro.
I said he didn't lose. We was already losing.
No, Ted. That was the game. Teddy got sacked in the end zone and got taken out right away.
No. It's like this. It's like this. If Tua goes down, everybody's counting the season off. That
You crazy. I never did that.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. Why would they do that? We supposed to be the 2004 Ravens, man. We supposed to win with any quarterback.
Matter of fact, Big Nick, that's another thing I fault the coach for is we were actually when Teddy went down, obviously Skyler coming in without many reps, we went to the running game and we were actually running the ball well in the first quarter and a half, and we just stopped doing it for some reason.
Listen, man.
You did so, Nick. You did so.
He was scared, Color, that he wanted the game was going to get out of hand at that point.
He just so have our season dead if Tua went down, bro. Yes, you did.
Put that on you, Fred. Put that on you, Fred.
Yeah, you did. You said the season's over with.
I'm gonna never die.
Hey, Fred, you probably haven't. There has been a lot of people that said the season will be over if Tua goes down. There's a lot of them. I agree with you.
And week one,
yeah, I said, when we were when we were listen, when we were 0-10, okay, I said the season was over, but I was still rooting for us to beat the Ravens that next week.
Right, Color. Right, you're right.
Well, yeah, of course. Greg Camarillo, when he caught that pass, we always happy.
Hey, Color, I asked one day, what if Tua goes down in week 3? Nick sat up there and said, "Oh, the season's over. The season's over."
Yep.
Season's never over. It's too early in the season.
You sound crazy.
Yes, he did.
The Big Fangio is going to turn this into a top-rated defense.
Remind us what show we'll go back.
You sound crazy.
Yes, you did, Nick.
Bruh. I don't care what show you go get. You can't tell me.
Man. Yes, you did. You said our season's done.
You can't tell a man. You can't tell a man that goes country, family, Dolphins that I ever said the Dolphin season was over.
You did, man. Yes, you did, bro.
Listen.
No, Fred, you're putting words in the man's mouth now. Come on, now. I've been on many panels with Nick. I never heard him say that shit.
Never.
Nick said our
without
season's
any
over.
evidence, I would say without any current evidence right in front of us right now, I would have to vouch for Big Nick, man. I cannot imagine a scenario of him saying that.
I do vouch for Big Nick. That's why I said I would love to see a clip. But the reason why I say I vouch for Big Nick, because also you guys know I call Big Nick a two-and-ear. He's a biased fan. Let's be real.
Well, look, he also hold on.
Let me just finish so he understands, Color. He come out of his own mouth and sat here and said he's only talking bad about one player in his whole life.
But I happen to know that he's just like me, that no matter what you think about our team or what you predict and all that, I know he's just like me, that on game day, week 1, we're going 17-0. And then when we lose our first game, we're going 16-1. He's just like me in that regard. That's why I vouch for him.
I've done that for the last 48 years of my life. So
hey, Chris, hold on. Check this out.
It's neither here nor there.
Check this out. If anybody,
Hey, Pete, I'm glad you brought that up, Pete. I'm glad you brought that up about two-and-ear. Because of people like you who call me two-and-ear. I coined the phrase that now one of the members of this channel, one of the subscribers of this channel, took the name that I coined and is now their name. I'm not a two-and-ear. I'm a dolphin-ear.
You two-and-ear, man. Come here, you two-and-ear, man. Cut it out, man.
Actually, I'm going to come out on camera and say that I actually started that, because I was the first person on this channel that actually said I'm not a Tuaneer, I'm a Dolphineer. It's because people's calling me one at one point.
I'm taking credit,
Yeah.
Ali.
So just saying. I even put
I'm
myself
taking
in
credit,
line.
Ali. I'm taking
Somebody
credit.
that what you
I think I was the first one to
What's the
say
official
Dolphin.
pattern?
Look,
But Big Nick,
when you live
Big
in an
Nick,
era,
Here,
when you
I'm in
live in
Washington D.C., so I could check
when
the
you
fact
live in an
out right
era,
now.
when you live in an era where Carson Wentz goes down and who is it? Nick Foles comes in and wins you the Super Bowl, right? You have to be prepared to support anybody that helms the quarterback
Anybody.
position. It doesn't
Yo,
matter what the name is. It's all about the
Anybody.
logo. So
Look, dude, I hate
Man,
the
sometimes
Jets.
sometimes
I
I
hate.
think
Listen, hold on, Fred.
I'm listening to a two-in-ear panel sometimes, bro.
Fred, I hate the Jets. The dude that saved our season from going 0-16 was a former Jet. You don't think I was jumping up and down screaming my ass off? The quarterback was a former Jet, man.
Man, I don't
he
know. I
was.
don't know about all
Ray
that,
Lucas?
man. Yeah,
He was a former Jet.
All right, well, whatever, man. You know,
We took, matter of fact,
I
we
always
had
pull for Ray
3.
Lucas. Yeah,
Mike White
yo,
is our 4th former Jet quarterback.
I just
Ray
want to say,
Lucas,
hey,
we had the boy Rice,
I
and we
just
had
want to
Tad
say for the record, I coined the hashtag Dolphin on, right? But you don't see. But what do you see in everybody's title on YouTube? You don't see hashtag Dolphin on. You see hashtag Tua, hashtag Tua on, hashtag this. You know what I mean? You don't see no hashtag Dolphin on. So a lot of people talk the talk, but a lot of people don't.
Right.
The
They're not
hashtag.
backing it up
You know
by
what I mean?
making it avatars and something
Nobody
like that.
adopted it.
Nobody
Nobody
actually adopted
Bro,
the
I'm
name.
just saying nobody adopted it.
Hey Fred, why you don't call me
You
a
don't see it
Greer
nowhere.
Versus.
Why you don't call me a
two-in-ear,
Greer near?
bro. You
Why
is
you
a
don't call me a
two-in-ear.
Greer near? Because I'm a Greer.
You're
I'm a
a two-in-ear. You're a two-in-ear, man.
I'm
You're
bigger
Fred,
on Greer than I am on Tour.
Fred, I'm gonna call you a gastroenterologist with all that shit you talking. God damn.
But I'm a bigger. I'm more with Greer than I am with
damn
Tour.
shake. Damn.
Damn.
Hey, Shay, you could call me this, you can call me that. But I know fucking shit that I'll be hearing, bro. Come on now.
I love Greer.
Yeah, you've confused Nick with so many people. It's not even funny, bro.
Yeah. Don't tell me I said something negative about the Dolphins.
No,
You would never hear me say that.
Nick is the biggest two-in-ear on this damn channel, man. Please.
Okay, and so what?
Now you said you ain't a two-in-ear.
But
You just said you ain't a two-in-ear.
No. See, you got to understand what words mean. You got to understand what words mean. If I'm a Dolphineer, guess what? By proxy, that makes me a what?
You had our season. You had our season done. You had our
That
season
makes me a
done.
Howard a near. That makes me a Ramsey a near. That makes me a Wilkins a near.
Whatever,
That made me goddamn Eichenberg a near. That makes me an Austin Jackson near. Come on, man.
Hey Fred,
Yeah, bro, Wilkins in here.
hold on,
Hey,
real
bro,
quick,
Wilkins in here. That's total. That sounds like such a German word. That's like.
They don't understand that about me.
Wilkins in
They don't
here.
understand that about me, Crypto. Like I'm a Sanders in here. I'm a Sanders.
I was just wondering, are you going to be playing with your Wilkins in here anytime soon?
Absolutely.
Hey Fred, are you looking forward to the Tua Hater Show coming soon shortly here?
Oh my God, man!
Hey, it's gonna be us.
I can
Hey
handle
Fred,
it.
I'm glad. Hey Fred, I can't wait. We're gonna have our own show, all the Tua Haters Club. You know,
Is it going to be fact based?
Oh, we're gonna talk Dolphins. Okay?
Is it going to be?
But
fact-based?
we're gonna talk Dolphins.
Is
We
it
don't
gonna be?
necessarily. Don't worry.
Is it going to be fact based?
You're gonna get exactly what you're requesting.
It's yes or no.
I
Is it
just
gonna
can't
be
wait
fact-based?
till it's the actual knowledgeable
Is it
football
gonna be
fans
fact-based?
like Fred, like Mr. Negative, that are
You
gonna
won't
be up
answer
on
that,
the
Crypto.
panel with me talking Dolphins, and I can't wait. You guys could go
What
ahead
was that,
and rock your shows,
what was that, Nick?
but
I
I
didn't
just
hear
can't
it.
wait
You
till
won't
it's just
answer
a
the
little
question.
small
Is it
group
going to
of
be
us.
fact based?
Of
I'm sure
facts,
it will be
and it's gonna
fact-based.
be calling out
If
guy
it's going to be
names with
fact
the
based,
takes.
if
Hey
it's going to
Fred,
be
remember,
fact based, then
keep
you're
all
going to
these
need a fact
receipts.
checker. You're
Keep
going
all
to need
these
a fact
receipts on
checker.
these two nears, because when we're up on the panel,
You're going to
we're
need
gonna
a
be
fact
able to
checker.
bring
I
it up
volunteer.
without many
I volunteer
interruptions.
to be
It's
the
gonna
fact
be
checker.
Caller,
awesome.
aren't you going to be there to make sure the facts are in line?
I will be. I believe.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
Hey, we all will.
Are you going to have the
By the way,
balls?
hold on.
Are you going to have the balls to present the facts?
Yeah, why not?
That's all we talk, baby. Hey, bro, tell them that's all we talk is facts.
I shot video last time I was there, bro. I guess that's balls enough.
Hey, listen, hold on 1 second. I just want real quickly to apologize to Ali for my statements. I'm sorry.
Big man.
Shake, it's all good. It's all good.
Big man,
You didn't have to do that publicly. I
That's big
appreciate
man
it, though.
That's big man shit.
I appreciate. I accept your apology.
I would have found
No worries,
Ali.
Jake.
I would have found Ali and kicked his fucking ass.
Oh man.
Hey, good
It's all
evening,
good.
bro.
Shake knows
Hey,
that. Oh God. Okay.
Oh jeez.
Okay, hey, Big Nick, I see you're in your uniform, so I want to.
Oh, Mr. Nick. I mean, Mark, you're invited on my
No, I wanted to.
Hey, Mark, I'm sorry. Mark,
Hang on a second, Pete.
invited
First
as
thing I
well. I'm
want,
not
Pete.
to a hate club. I like you. Go ahead. Have the floor.
Okay, no, first thing I want to do is I see Nick in his uniform. I just, as an ex-Navy man myself, I want to thank you for your service,
Same here.
first and foremost. And
Well, that makes three
Pete, I
sailors
wanna
on
be-
the panel. That makes 3 sailors on the panel.
Right.
Well, that's a good thing. We all served our country. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I
But do
would
any
be
of you
honored.
know what a Vilkinsinia is?
Hey, you guys, there's only one branch of the military because there's only one branch of the military that operates nuclear weapons.
Exactly. USA.
Well, which branch are we? USN. We
I think
handle.
that's inaccurate. I think that's inaccurate now. By the way, just so you know that.
It might
And
be.
I'm coming from
Well,
an Air Force
nowadays
side of
it's probably
things.
not.
But I don't
So-
know what I don't know what Air Force planes carry nukes though.
B-52.
Well, they
can.
have some that's Air Force.
Yeah,
know-
B-52s absolutely do.
I know they do. Hold on.
They're warheads.
Big Nick, I know they for a fact they do because as a weapons load serviceman in the Air Force, because I was trained on loading F-16s, I know for a fact they did training for nuclear weapons as well. So just so you know,
Yeah, they
it
do
is
in the Air
something.
Force.
Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
But majority of them are launched from nuclear class subs
you
or
ain't
either
just saying, you just cooking, bro.
Alpha carrier.
Yeah, I was a ballistic missile submarine sailor, so I was a sonar tech on boomers. So I did the old. I did. Yeah, I was on the nuke boats, and then I went to attack boats. But I did like 3 deployments as a submarine sonar tech on boomers, boring duty, by the way.
Hey, can I tell you guys something?
Mark, that makes you talk to guys like me over the radios to get you guys in clearance.
Hey Mark, I know you want to go, and I know Mark, you can verify this. But the reason the United States military will never lose a combat fight is because we're the only country on the planet that has invisible submarines.
The Russians are pretty good.
And you know what I feel is
They don't have capability submarines.
Salute to all of you guys that fought for us and let us play in the streets, playing
we're the only
football,
ones. We're the
feeling
only
safe.
country
I
that has that
appreciate
technology.
that. I appreciate that.
country.
You guys out here fought for us so I could be able to play football in the streets and feel good.
Russia get stuff? Hell no, we ain't.
Oh, there you go.
Technology? Hell no.
I actually want to bring up a football point. Did any of you guys? Well, thank you very much. Did any of you guys have a chance to listen to Doug's podcast this morning?
Doug
had a great, Doug had a great podcast, because what he was talking about was Dolphin weaknesses going into training camp. So it's about 13, 14-minute podcast. So he brought up 5 areas which I thought were interesting. He talked about he would like more help at inside linebacker, more depth at defensive tackle. He wanted to have better depth at quarterback.
Hey, let's go to DDW's channel and do a live reaction to that video.
And he was also talking about where are you going to be at where are you going to be at safety, and of course he addressed the issue of the offensive line. But it's a great podcast. If you have a chance to listen to it, please give it some time. Doug's one of the best YouTubers, most knowledgeable YouTubers. So I just thought you guys would be interested in knowing that he put out and of course everything you talked about was something that, and I agree with, can be fixed in training camp. And it was funny because it's all the same things that I've been talking about. So maybe if you hear it from one of your own, you could kind of pile on in.
Yeah, but don't give us that.
Just give us the basics. We don't give a shit what you think.
I want to say something. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. No,
that was a good point.
Wait, guys. I got this.
Martin, know we gonna go at it.
Mark, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. However, since you're hanging out around the channel, why don't you go top of the tailgate where me and Color actually broke down those exact issues and concerns going into training camp? And I even said, verbatim, these are things we should be able to fix either during training camp or right after, right? And
I missed the show because I hadn't.
So.
I hadn't heard you. I hadn't heard you in 4 or 5 days, so I thought you may have been ill or something because you were off. You're off the air for multitude of days.
It has been several days that I've been on. You're right, but that was a subject, and the exact subject and exact positions that you talked about were brought up in that episode with Top of the Tailgate with Color. Isn't that true, Color? Come on up, Color.
To Mark's defense, he wasn't able to see that show because he was too busy being on the Buffalo Bills podcast show.
No, I know that's false because they won't let him on.
No. I go on Cover One. I go on Joe Marino's show. They're not panel shows, and I go on Dan Mitchell. And Dan does have a panel show, and he does the AFC East Roundtable with TD and Master at Work and Richie from Jets Media.
I was being sarcastic, Mark.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that Doug, brought up his sentiments, and if he stole your sentiments, Ali and Color, I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't think he did because he's a very
what the sentiments were. I didn't catch that episode.
He didn't steal anything. Anything because, to be honest, Omar Kelly is the one that brought up the subject, and we started talking about it. So that's
five weaknesses of the Buffalo Bills: backup quarterback, inside linebacker depth, safety depth because they're coming back from injuries and they're old. Cornerback depth.
No, they don't have quarterback depth problems. They have offensive line issues at right tackle. They have inside Hillary finish, please.
The offensive line depth is the problem with Buffalo. Offensive line depth.
It's not. No. You're incorrect. You're incorrect about that. Their offensive line depth is fine. Okay. The problem is Spencer Brown at right tackle was coming off a back injury last year and didn't play well all season long. They got rid of Roger Stafford. He was trash. They brought in Brandon Shell to help at right tackle because he can't play left tackle. And they got Osiris Torrance in the draft. They added David Edwards, who was a starter with the Rams in their Super Bowl season. And they also got Ike Bodiger back from injury. So they've buttressed their offensive line quite significantly.
Mark, I understand. Hold on, Mark. I got a question. So you said that secondary or cornerback depth is not an issue. Can you admit that it's a question mark, though? Can you admit that it is a question mark specifically as your number two? Because I don't think you have a solidified number two corner. Just being honest.
And the number one is coming off a catastrophic knee injury.
No, he was coming off a catastrophic knee injury the year before last. He's now back, and he's supposedly looked great. Okay, well, you say who cares? You asked for an opinion. I'm giving you an opinion.
Okay.
He's coming back. He's back from the injury. He played last year, not particularly great, but he's supposedly all back up to speed as per minicamp and OTAs. I happen to like Kyer Elam, and I think he's a good football player. And Teron Johnson is rated as one of the top slot corners in the league. Is their depth good? The depth is very solid. They have Dane Jackson, who was the next starter on the team. They have Cameron Dantzler. We'll see what he turns out to be. And they have a good-looking rookie, Alex Austin. So they have corners.
True or false?
Who's your number two then? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's the number two?
Kyer Elam. He was the first-round pick last year.
Okay, so you're saying that Elam's your bona fide number two right off the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Mark.
In the words of Nick, I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, Nick.
Honest question, Mark. Is your running back room the best room on your team?
Is the running back room the best room on the
strongest room on your team?
The running back room has improved. Singletary's gone. Singletary had no speed as a 4.66 40. He's gone. He's been replaced.
Is it the strongest unit on your team?
Nick, I'm answering your question.
Okay.
Please let me finish. They got rid of Singletary. They brought in Damian Harris from the Patriots, who scored 15 touchdowns last year. They brought in Lamont Murray. They still have Naheem Hines. And, of course, they have James Cook, who's developing, who did average 5.7 yards a carry last year in 89 carries, which is very comparable to the performance that Breece Hall had with the Jets. So I'm very happy. I think the running back room for Buffalo is much improved than it was last year. Is it the best in the league? No, of course not.
No,
It's
I didn't
middle
say
of
the
the
league.
pack.
I say is it the strongest unit on your team?
No, not at all.
What? What
No,
unit is
it's
better
not.
than the running back room?
The defensive line.
You think that unit is better than your running? Okay.
If you have Von Miller, if you have Von Miller, if you have Leonard Floyd,
But we
He's
had to
in the
hear all that
linebackers
other
room.
bloviating for some reason.
the
He's in the
linebacker,
linebacker
the inside linebacker position is wide open because they lost Evans in the offseason. They couldn't afford to pay him the $18 million he got from the Bears. They went to a different scheme. They brought in Poona Ford at defensive line to help. Because one of the big problems with Buffalo last year. Oh, let me finish, please. The running between the tackles last year had an average of 5.1 yards a carry inside, 3.4 yards a carry outside. So they brought in Poona Ford. They re-signed Ed Oliver, which, by the way, I didn't agree with. I think they should have traded him, but that's just my own opinion. And they lose Tremaine Edmonds, and they bring in another smaller. They have smaller inside linebackers that are faster. But if you're giving up 5.1 yards a carry up the middle, and you get rid of a big linebacker and you replace him with a smaller, faster linebacker, I don't see how that helps.
Well, I think
Run the ball where y'all at.
so to me, it sounds like your running back room is the strongest position room on your team.
No, the quarterback position is the strongest room on the
your
team
backup?
because you got
Who's your backup?
Who's anybody's backup? Who's Patrick Mahomes' backup? If your starting quarterback goes down, you're dead. You're dead in the water. You're finished.
Hey, Mark, that was hilarious.
hold
Only
on.
Dolphin fans worry about backups, Mark.
Hold on,
Let 'em
Pete.
know.
Hold on, Pete. I was going to actually ask Mark who the backup quarterback was this year, just as a matter of course, because I needed to know.
Yeah.
So who is it? Kyle Allen?
It's Kyle Allen. He's
okay.
he's
Thank you very much. Hold on. Barkley's
a practice squad guy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know. So, Ali, in answer to you earlier about your Nick Foles take, I do believe that the next Nick Foles is going to be Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen. Okay. Interesting.
What's that? So going to the game
First
and
it was
face plant?
Skyler that was going to be Nick Foles, and now it's Kyle Allen color?
Yeah, Nick Foles actually won, though.
All I was saying about Nick Foles was it would be really interesting to see him.
Oh, my bad. That was
Thompson
you, Ali. I thought
becoming.
it was color that said that. Yeah, you're right.
No, all I'm saying is that I think it would be interesting seeing him becoming a journeyman and going to other teams and getting experience and then end up winning a Super Bowl like that. I think that would be really interesting. That's all I was saying.
After we get a 5th round pick or 4th round pick.
There's a potential that Skylar Thompson lands in Arizona, beats out Kyler Murray, and is possibly one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC West. Mark it down, bro. And I had that dream already, and that's going to happen if we get. I'm telling you, that guy's gonna take Kyler Murray's
And
job.
I know Shake Money is trolling, but let's be real. Skylar Thompson is already better than what's his face that we got from Arizona because he's won an actual meaningful game in the regular season. So just being honest.
And he played fairly well in the playoff game. So with a lot of injuries on your team. So I mean, I like Skylar Thompson.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Skylar Thompson is going to be the next AJ Feely. People are going to overpay for him, and then he's going to flop.
I don't think.
You sure it's not Philly? You sure it's not? What's the other guy that came in for Matt Castle? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are you sure it's not Matt Castle?
I don't think.
There we go. That's even better. Matt Castle. He's going to be the next Matt Castle.
I don't think Skylar Thompson is going to beat out a person making 45.
He could also be the next. He could also be the next Steve Young.
Well, I hope. Well, in a way,
I don't think
Young was a backup.
That just means Tua's gonna get hurt in training camp, just like Tom Brady did.
Actually, Color
From
here,
Matt Castle
that's
comparison,
actually a
Pete?
good point,
Yeah.
Color, because
He went
that's a
10
really,
and 6 and missed the playoffs. I just hope that doesn't happen.
Color, that's a really good point because guys like Steve Young or even Brett Favre did really crappy before they actually became the megastars that they are.
The actual starter,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
so I
horrible.
mean, it
Well,
happens.
He was
Yeah, Steve Young was
in
horrible
Tampa
in
Bay, I
Tampa
believe, but
Bay.
not in San Francisco. But when he got to San Francisco, that's when he took off.
But if you guys want to be famous, I mean, if you guys want to be, honest, you know what I'm saying? If you really want to be honest, he kind of like his best years was kind of in like one system. You know what I'm saying? So
What I would like to see, guys, is I would like to see a true open quarterback competition where all three quarterbacks are out there with the ones, and I want to see what happens. And if we look at all honesty, I could be very wrong on this, obviously, but I think if you had a straight up fair to in Miami, if you had a straight up competition,
Hold on. Hold on, Mark, because they will sit here, right, and they'll call me. Listen to this, Mark, and I know you probably
You'll never see
you're
that
like,
battle, bro.
hold on. But you'll never see that happen. But check this out. They call me a Skylar Neer, right? But this Skylar Neer that's talking right now, Mark, when we were out there looking for quarterbacks, I was naming the first round draft picks that failed on their team to come over here and compete. Not the Mike Whites of the world. I wanted to see Sam Darnold here. I wanted to see Baker Mayfield here so it could be a real open competition to see how it is. And they didn't put that pressure over here on Tua. And he deserves to put that pressure. Not sit here and say, "Oh, we're looking for backup competition." That ain't exciting anybody. That's why I told everybody from the get-go, Skyler's QB2 because they got a lesser Teddy Bridgewater, and Skyler's better than Teddy Bridgewater.
Hey, by the way, Color, I just want to say, yes, I could see Skyler being the next Steve Young. I could see him being a commentator after his football career.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Shay, do you realize that Pete just allowed a Buffalo Bills fan to tell him that his starting quarterback should be in a real competition with the backup quarterback? This man is not even a fan of your team, Pete.
He ain't gotta be.
He ain't gotta be.
How do you guys rate? How do you guys rate Jake
I know
Plummer?
my team.
How do you guys rate Jake the Snake Plummer?
Oh, I like Jake Plummer. Jake Plummer, when he was in Denver with Clinton Portis, Ron
he's a
Smith.
bona fide
I mean, that dude,
starter
you know what,
when he was
Ali?
in.
That's a good thing because
that's
an offense I felt we should have ran with Tua, moving him in a bootleg more often like they used to do Jake Plummer.
To be honest, when it's all said and done, right?
But Tua can't throw on the
Skyler,
run.
Wait. When it's all said and done, and Skyler has all the experience that he needed from playing for the different teams, and you get the prime veteran complete Skyler
Hell
Thompson,
no,
right?
that's not even a comparison. What are you doing?
I think hold on.
No.
Let me finish, Pete. Let me finish, please. I personally think that he could be the Denver Bronco version of Jake Plummer, which I thought was a really good quarterback personally.
He was good. He was good that year, but the Denver was loaded. They had a defense. They had it all. He was limited. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of hard to compare him to a limited quarterback. Skyler's arm is incredible, dude. Like that the way the ball comes out of his hand looks like an NFL pro quarterback, guys. Y'all see it?
He reminds me.
I know what you're saying, Pete. For me, I just want the guy to be good because I want all Dolphin players to be good. That's all I'm saying.
It just looks so clean coming out. Like it doesn't like struggle to come out.
He reminds me of Alex Smith, bro. He really does. He does.
With a way stronger arm.
He's just
way stronger arm.
He's just auditioning for the sequel to Jerry Maguire.
You mean Alex Smith?
Bro, if he's Alex Smith, dude, Alex Smith, the year before he got injured, the 2 years before that, he looked solid, dude. That guy was good quarterback. So
solid.
And you know what? And look what happened to Alex Smith. Y'all remember when they drafted Patrick Mahomes? That put like a fire in Alex Smith's ass because he was checked down Charlie.
He actually did really good the year before Mahomes.
When they drafted Mahomes that week 1, they already had beat reporters for the Chiefs coming out prior to that game that some were whispering on articles that they said they'll have a better chance to win if Mahomes plays, because they gave 0% chance that Alex Smith was going to beat the Patriots. And he came out, I think he put a 50 burger on opening week on week 1 against the Patriots and blew them out. He started throwing
like
deep.
43-14 or something. It was ridiculous.
Oh my God, that was almost like the replica of what happened to Tua last year, because that fire of Deshaun Watson, next thing you know, boom, he gets McDaniel. Now he's a deep ball thrower. That's how they got tricked over there in the Chiefs for that year.
Yeah, but,
and they were winning
Pete,
and went 14-2 though.
Pete, I seem to remember when I was at Arrowhead in the second row, I seem to remember Tyreek Hill running down the sideline in front of me with the football. I don't remember Alex Smith doing that.
What you mean?
Well, what I'm saying is what you're talking about, this fire that lit under Alex Smith, partly had to do with Tyreek Hill coming to the team.
Oh hell yeah! Tyreek Hill elevates quarterbacks. Tyreek Hill is an anomaly color. You know that.
That is correct. But still, I'm gonna give all the credit to Andy Reid, bro, because Alex Smith with the 49ers looked like a bust ready to happen. He comes to the Kansas City, re-elevates his career. The guy looks like a bona fide starter in the NFL. Right, and it just so happens they got lucky and got drafted one of the best young kids coming out of college at the time. I mean,
Ali, let me correct you. He didn't look like a bust in San Francisco because he was winning games over there. The guy was going to the playoffs and stuff with him. The thing is, when he got injured, check this out. This is literally what happened in San Francisco. They fall for the trap every time. A lot of the fans. When Colin Kaepernick came in, he gave them more exciting plays. It was almost the same points per game if you average it out based on both of their play. But Kaepernick came in and threw long balls. He came in and ran the ball, ran people over. It was just more exciting to watch, and he was also winning. So they were easily off of Alex Smith, and they dumped him. And then we all know what ends up happening. The whole hardball situation and everything else. Well, I don't want to get political here, but that's literally what happened.
Hold on, Pete.
It was Kaepernick that came in and gave explosive play.
Pete, do you know how many seasons that he had that he was over 500 as a quarterback for San Francisco?
Oh, he's Mr. 3,500 a year. I know.
He only had we're talking about over 500 as a record as a starting quarterback. He had one season where he was 5-5. The other, he was 13-3. That's it. Every other season, it was 2-5, 7-9, 2-5, 2-5, 3-7, 6-2. Right? That was okay. That one, his last season as San Francisco. It doesn't matter. My point is, he only had 2 really good seasons. Not even really good season. He had 1 good season with San Francisco. With Kansas City, though, he had 3, almost 4 consecutive games, or I'm sorry, seasons he was injured, where he actually, 2 seasons for sure he was injured. The others, he played 16 games one season. The other 3 seasons, he had 11 games, then 16 games. And then his last season, he only played 10 games. But the point I'm making is that regardless, is that the guy's always injured. How can you say he's winning games when he's always injured? Just saying.
Well, we can say the same thing, sadly, about Tua. But I do want to make a comparison. You guys are going to laugh at me. But when I see Skylar Tyler, you know what I see? I see, with development, a potential Andrew Luck.
Wow, Mike, I love you, bro. That is an amazing take, bro.
He just broke my eardrum. Damn.
That is awesome, bro. I'm telling you, this guy's incredible. We were out here calling him baby Josh Allen. Well, how can we forget this? Why? Because they're forcing Tua on us? Let's be honest. Mark, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That was incredible because I'm not gonna compare it like that, but it's the feistiness, the want to win like Andrew Luck, and that's why I agree with that dude. Y'all don't know Skyler. Bro, this guy is fiery.
I
He
agree.
wants it.
Yeah, I agree with the Andrew Luck. He's going to retire in 2 years.
Oh, man.
Come on, Shake. We all know what player was the one thinking retirement here. And the other one is coming out talking about he wants to start here.
He goes, hey, damn, I can't start over Mike White. I'm retiring.
Guys, if you look at mindset, winning attitude, physical size, ability to move the football or to run the football, the ability to throw deep with the weapons that the Dolphins have. If you gave, in my opinion, if you gave a truly fair competition, Skylar Thompson would be your starting quarterback opening day.
Oh man, I think that's gonna happen. No, what don't talk like that, Fred. I'm telling you, bro. Something is telling me it's going to shake something up. I'm telling y'all, bro. Something ain't right here in the waters, bro, in South Florida, to be honest. And it might be Skylar. I've been trying to avoid it, but Mark, man, you're onto something that I have.
You want to know what else is not right,
bro? Don't
you know
get
what else is
shocked.
not right? That's sitting in my head on a Friday at 9 at night is when Mike Florio is breaking stories at 9 at night. It's not a good thing, bro. That's all I gotta say.
What story was he breaking, Cap?
What happened?
Bro, they're pretty much. Are you not seeing everything that's going on Roto World? Go on Roto World right now and look up the first story at 9 o'clock at night.
What happened?
Roto World, what happened?
All I gotta say is Mike Florio is a lawyer,
now?
bro. And if he's doing stuff at 9 o'clock at night on a Friday night on a dead time during the NFL.
What's he doing, bro? Ain't nobody want to go to Roto World, man. What's he doing, man?
What is he doing, though? Roto World. I've never even heard of.
What's he doing?
What's he doing? What's he doing?
If you don't know about Roto World, then that's one of yeah. They sold to NBC, but Roto World is actually a website that actually gets all the information before most of the time, like everything else. Like Roto World gets the information. Listen, Roto World gets all the
Cat for life. Are you talking
before
about the
NFL.com.
BS about Dalvin Cook? Is that what you're talking about?
All I hear
It's not BS, bro. I'm telling you, if this guy's getting involved right now, it's that BS is not BS no more.
First of all, hold on. First of all the information that they're reporting right now is old news. Douglas Durong already proved that it's old news, bro. It's already old news. Mark Florio is just trying to create storylines because right now is the dead season for the NFL, man. There's nothing going on. So
I get that, but at 9 o'clock at night on a Friday,
that's what people do. He's probably drinking a beer or two, or he's probably having, he's probably drinking some of that Miller High Life fake beer shit,
and thinking of shit,
getting wacky and thinking of shit. So I mean,
he's in his head, exactly.
Man, you guys are downplaying everything, man.
Mark, I can't believe you said that.
This is real fascinating to see this play out.
Because this is the thing. This is the thing. Dalvin Cook's lawyers already proved the shit that the person that's making the accusations, they already lied about half the shit. So they already have the proof. It's already in the court documents and everything, the proof and everything that they've been lying. He has a defamation suit already against them. So if the NFL is going to go ahead and suspend Dalvin Cook over something that he's going to be proven innocent of, I highly doubt they're going to waste their time. That's why you haven't heard anything about it at all, because the lawyers know what the fuck they're doing. That's the truth behind it.
So
I agree.
money being involved in back and forth, that doesn't concern you with money being involved.
If Mark Florio really wants to make a storyline, let's make this storyline. Because of Dalvin Cook's unfortunate troubles in court and having false allegations, it's going to cost him money, and teams are going to be able to sign him for even cheaper. That's the storyline, not the NFL, suspensions that people want to make up. So whatever.
Man, Ali, this is really fascinating. The way you guys are downplaying
the headline. Yeah. No, Ali, you nailed the headline. That's exactly what it's going to be. Because right now, and I'm gonna be one of the first ones to say that I was jumping off the Matt Ariza thing, and I look like a total ass. When the whole thing happened, I was accusing him of everything in the world and thinking he was a scumbag. 18 months later comes out, and I'm flat out dead wrong.
Where are the Deshaun Watson haters at? They should be saying the same thing. And
Pete, you should have been here earlier. You would have loved it.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
Just about the hypocrisy that was instilled in the community. Like, people were quick to label this guy a rapist and all that crap, and then he's turned out to be innocent. But at the same time, I gotta let the judicial system play out.
I was talking to Mr. Negative about that this morning.
Hold on, let's clarify something. Deshaun Watson's a different case because Deshaun Watson was not proven innocent to anything. That's why he has civil courts. It's just they didn't have enough proof to actually take him to criminal court.
That's the default. You're innocent until proven guilty. They was putting the man in jail already based on accusations.
You're right, but it's not like he went. It's not like they actually had proof that he was innocent. That's what I'm trying to say.
They used the lack of the accuser's evidence to say that he was.
He's under no obligation to prove his innocence.
He has no obligation.
Nor can a person prove their innocence.
But if you look at the Matariza thing, they actually have evidence and proof that he wasn't even there. You understand? That really makes you
the judge have
innocent.
evidence of the text messages between some of these women out there basically telling them that they was gold diggers. And the judge repeated it verbatimly.
I was just trying to get us a bill.
He gave a scathing dissent of those women that was out there accusing them of these things.
Yeah, but Mark, it's a different animal when Matariza is just starting to like get in the NFL. This has been building for 2 years, and it's not looking good. In the case for whatever was done 2 years ago, I mean, it's starting to come now, and I feel it's the wrong time to come out now, like the Laramie Tunsil crap during the draft. I just think this is timing for somebody to like have us not sign a certain player.
These are lawyers just trying to take advantage. That's all it is.
All of this is, Cap. This is going to be an excuse for those source type guys that said Dalvin Cook was a Dolphin. Now they're going to, this is what sucks about this, because in reality, he was never going to be a Dolphin. Listen to me. He was never going to be a Dolphin. But now they're going to be their narrative and their excuse that they're going to say, oh, the reason why he's not a Dolphin, according to the sources now, is because he beats up his girlfriend. And there's always going to find a new bait to fall off of the things that that's all they do. Come on, Crypto. How about they've been wrong with Bobby Wagner, they've been wrong with Jordan Poyer, they've been wrong on everybody, and they found their little bone to jump off of the train. Okay, next thing you know, they're gonna jump on my train that I've been trying to lead the whole time, and his name is A Chain. Let's bring that chain up. But nope, that's it. Guys called him trash already, and the whole running back room department, it sucks. A Chain, there's no hope for him. We missed out on Cook. That's how those guys should feel right now.
Yeah, dude, and A Chain's on our team. That's crazy.
Yeah, they already pretty much thrown him in the trash.
BJ Penn.
The season is over if we don't get a running back, guys, according to those guys, because our running back room, that's what we needed. It's not going to come to fruition. Now they need to say their Super Bowl aspirations are out the door. Cook is not here.
I don't want to say our season
all off season. Now the lineman situation is no issue no more.
I don't want to say
Tyreek Hill and Tua came out of their own mouth and talked Super Bowl without Cook here, bro. And the fan base can't say it.
I don't want to say that our season is over, because I'm not going to say that. But what I will say that moves like Dalvin Cook, or you bringing in Akeem Nicks, or other positions of need, we do need depth, right? And in this style of offense, unfortunately, it's really hard. It's really grueling on running backs. That's why you should look at bringing in another running back. It doesn't matter if it's Dalvin Cook or another name. I agree with bringing in that position. I also agree with that. We definitely need to bring in another defensive tackle as well as a safety. You add those three positions, not just a Dalvin Cook, and you're really going to put yourself in a much better position going into the playoffs, let alone a Super Bowl run. So that's just my opinion. So I
don't know what happened to what we need to do, Ali. I agree with what you said, but what I think we need to do is hold those same sentiments and keep the same energy and carry the F those pick sentiments. Hello, Saquon Barkley's available. There's no comparison. Hello, Josh Jacob is available. You can't compare that to Dalvin Cook. Hello, those guys are just that much better. Derrick Henry. You want the best running back in the game?
No off-field issues that we know.
You want a running back?
I don't want that quarter. I don't want that contract.
That's King that had 1,900 quiet yards last year, and everybody seems to forget because they'll say he got injured, but yet he had 1,900 yards. I mean, I don't know. If we want to talk about F those picks and go for a Super Bowl run, those guys are in my conversation, if you ask me. Especially if I'm the organization and I'm the management. And well, they better feel that way, because you're talking about leading real running game. And if you feel comfortable with your backup quarterback, Skyler, and you just want a running game to take pressure off of Tua and try to win with Tua, why not go for the best fish available? We don't go fishing out here to catch the little ones. We want the big fish.
What do you guys think about the right guard from Dallas, Martin? Yeah, what do you guys think of Martin?
Yeah, he's holding out too, just like Connor. I mean, I think they want to hold out, but they're making a
Jerry
fuss
Jones
too.
will write him one big fat check tomorrow.
Look, the 49ers would have never made it to the championship game if they didn't trade for CMC.
I just don't understand.
We should trade for Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, then they said the running back position is dying, but the production's there. It just makes no sense to me.
Financially, it's dying because you have teams that are winning with running backs that are not first-round talents. I mean, look at Kansas City. What was his name? Pachenko? That guy was a 7th rounder, bro. All right, and
I get it, but the way I look at it now, it just seems like it's just like the NFL saying, "Hey, you guys just bust your ass, do whatever you need to do to get my quarterback near the end zone." So he can have the glory.
Speaking of which, the Giants brought in a running back today, not named Saquon Barkley. They signed James Robinson. I mean,
James Robinson. Right after he came out on a podcast talking about.
Yeah, he's probably going to Tennessee.
I think they did that on spite. They're going to get rid of that guy.
Tennessee is quality stacking the deck. They're going to.
You know what? And it wouldn't shock me if Skyler goes to New York.
Ravens signed Melvin Gordon
and
today.
Skyler takes his job.
Ravens signed Melvin Gordon today, by the way, for $3 million.
Oh yeah, no, Joe Mixon and Melvin Gordon didn't help anybody in the running back position.
I mean, Melvin Gordon lost his job to a rookie, Devontae Williams.
He think they're a Super Bowl caliber team. Mixon said
Melvin Gordon is on his ladder of his career. He's not a 3-down back anymore.
You know what you know why Mixon said that though, right? That was a smack at our fan base because everybody was clamoring for Dalvin Cook. So Mixon came out and said, "I only chose this contract because Cincy is closer to a title."
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah,
good point.
All this hometown discount talk, Super Bowl talk. People don't even believe we can go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Mixon did that.
That's crazy.
To one up us.
Yeah. Mixon knows he's with a good team, bro. You know what I'm saying? If he's got a chance to go into a Super Bowl,
bro.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I don't know if Mixon will end up being the starter when it's all said and done. Though he has a guy in Cincinnati named Chase Brown that's going to give him a run for his money. You heard it from me.
I like a Tony Pollard type thing because the situation right now is almost like Leonard Fournette with Joe Mixon. They just lost a lot of speed. They don't look dynamic.
He's
Like
got some
Kareem
off-field
Hunt.
issues too.
Kareem
I think
Hunt
that's why he
looks
stayed.
slow compared to what Kareem Hunt used to look like. You know, and they'll be like, "Oh, he don't have wear and tear on his tires, so why is he so slumped and slow on film?"
Bro, and see that's the thing. Go get Leonard Fournette right now, bro. The guy's still on the market.
He's in New England now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Did he really sign with New England?
Well, he hasn't.
No,
he
he left.
hasn't signed.
He
But
left. They let him leave without a contract. Henderson from the Rams went like the next day
Go
for a
get
tryout.
Leonard Fournette. Bring him in, bro. Sign him for the veteran minimum. He'll take it, right? You
like
get this guy. You get this guy. Be your goal line running back. He can be your 3rd and 4th down running back when it's 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You're guaranteed to get the yards. Right? You want to use him in the passing game? No problem, bro. The guy will make it easy for your quarterback. Right? And number one of all, because unfortunately, none of our running backs can do it. The guy can pass block. So go get Leonard.
I get the funny feeling that Leonard Fournette is being treated like the hooker from the local brothels. That's what he's being treated like.
Damn, Crypto, you're right.
That's what Leonard Fournette is being treated like.
Why you say that?
Everybody just tossing him around and just desiring him for whatever reason, whatever he may do on the football field. But he's the apple of everybody's eye. But yet he's being tossed around the league like a hooker.
Mark wants to say.
Like the one with the lips, sores around his lips.
Oh damn!
I don't know about y'all, but the reality to me is I don't even want to see a single snap wasted on Leonard Fournette because I prefer to just give it to Devon A-Chain.
Bro, I get that. I understand, but you need to have certain style of running backs.
And I love and Color. I'm not. This is what it is. Color. You're the one though, because that's why I have to bring you up. You're the one. Oh, Leonard Fournette has 75 catches. Bro, you give 75 catches to Devon A-Chain, I guarantee you that guy has more touchdowns, more explosive plays, more yardage, more everything.
I hear what you're saying, and Pete, he could eventually do that. But here's the thing: when you're in a Super Bowl run, you don't want to have to worry about who, if he can do it or not. It's a matter of I'm going to bring in a guy that no matter what I know can do it. So if he can do it too, more power to him. I mean, it's not going to be any different, bro. You're acting like you guys are a lot of people, not you, Pete, specifically, but there are people that are acting. If you brought in a Leonard Fournette, they're going to take snaps away from A-Chain or Raheem Mostert or Jeff Wilson. I think I'm going to call bullshit on that. He's not going to, right? He's going to be your situational guy. The guy
That's why he's not here.
Well, you're right. That is true. He's not here yet, but I think that's really what he could eventually be here. But here's also something else. Mark wants to say that he took less money. Mixon took less money because Bengals knew about his legal issues. Well, here's the reality of that. I understand what you're saying, but Chase Brown is a much faster, more shiftier running back, and I honestly think he's going to give Mixon for a run of his money. He's going to give him a ticket, his next Greyhound ticket out of Cincinnati. Chase Brown is the future of Cincinnati.
You don't even have to go that deep, though, Ali. You just see it based on last year on third down pass catching plays. They put Samaje Perine in the game because his speed, his explosiveness. He brought more in that game. And Joe Mixon, when he used to be good at that, he's not good at that no more because someone took it that has more speed and stuff like that.
I know I'm hyping up Chase Brown.
That's a terrible football name. Color, you should be back me up. That guy sounds like he works at a bagel shop.
Damn. I know I'm hyping up Chase Brown, but he was my favorite running back in the draft, to be honest. So just being honest.
Oh, no wonder. Okay.
So I know I'm being a little bit biased, but the guy he honestly is one of the fastest running backs, as well as one of the most shiftiest running backs that came out of the draft. And in addition to it, he blew away everybody at the combine. So he was as advertised.
Well, I think the Bengals they're just running it back, man. For what they did, man, I believe it's going to work again. Tell you the truth, they'll be a playoff team and a team to be reckoned with, even with Joe Mixon, man, at the starter.
I agree with that, Fred. I'm gonna tell you right now, who you got winning the AFC North? You think it's going to be Pittsburgh, Browns, Bengals, or Ravens?
Oh man, Bengals, man, Bengals.
That's what all of y'all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's the Browns.
Get upset,
we better hope that it's not the Browns, because if the Browns do better than us, woo, Lord.
Oh, Cap, get ready. Get ready. Right now, the best quarterback in that division. Some will tell you Joe Burrow, but there's a possibility it's Deshaun Watson. He's going to prove it. In 1 year of having in that offense, he gets to prove that he's the best quarterback in that division. He's going against Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Bro, when that guy wins that division, hands down, you're going to see how sloppy and how of a mess we miss, bro.
Pete, I was about to say that, man. And you know what? Lamar's got some added weapons over there now.
They're freaking ranking Deshaun Watson lower than Tua, bro. That is complete.
They got Watson in the top 10, and he hasn't even finished the season last year.
You gotta be kidding.
Yeah, that was a throwaway season for him. He got a full season now.
He was ranked 11th, I think.
That was a true outlier season.
They're doing Deshaun Watson dirty because of his dirty image now. They're rating him out of top 10, and they're using that 1 year, half a little script of games.
6 games.
If the Browns keep us out of the playoffs, do you understand the amount of scrutiny that's going to happen in this city?
That guy throws one interception, bro. They're dogging him out, bro. The media is ready to kill Deshaun Watson at every level based on his reputation now. This guy literally needs to be perfect. They have him under a microscope.
Don't let him throw 8 touchdowns in one game.
Oh
they'll find her. Yeah, they'll say the defense sucks.
No,
that's why he did.
No, that's one team we cannot allow to be better than us, bro. We cannot allow the Browns to be better than us this season. Just like Tennessee shouldn't have beat us 2 years ago, we cannot allow Watson to beat us this season, bro. Or have a better record than the Dolphins, bro. Or make the playoffs and we don't, bro.
Yeah. Oh, you can forget it.
Yeah, then that will be Greer. Greer will be out the door if that happens.
Yeah, he'd be going. If
the Browns make the playoffs and we don't. Yeah, that would be Greer's firing. He would
We'd
immediately
be
be
going through
dismissed.
another rebuild, bro.
That's
That
what's
would be
gonna happen.
catastrophic, bro. Nuclear, bro.
Y'all
Matter
can
of fact,
think I'd be
McDaniels won't
joking.
even
I'm
get
telling y'all
fired.
right
It'd
now,
just be Greer
if
getting fired.
Skylar Thompson flops on us, we are in a complete rebuild. Say bye-bye
If he
to
does,
all the guys that we
if
love
he
now.
does what with Pete rebuilding?
Because I'm telling you right now, I already see Tua failing us. So the hope that I have, basis my opinion, is I hope Skylar Thompson saves us. This roster that we have, I'm hoping that Skylar Thompson could be something and save this whole situation that we have. You know, Tyreek Hill and Waddle. We're never gonna have that
You know
again,
that
bro.
means that
We're
he'd be
wasting
saving
their
Greer.
time, bro. Yeah, it's gonna be saving Greer. That's what I said. Skylar Thompson is gonna save Greer's career. That's the guy that's gonna do it. Because right now, it doesn't look like Tua is gonna do it. That's just the reality of it.
Well, technically, you could kind of say he already did it by not completely collapsing against the Jets,
There you go.
which means we wouldn't have made the playoffs, and they probably would have cleaned
Around this time last year, you can hear Pete on this show right here and multiple telling people that Skylar Thompson is gonna save this season and also save Greer's career. And that's what he did. I literally spoke it to existence. That's exactly what he did. Because we
Yeah,
had
bro.
fans, and I hate to call, I don't hate it because I love calling names out. We had guys like Lewis, the Rabid Dolphin, up on panels, right? Yeah, I love it. We had guys like Lewis up on panels telling us that he hopes that we don't make the playoffs because he knows for a fact once we don't make the playoffs, this whole McDaniel stuff, this whole Tua stuff is out. We're done. We were over it. And at some point, I even told Lewis at one point, I said, I know you're right, but I got a feeling Skylar's going to come in through. But yeah, I told Lewis, you're right. If we lose and we don't make the playoffs, Skylar Thompson would have been competing for QB1 this year. Tua would not be on the roster, fellas. I know what I'm telling you. And it was just that one lucky game that Skylar won for them. The same game that these Tuaneers hate and dog on him. He only scored 11 points, you idiot. And you like Skylar Thompson? Shut up. Tua wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for Skylar Thompson scoring those 11 points. How about that?
Damn.
That's interesting too. Yeah, because Stephen Ross probably would have been impatient. He would have been given the final press conference that after everything wrapped up, and it'd been a lot of people getting pink slips.
Yeah. Pink slips. they wouldn't have had enough for pink slips to give out. Ross was ready to can everybody out.
He wasn't going to accept failure, not making a playoff with this kind of roster.
Let's be honest. The quarterback failed us. Can we all be honest here? The quarterback failed us. This time last year, you go on color shows, people were like me and others, and Lewis and everybody else, no excuses. He can't miss games. He has to play the full season. This was all it. And we're back to making excuses. This fan base is embarrassing, bro.
We just got to hit replay on the all the streams.
Yeah, copy and paste. We're plagiarizing. We're literally saying the same thing we said last year.
Yeah, bro. 2 years ago. Wow, we don't need problem people on this squad. We don't need people of character on this team. We can't have that type of situation. But you know what? If they can play and they can ball, it's okay.
High character guys, high morale. Is that what they were clamoring for, Cap?
Well, I guess so. At the time, when I heard 2 years ago, we can't have those type of players that have character issues on this team. But the past 2 years, we'll make an exception because we got to win now.
Well, that was the big problem.
Yeah.
Who's got the character issues on his team now, man?
No, I mean, as far as like off-field issues, we've had a track record of off-field issues with this team, but we just look the other way and shy away because they're our team.
Yeah. You know what?
I don't want to start naming names, but if I start naming names, you'll be shocked by the amount of people that have had off-field issues and are still on this team.
You guys remember the right tackle we picked up from Tennessee, man? I forget his name, man, and. He was. I guess he was cut.
He He's
because
a
he was
rapper.
dancing on top of the car, whatever. He was celebrating on top of a car. I mean, what you guys think of that? Did you think the organization was being kind of petty with that, man, when they released him for that, man? You know what I mean? I thought he would have made a real tough off right tackle, man. I really did. I really did.
Yeah, I thought about that too. Was they being
I
a
thought it
little
was
bit too
nitpicking, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Come on, man. The guy could have been celebrating, man. He got a job, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. Come on now.
right?
It's just
That
to
movie.
to
Yeah, go ahead.
to not notice everything that's gone on throughout the league, and just to think that, you know, every time somebody from our team is in, you know, situations like that, it gets me so upset, man, because we should know better than to just think, hey, you know, things will be different. Like, it's just always us in the news, man. I just get tired of it every offseason, man. Like, why is it that we're always on the news for something that's not good when it comes to this team in the offseason?
I don't know, man. Who knows? Who knows?
And half the time, it's not even guys on our team. It's just people wanting to be on our team, and then we get dragged into it.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, but that's enough for me. I feel like I'm being repetitive right now, man. Hey, tomorrow, man, you guys doing wrestling tomorrow, or is it Sunday?
It's Saturday, right?
I want to say Shake does it on Saturday, but I don't remember, man.
Yeah, Shake does it on Saturdays. I'm pretty. I don't know if he's doing it tomorrow because I don't want to speak for him, but I know he does it on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's like a
All right, man. Hey, man. Well, you know, it was good talking with you guys, man. If you guys, man, if you can, man, check out my homeboy, man, Bobby Finstock. He got Finstock sports channel that he does throughout the weekends, man. Him and Fish Tank Hank, they come on like around 12, and they're pretty good people, man. You should check them out, man. Good dolphin content. I think he has Big E on tomorrow, as a matter of fact.
Will do.
Saturday morning.
Yeah, like around 12. It's Dolphins. No, it's Finstock Sports Network.
Yeah, I've watched their show, their stuff.
Yeah, he's good people, man. But yeah, man, you guys have a good night, man. We'll top it up throughout the weekend. Y'all stay safe, man.
All right, man. See you on Twitter.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, hell of a night. Are we doing final takes? Is that what we're doing?
Takes. The broken take that was given, Ali, like, oh, I got to take part in the broken take.
I swear, every single time I just happen to be, tuning in, color comes out when it says, I got to give this to Ali. And I'm like, dude, how do you know I was even watching? Holy crap. With the broken take. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Belichick suited up in Miami.
No, you understood what I was saying about that, though, Crypto, right? Like, I know Belichick has won Super Bowls. I get it. He's won a lot of games, but it was all primarily with Tom Brady himself. That's it, right?
I mean, that record's hard to shake because you got a all-time great at the QB position.
Yeah, but he hasn't consistently
he gets some
won
credit
with
because he assembled people around Brady to be able to make that combination work. But
all I'm saying is that you look at a guy like Andy Reid. Andy Reid in both franchises, the Eagles and Kansas City, has been consistently successful. Multiple playoff runs, Super Bowl runs, Super Bowl wins, and everything. He's been able to do it with different quarterbacks. And even though with Kansas City he's had a couple more quarterbacks than he had with the Eagles, either way, they all shined under him. And that's basically what I was trying to make, is that I understand people want to jump and to go get Belichick, but in my opinion, and do understand, this is just my opinion, I don't know what the future would bring, but I don't think Bill Belichick would automatically mean Super Bowls just because it's Bill Belichick. You still need to get that perfect. Yeah, Andy Reid has a better track record of taking the crappy quarterback and making him look good. You know what I mean? So, and he does that also for running backs. Kareem Hunt looked like the number one running back in the league for 2 years that he was under Andy Reid until he had the domestic issue. You know what I mean?
He had more
So-
success with more quarterbacks in his systems than Brady. I mean, than Belichick did with his. As far as in total, that he had multiple quarterbacks that he won at least a playoff game. I think that's still a record, isn't it? The most
I
playoff
think
wins
so.
with multiple quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think it is him. What's up, Lewis? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
What's happening,
Nothing.
man?
I would like to come up and defend my name in the honor of Lewis, right? The Rabbit Dolphin, as Pete wanted to call me out and say I was the Rabbit Dolphin. I would just
Yeah,
like
he said
to
you was
address.
once the Rabbit Dolphin at one time.
Yeah, that's what I heard, Crypto. So I would like just to address some of the issues I guess Pete and Fred and the likes were saying, right? Let's just go through it.
Sure.
See, I'm not going to come out here and defend the honor of one Skylar Thompson every time like Pete and Fred and others do, right? I think Skylar Thompson could be a great, I've already told you, in my opinion, he's QB2 right now, right?
Yeah.
And I do believe Skylar can get the job done, and I've said it, whether it's in Miami or outside of Miami, I think the kid will be good. That's just my opinion. But this narrative about Pete saying, well, Lewis at the end of the season was saying he didn't want to make the playoffs. I did, right? I did say that. I always stand 10 toes down. Let me explain what I mean. For people like Pete and Fred, they don't understand because they're just simple-minded. I was saying that for them because I told everybody if we went to the playoffs, what was going to happen? Everybody's worst nightmare, right? From what they tell me. Tua was going to be here, right? And what did I get? Pushback. Lewis, you're not a real fan. You don't want Miami to be in the playoffs. Oh, my God, right? These are the same people that are calling that they hate Tua, right? But they wanted to be in the playoffs because they could taste it. So now when I reevaluate, because the team, not Pete, not Fred, not nobody else, the team is telling us Tua's going to be the guy, whether we like it or not. So when I look at it, right, and I start hearing and seeing the team the way it's getting built, and I start hearing certain guys in the media talking about our team, when I see our own, the likes of color commentary telling me our QB last year, despite all the concerns we had about him, right, he graded out in 9 different categories. The numbers don't lie. That's what everybody tells me. Color had him at 9th with Kirk Cousins. So when I look at it, right, I don't have to come out here and be the negative fucking Nancy every fucking night, right? Because if I have, according to Color, great work on that show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it, right? If I listen to the national media and then I see this team, why can't we win? But no, I'd rather sit on a panel for 5 fucking hours, right? And talk about how Tua can't get shit done. This team is going to be trash. We don't believe in nobody, because that just it's great, right? It was perfect today, the shit I was hearing. So, again, Pete, when you want to call me out and say, well, Lewis is trying to be a flip-flopper, and I don't appreciate it. I really don't. It sounds like I don't like the mainstream Tuaneers, and I still go at those fucking people too. This is the real right here. I can go at the Tuaneers because I can't stand those motherfuckers neither. I can go after the Tua haters like fucking Pete and Fred all fucking day because I don't like that shit neither. Don't call somebody that's trying to be objective about this fucking football team, right? Not a certain player because of my fucking feelings, right? I know how to get through and break shit down and realize what I see, what I don't see, what I believe, what I don't believe. And I'm not trying to change nobody's goddamn opinion. But I'm tired of this, Lewis is a flip-flopper. Lewis was there last year. That just means my opinion is changing. That doesn't mean you're a flip-flopper. That means you're evolving as a human being. Y'all should try it someday. And I'm sorry, fellas, for going on a fucking rant, but it's just fucking ridiculous at this point. Again, we're talking about today. We're arguing about what he can and cannot do. What he can and cannot do. Okay, cool. I've heard this fucking spiel before, like he was saying. Oh, what we should do is go to color commentaries shows from last year. And what's the difference? We don't have to fucking go to last year. You know why? We're doing the same shit here. Don't it sound, everybody up here on this panel was up in the panels last year. Does Pete sound the same that he sounded last year? Doesn't it sound like fucking the same old shit?
It is the same stuff.
So stop telling me to go to
exactly
Color
the same.
Show. Stop telling me to go to Color Show from last year so we can listen to the same old shit. No, we're doing it tonight. Listening to you, fucking Pete. Fuck out of here, man. I'm tired of this shit. Just leave my name out of it anyway. You want to talk about other people? Go ahead. Call whoever the flip-flopper, call whoever the fuck they want. I'm starting to get tired of all this bullshit, really. I really am. That's why I don't want to be up. Well, let me just shut up. Let me not even say that because it's fucking ridiculous. I'm tired of arguing with fucking morons. So, but I just wanted to address that. Sorry, Shake, sorry, whatever. I just don't like, oh, you know what? Y'all should have been thanking me last year for being one of the only ones in the fucking community saying I didn't want to be in the fucking playoffs. Because the same shit we're sitting here fucking crying about is the same shit I was trying to fight against last year. And from what I can remember, that was the only one saying that shit. Because everybody had in this fucking fan base was talking about, oh, we have a chance. Let's make the playoffs. That was everybody else, not me. So for me to have to come out here every fucking night and hear people complain about this fucking team, the reason we're like this is because of y'all motherfuckers that wanted to be in the playoffs. So there you go. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, sound like the consolation prize. That's what they was beckoning for, calling for. Playoffs was a consolation prize for some folks.
No, they wanted to be in there.
Yeah.
Right. But again, when that comment was made, Crypto, when I said that shit, it was on Stephen D's channel. Remember? Everybody was getting timed out and no one was timing me out.
Right. Yeah.
And I was telling Stephen D straight to his face, oh, victory Monday. Oh, we're going to the playoffs. Worst move.
Right.
Worst shit that could have happened.
Right. Because you know it's going to be status quo for the whole process.
Because they're coming to run it back.
Right. That was going to be the next stage.
The same guys that are complaining about Tua still being here and oh my God, what are we gonna do? This team sucks. Are the same people telling me that it was great to be in the playoffs last year.
Right. Right.
But I
because that would have been the linchpin. Yeah, that would have been the linchpin to them technically getting what they want because management probably would have seen Tua as a soft reboot. And they probably would have gotten what they wanted.
Out of there. They would have got Tua
out
of there.
They would have gotten Tua out of there because he didn't finish the final 2 games and didn't a playoff game.
He didn't come in the playoffs. He didn't do right, and he was coming off that bad stretch. Everybody was telling me those last 5 games he was coming off a bad stretch, right? So if he's coming off a 5-game stretch, yeah, what's up, Pete? You heard what the fuck I said? It's fucking ridiculous already.
What happened? I didn't hear. I just got back now. I'm glad you're up. What happened? What I missed?
Nothing. You saying basically calling me out saying, oh, the Rabbit Dolphin used to be the Rabbit Dolphin. He was critical and he wanted I wanted Tua out of here and now listen to how I talk now. Wasn't I the one?
No, that's not what I said. You got to go back and listen.
Not what you said?
I said you were one of the ones loud in the community saying that you hope we don't make the playoffs because once we don't make the playoffs, we're gonna get rid of Tua and the coach and all this stuff. So where was I wrong at?
Where you're wrong at is where you were making it seem like I flip-flop. Now the way I talk about Tua now and this team now. And what I'm saying is, right, Pete, since you said you weren't up here, I'll just make it quick. What am I supposed to do when the team, it's not about opinions anymore. A lot of people can talk shit, right? The fact of the matter
you're just taking it. You just got to listen to the conversation what we were talking about, so you could understand. We were talking about how we could move off of the coach and stuff, and how I pointed you out. But why would you want to move off the coach? Because that's what was happening. That's what we were talking about, discussing. Like there was whispers that Stephen Ross was gonna get rid of the coaching staff and the GM if we didn't make the playoffs, and that we were bringing those topics up.
But who was saying that? Who? Pete,
a lot of them. I was one of the ones saying that as well. That Stephen Ross is going to get rid of this coach if we don't make the playoff. And I also said you were right. That you are right. That's what I literally said. I said you're right.
Pete,
if we don't make playoffs, we're going to can all these guys. But I think where you were wrong at is that we're not going to make the playoffs. I felt we were because
it wasn't. But Pete, Pete, that wasn't a narrative. You were saying it. That doesn't make it a narrative. Don't come
But
out
that's
here and
what was
say,
going
"Oh,
around.
no, you were going around saying it." This is what I'm saying. Who else was saying that?
There
Nobody
were
was calling.
reports. There were reports out that
Bro,
Stephen Ross
stop.
by the media was
Stop.
they were in hot water and they were by talk about coaching change. That's what was going on.
No, who was? No. I don't remember seeing any of those reports, Pete. I don't know where you said you seen those at, because I don't know.
Really, why we started bringing it up, and that's why those discussions were happening, Lewis. And I was like, wow, my take that I said earlier on in the year is actually going to happen, and I couldn't believe it. Skyler is going to actually save this guy's career. That's why I was disagreeing with you. But at the other hand,
was saying
I
that.
would say here, I agree with you. That's what I was. The only thing I was disagreeing with you at those days, back on those panels, was that we weren't going to make the playoffs. I said we were because I think Skyler's going to come in and clutch hour. That's the only, and that was all opinion based. That was all hope based on, and it actually happened. But I also agree
but
that
no one was
if
saying
they don't make the playoffs, everything would have been done. Everything would have been, the golden child would have not been Tua. We would have flopped off of him. McDaniel would have been canned. We probably would have had Harbaugh, whatever. It would have never been the case.
No,
right
we
now.
weren't going to do
but
that.
it would have been something new.
It wasn't going to be nothing new. They're not firing the coach after 1 year. So this narrative that they were going to get rid of McDaniel, that's false. That's a lie. They were not going to get rid of Coach McDaniel his first year. And all I'm saying, Pete, again, I don't give a fuck how people want a fan. I don't give a fuck what your opinion is with this team. I just like to talk football. And that's why I got so mad earlier when Fred was up there and was talking. I used his argument. The words he was saying, I used those. And then all of a sudden, again, it went to moving the goalposts and going to saying other shit. No, bro, how can you say something about someone, right? I'm not debating Fred if he was right or wrong with his opinion on Tua. See, this is where everybody, well, you're comparing the quarterbacks. I didn't say Tua was better than Justin Herbert. I never once said that. I never once said that Herbert was better than Tua. That was never my argument. Remember what Fred said. Stats didn't matter, right? And he just believed because of what he looks at in Justin Herbert, his attributes. Oh, he's a franchise quarterback. Well, wait a minute. I also heard Color, right? Color was saying, it's the matchups, it's head-to-head, it's what you can prove, which I agree 1,000% with Color. And if we're going to be honest, right, the flip-flopper in me, I don't think Tua's done enough yet to say he's a franchise quarterback. I don't think Tua, even how good I think he played last year, right? I'm not saying that he's the long-term answer. I'm not saying that. But if we're going to talk about Justin Herbert, he's this franchise guy, bro, he's done nothing. What Tua don't have a playoff victory. He's never played in one. Okay, Justin Herbert played in one. He don't have a victory neither. He's horrible in big-time games. He's horrible against fucking to Color and Crypto's point earlier and talking earlier, right? Going quarterback and this and that. Justin Herbert ain't beating Mahomes. And just like Tua has to overcome and beat Josh Allen because that's our boogeyman in the division, right? Josh Allen. He's the guy in the division. And Tua has to overcome that. Well, goddammit, if Justin Herbert is the franchise quarterback, don't you think eventually, if he's going to be the quarterback for the Chargers, he's that franchise guy? Don't you eventually have to start beating Patrick Mahomes? I don't give a fuck how great Patrick Mahomes is. You're in his division. You play him twice. You got to beat him, right? This is the art. This is what I'm trying to get to people to understand. So Tua can't beat Josh Allen, right? Oh, he's trash. He can't beat. Well, then Herbert must be trash because he can't beat the fucking quarterback that's in his division either. But when people tell, no, Pete, don't tell me that. Pete, am I wrong? I mean, honestly, being me and you just talking, no one. Am I wrong or anything? Am I saying?
If you could add more content to it, it'll be a lot fair. If you want to do it in black and white, you're not wrong, but you're leaving out a lot of content out to it because we can't sit up here, and when I say we, the two-and-ears, can't sit up here and blame bad coaching, bad wide receivers, and not be able to use those same sentiments with Justin Herbert. He had a bad coach in Anthony Lynn his rookie year. He still excelled and broke records. They fired him. He got a new coach. Still went out and put up 30-plus touchdowns with a rookie head coach and had a marvelous year. Did he have a down year his third year? Yes. But this is why you're judging him so hard. It's based on his third year from his regressed year, based on his sophomore year that was so high, and then it showed a big regression in touchdowns, and he played hurt with broken ribs from like week 4, I think what it was, and beyond. And mind you, he had Joshua Palmer. He had, what was that, DeAndre Carter. He had Parham, the tight end that was playing hurt. He had a lot of injuries on defense, and he's playing hurt. Being like, he didn't even have the situation where he was able to hand the ball off with a good defense. His defense was one of the last in the league, and he still was able to be out there and perform. So I think it's, I mean, I know it's a lot of excuses to you.
It is
because
excuses.
It is because I
excuses.
agree. It is because I'm bringing up the two-and-ear excuses, Lewis. These are the excuses the two-and-ears made for two-and-ear.
Okay.
And I called them excuses.
They're not excuses. They're not excuses. You're making that for Justin Herbert.
You still gotta bring that up though, because they brought that up. That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up.
But the fact of the matter is, Pete, right? I can see that argument from somebody else, if I'm going to be honest with you, Pete, right? And we're just having a conversation. But anytime the two-and-ears, let's say, right? Anytime the two-and-ears would do that, you would be the first one up there killing all those narratives, right? Telling them their excuses and telling them you don't believe in that, right? So now you can't 100%. Okay, so now you can't say those same excuses for Herbert, though. Now all you can say,
I'm bringing them up, though. I'm not using them. I already label him a franchise quarterback.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a question with him. It's you guys, I guess, just you right now,
but
based
again,
on this topic.
No. But again, no. See, now again, we're at the root of the problem. I don't have a problem with you saying you believe Justin Herbert is the franchise quarterback. There is no problem with that. If you're going to say that, though, whether you like it or not, then Tua is automatically a franchise quarterback. Because they've done nothing different. Nothing. They've done nothing. All the arguments that were based today, and again, when Fred, I didn't say these words. Fred, I wasn't even on the panel when he said it. Fred said stats don't matter to him. I'm assuming you would agree with that because you agree with everything Fred says. So if
hey, what up, fam?
Hey, I do agree with that. Stats don't really matter at the end.
You said, wait a minute, you said they've done nothing different in what attributes as far as total touchdowns, like.
Look, hey, Lewis, to be real
wait a
with
minute,
you,
what up, family?
What's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc?
Hey, Lewis. Hey, Lewis. I want to take 1 second. My baby girl want to say something to you, Lewis.
You're the best, Lewis.
I appreciate you, baby. I appreciate you, baby girl.
Hey, Lewis. Hey, Lewis. We've been riding and hanging out a little bit, and she been listening to you, and she appreciates your passion. She said, "I just want to tell him you the best." I told her that's cap, but she still wanted to say it.
Hey, Doc, you know better than that, Doc. You already know better than that. Hey, Doc. I don't know how long you've been listening, Doc, but all I've been doing is out here. I've been having my apron out tonight,
Doc. You've been fighting a good fight, bro. I'm just telling you, man. It's the same thing I had to do today. I was in Pete and Mr. Negative space, and I had to do the same thing, bro. So I feel your pain.
Man, listen, Doc.
But it ain't nothing for a soldier, though. It ain't nothing for a soldier.
I'm talking about. I had to take some high blood pressure medicine tonight. They got my blood pressure up tonight.
That's what my daughter said. Is he gonna be all right? I'm like, yeah, he good.
Damn. Hey, Lewis, what did you say? You had to get your blood. Hey, is that pharmaceutical Fred cooking you like?
No, man, listen, no. It's Listen, listen, it's the nonsense. Again, I'm not telling anybody how to fan. I just want, bro, stand on your, look, 10 toes down and be objective about, if you're, again, we're all football fans. I'm a Dolphin fan. I bleed aqua and orange, right? But I do also watch the NFL. I watch other games and stuff. And all I'm saying is, let's be consistent for everybody. Don't be in your fucking feelings about a certain player, whether it's Tua, whether it's Christian Wilkins, whether whoever the fuck it is, dog. At the end of the day,
it's hard to say that. We're all
but
gonna
it's
always
not.
be in our feelings because we love this team. And when you love something, you're
It's
gonna be
not
like,
hard, bro. It's not hard,
it's
though,
gonna be
Pete.
like that.
You don't have to be in your feelings, though. This is what I'm saying. And hold on,
Oh
real
no,
quick.
yeah. I mean, when it comes to when I say feelings, you know what I mean.
Hey, hold on,
this,
Pete.
This team
Hold
brings
on,
you
Pete.
emotional rush.
Hey, hold on, Pete. Listen, when we get special moments, right, we got to shout them out. Shout out to the homie Kelvin, man, from Twitter. If people don't know him, this is the homie. Show him some respect. But goddamn it, Kelvin, I appreciate you coming up, bro. What's up?
You know, I came here to talk some shit. It's a Friday. This nigga Pete, I was in there, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you, Pete, bro. I don't get it, man.
What
From
happened,
Twitter,
Kelvin? You said something about Pete?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, man. From Twitter to YouTube, man. You just
Hey, that's what's up, Kevin on YouTube side.
What's good, Doc?
Damn, that's what's up.
Hey, man, what's good, man? You know I'm here, man. You know,
Hey, me and Kev kicked it. Hey, me and Kevin kicked it in Miami. I met my dude at the New England Patriots game.
Hey, are you coming out to
Week
LA?
1, last year's game, week 1.
Oh yeah, like I just was telling my daughter, she was talking about. I said, "Hey man, we gonna meet these guys at the Christmas Eve game in Miami. We'll definitely be there for the Dallas Cowboys game." So I was telling her she'll get to meet you guys.
100%. I'll be at
sure.
that game.
Nice.
I'll be at that Dallas game Christmas Eve for sure. 100%. I'm not missing that one. And I
you
actually
going to
got
that
a
one, Pete?
prediction. I think, 100%. I'm not missing that game. And because my boy, he's a Cowboys fan, so he already
Listen
told
to
me
the
I
shit.
can't miss that game.
Listen to this shit.
And
Listen to this
Skyler's
shit.
gonna be the quarterback. Skyler's gonna
Listen
be
to
the
this shit
quarterback.
right
I can't wait. I can't
Man.
wait.
Hey, but Lewis,
Is that
I
a
think
late
your point.
season forecast are you trying to give us?
Hey, Lewis,
That
I
is.
think your
He's
point
gonna be
is spot
rocking and
on.
rolling.
How can you say Justin Herbert is a franchise quarterback and he has done nothing? He's no
done
different. If you're gonna have a metric, you would say that Daniel Jones is a franchise quarterback before
They're
Herbert.
not the
If you're
same.
gonna use that metric.
Daniel Jones don't deserve to be in the same conversation.
Going by what
you can't go down that
That's a
road.
weak argument.
No, I'm just
That's
saying
a
that
weak
going
argument.
by what
No, you can't be doing
No,
that.
I'm
That's
saying
muddying the waters, man.
Hey,
That's
hold on,
strategically
man.
muddying the waters when the conversation when
Hey,
you say
hold
that.
on, Crypto and Pete, hold on, because everybody just screaming over each other again. Let's go and look. Let's get
Let me
into
just
the
say this.
conversation.
So
But
if
go
you're
ahead,
gonna
Pete.
use that argument with Daniel Jones, then you can say Kirk Cousins is better than Herbert. I mean, you can say all these one-time playoff winners. Mike Jones is better than Herbert because he.
So
as a
what
rookie,
makes
went to
Herbert
the
a
playoffs?
franchise quarterback?
Like, come on, bro.
I mean, you got to have a
You
measure,
can see it.
some
You
kind
can
of measure
smell
stick,
it.
and it can't be just the playoffs as a barometer.
Well, what
Or
barometer
a lack of playoff
what
success.
barometer are you using for Herbert? I don't
Collectively,
understand.
what you do collectively, what this is when they don't make the playoffs, the tiebreaker will be most likely stats and most games played, healthy and durability. You use a collection of other stuff.
Hey, there's nothing more
If none of them won a playoff game, then you go to the next tiebreaker.
Then seeing your
so
team
then
touchdown.
that means that so you're saying then that Kirk Cousins is a franchise quarterback.
No, because the stats alone don't make him a franchise quarterback. Not that alone.
Well, what's different
it's
from
not in
Kirk Cousins
isolation.
and what's difference between Kirk Cousins and Herbert?
I mean, Kirk Cousins is a
Wait, your argument?
Yeah, but Kirk Cousins,
I'm just saying,
actually is
y'all
for Minnesota
saying
right
that
now.
Y'all saying that Herbert is, but Kirk Cousins is not.
He has enough. He has enough games played, enough durability, and he's reliable. Number one on the durability front, and he's got the numbers to back it up.
So Kirk Cousins is a franchise quarterback.
Yes, right now for Minnesota, he is. Yes.
I would
because
say
his
yes.
durability backed up by his numbers did it. That's what clinched it.
No,
A lot
I
of people
agree.
are gonna like Kirk Cousins more now because of that Netflix show, and they're gonna feel bad like he's. But even
Kirk
he came out his
Cousins is
own
a
mouth and
Now with
said he
Washington, he
lost the
wasn't a
game.
franchise quarterback, but with the Vikings, he is.
Hey,
I would
one
say
mic,
that most
one
people
mic,
say
man.
he's not a franchise quarterback. He's just a guy that get a lot of stats and don't do nothing.
Well, only one
That's
team could
what
win the
most
Super
people
Bowl every
say.
year, so that's
He
unfair
is
to say
just a
just as
guy.
somebody just a guy.
He's a
There are
he's a good
franchise
guy.
quarterbacks that.
He's not bad. He's a good, just like Tannehill. He's good. He's not bad. There's
Well,
a
using
tier.
that
There's a
argument,
tier.
that means that by definition, Tom Brady is the only franchise quarterback
I
because he's won
guess
majority of the
you
Super
got to
Bowls.
define. I guess you got to define what is a franchise quarterback.
Then I guess
First of all,
Tannehill is probably the best quarterback.
being in a
then,
franchise long enough, number one, enough time, enough games played without
Look at
injury
Tannehill.
and reliability.
Hey, Crypto, I guess Tannehill's an elite quarterback. This guy's going to championship games, winning playoff games. He's better than Herbert, too, then. We missed out on Tannehill because he's better than Herbert, Crypto. He slipped out of our hands.
Well, he's been with Tennessee and us a
Playoff
long
stuff.
time.
I think
Well,
Pete
he
just
does
like
have a playoff win on his belt. Tannehill does.
Yeah, he does. Not here in Miami, but in
Just
Tennessee.
don't have championships, but he do have playoff wins.
I'm just saying that I've been listening to the conversation,
Cousins, yes,
and
sir.
I keep hearing
he's done
what.
better.
But
I'm just saying that I keep
the conversation
listening.
can't end there. It just only
No, I'm
play
saying
out
I've been
success.
listening to the conversation for most of this time. I haven't been talking, but I've been listening, and the goalpost of what a franchise quarterback is keeps moving, is what I'm saying. And I think that that's what Lewis is trying to be defining is what is it? What are you saying?
I'm giving you attributes of what goes into the formula of being a franchise quarterback.
Over Tua. Have Tua over
Reliability,
Goff,
consistency,
guess what?
and durability.
Went to a Super Bowl and won playoff games.
So Jared Goff is a franchise quarterback based on that.
Yeah, right now, yeah, for Detroit, yeah. And they're not talking about moving off him. They're not trying to actively replace him.
Okay. Oh well, see Crypto right here. Hold on, and I do want to go to Kelvin because Kelvin.
He's been in the league long enough too.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on. But right there, see what I'm saying? You just said about Jared Goff. Detroit's not trying to move off him, right? That's what you just said.
But that's not the end all and be all. That's one of the attributes.
Okay, so then again, hold on, Crypto, right? And I do want to throw it to Kelvin because Kelvin hasn't really said nothing since he's been up here. But if that's the case, then that's one of Tua's attributes because the Miami Dolphins are not trying to move off of Tua.
Right now in his third year, they've never been trying to move off Goff in Detroit.
Crypto.
He got traded to them.
It doesn't matter.
They didn't to a Super Bowl.
No, but he got caught up in a trade. Jared Goff wasn't their choice. He just got in a trade with Stafford.
No, they moved off of him because Stafford was the better option.
He was a byproduct.
And if it wasn't for Brian Flores, elite defense playing against the Rams and shutting them down, he would still be a Ram.
No, let's talk. I'm just saying that Jared Goff was a byproduct for Detroit of a trade for Stafford. They didn't care about him. He was just a byproduct. He was a
because they thought
the Rams to get
the instant upgrade was Stafford.
You ain't lying about that, Crypto. If they won that
the Rams
Super Bowl,
didn't you telling missing a point. Goff would have still been a Ram had it not been for Brian Flores.
For one game.
Yes, because that means they would be Super Bowl champions. He would have led them to a Super Bowl.
Hey, they
called me
one
crazy
game
when they the reason why the Rams said because of one
game. No, because they lost the main game and they thought that they was one quarterback away.
Right,
and
so
they gambled and took that gamble.
So they didn't see him. So they didn't see him as a franchise quarterback. The Rams.
They
didn't see
him at that moment because it was a better option.
So they didn't see him as a franchise quarterback.
Not necessarily because the better option became available.
And I'm with Crypto.
Because they still, you fail to realize the Rams were the top rated offense with him there.
let's just be honest. If Goff wins that
No,
Super
I
Bowl,
agree with
there's
what you're
no
saying.
trade.
I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm saying that the Rams did not see him as a franchise quarterback because they got up off of him quickly.
Yeah,
Because
because
of the Super Bowl loss.
instant gratification. They wanted cheap gratification.
And
They
it's
figured
more than
somebody
that.
was
They
slightly
saw
better.
him every no, they said that we've seen this guy every day at practice and he's not it.
No, they saw that somebody was a better option that would get them over the hump, past the Brian Flores style defense.
I don't know if I agree with that. They made a decision.
They figured if we
Telling me,
come up
so
against
what
this
if
monster
they
that the
didn't play?
Patriots put on us, Stafford is just a guy with enough throwing arm talent that can cut through that nonsense that Brian Flores was
So
doing.
they made a decision on a franchise quarterback on one game. He won 16 games that year, and they made a decision.
It don't
on
matter
one game.
because I tell you what right now, if Patrick Mahomes became available and our team decided that Tua was a franchise quarterback and Patrick Mahomes came available, they moving off Tua. I don't care what you say.
Matt Stafford, wait. Matt Stafford is no Patrick Mahomes. We got to stop throwing
I'm saying
that
that as far as the level of upgrade, that's what they thought in their mind. They can get that next push.
Stafford is nowhere near. Did you see
missing the
Stafford
point.
last year?
You're missing the point. If any upgrade becomes available, they thought they was going to get the cheap gratification.
And I'm saying that they did not see.
You can't say they didn't see it that way. If you think that you're one guy away, you're going to make that move.
Well,
maybe they saw enough tape on Stafford on him playing against those style defenses that was thrown against Goff, and they figured that if they run against that again, they're going to probably go with the guy who's got better success. Maybe that's a reason.
But that is the reason, because the ultimate end goal, they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they took that gamble and it paid off. That's all.
With a lesser running back, they didn't have Todd Gurley.
Yeah, Gurley.
The truth is, they changed everything. It wasn't just. My point is, they changed multiple things about that team. They went out and got
back in like 2 minutes.
They went out and got OBJ. They went out.
That was in the middle of the season, though. Cooper Kupp had a lights out season. They still would have won no matter what. They didn't need what's his name. He was just cherry on top.
OBJ was done. Wait a minute. OBJ was dominating the Super Bowl before he got hurt. He was the reason why they were in play. Wasn't he?
That's true. But yeah, he got hurt in that Super Bowl. They still won because of Cooper Kupp.
No, they won because OBJ. They won because OBJ was dominating to keep them in the game.
They was losing at the point OBJ went out.
He was dominating to keep them in the game, is what I said. He was dominating that first half.
But yet they were still losing.
So what happens if he wasn't there? What if he wasn't there? That's what I'm saying.
They would still been losing because the Cooper Kupp took over the game. You realize what Cooper Kupp did in that game?
No. I'm saying that team. I'm saying that it just wasn't Stafford that they went and got. They went and got multiple players to bring to that team. It wasn't just a quarterback.
No, I think the nucleus was there. As far as the defensive line, the linebackers, and all that, and the receiver core, because they had Brown, right? They traded him, Robert Woods, and what's his name? And they just added him. He was like the third wheel, Beckham. I think he came like in November, like around the trade deadline, something like that. But I think I wasn't saying Stafford is like Mahomes. I'm just saying, some teams get desperate and they throw that last chip in.
Didn't they go out and
take this gamble?
They went and got Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, Ramsey was on the team, but they had that other corner
But
they
I'm
had.
saying they went
He
out
was
and
shabby.
they went out and got all of these players along with Stafford.
That's true, but you do realize that he was toasted a couple of times by T. Higgins in that game.
I
He
mean, but
almost
they
cost
still.
them that game.
But I'm just saying
To
they
be
went
honest
out
with
and
you, Joe Burrow, they was roasting him.
well, yes, but to get there,
He was getting toasted. Yeah.
But I'm saying that when you say, well, they was one piece away, they weren't one piece away. They went out and got multiple players to help them get to the Super Bowl, not just Stafford.
He was the main piece. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying he was the main.
How y'all get Kelvin on this side of the railroad track?
Right. You said how they get him out there, drug him out of the late night club, and probably put something in his beer.
On the other side of the railroad track.
The other side, Doc. All you got to do is get some that spiked punch. He has some spiked punch. You know how that is. Cranberry and vodka.
Yeah, right there. Right there. Yeah, you already know. I've been on that Remy. Yeah, I've been on that Remy and cranberry.
Right. You know, the Sky vodka. They actually
Yes, sir.
They infusing them now.
Yeah.
They infusing all them Sky vodkas with different fruit flavors and stuff. Like 20 different flavors, man.
That Sky, all right, man.
It's okay.
My
You
wife
can't
like
drink too
white.
much.
Yeah, my wife, she's not a drinker per se. She's not a drinker, but when she like white, I like dark. She like white, and she'll drink. She mainly like that. She'll drink that Sky every now and then. What's the vodka she like? The gosh, the real popular vodka now. It's slipping my mind.
About
Tito's.
Nah, that's
what is it? Shake Money.
Tito's. That's
not Tito's.
That's a new one. Is that a new?
No.
Tito's is out of Texas.
Huh?
Tito's is out of Texas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tito's. Yeah.
But the other one, the real popular one.
Give me a bottle now.
Oh, Tito's go hard. But what's the other one that's real popular?
Smirnoff.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to think. Smirnoff.
Not
vodka.
Smirnoff.
They got a whole bunch of flavors of that too.
It's more trendy. Skinny bottle. Real skinny bottle. Gosh. I can see the Now let me say this. This the bougie hood.
Yeah.
The bougie hood. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about Grey Goose? Not Grey Goose.
Grey Goose.
Ciroc.
There you go. The
Ciroc.
Oh yeah.
Bougie hood.
Say that again. You broke up.
Yeah. So
He said we could barely hear you.
Yeah, you broke up there, Dr. Reg.
Can you hear me, Crypto?
Looks like Dr. Yeah, I hear you, but Dr. Reggie was in the blender.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the blender.
Anyway, we finna wrap this up. I just fell asleep and I woke up and
He fell asleep. Shake Money dozed off. He heard the buzzword alcohol.
Yeah. So, all right, Kevin, man.
Yeah. Shake Money heard the buzzword.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all good. I need me some what do you call that drink? Hefe Weizen. Some good old fashioned Hefe Weizen.
Yeah.
The hell, they've been making all kinds of flavors. Uh-huh.